Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. TJ Watt gets a new deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll go over that coming up here next on the show. Pirates also resume their season. The All-Star break is over. Pirates play the Chicago White Sox tonight, and they play the White Sox in a 3-game series that'll last through this weekend, and it'll be a home series for the Buccos. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com and the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That begins right now. Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yep. Welcome. It's Friday. It's an energetic Friday. Big Bomb has been released. Big news, Steelers. Edge rusher TJ Watt signs a 3-year extension with the Steelers worth $123 million. 108 of that is guaranteed. That means that TJ Watt is making an average of $41 million per year. And that means he's making more per season than Myles Garrett, which means TJ Watt is probably a really happy guy. Thrilled now, I'm sure. I'm not too thrilled with this one. Let me explain why. If you want to call in, you can. 412-928-9370. For those of you out there that have criticized me this week, congratulations, you've gotten your wish. We're going to talk about football. We're going to talk about this story that's going to be the main conversation that we're going to have this morning, because this is a big deal. TJ Watt is now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Like I said, he's making more than Myles Garrett now. Yip-de-dip-de-doo. And I'm just going to explain, because I'm not thrilled with how this happened. Is having TJ Watt on your team a good thing? Yes. Is the way that this deal was come to the way I would have liked to see it? No. I'll explain why, but I encourage conversation this morning. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. And you can talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Chris Smaller does not approve. Heard him on the PM team yesterday. Jack Hillgrove following him does approve. I think this also has split a lot of people in terms of liking it and not liking it. Now, just to go over the quick positive, again, you have TJ Watt on your team. TJ Watt's a good edge rusher, great edge rusher, and I think deserved to get paid. I think that, he deserves a great deal of money. Historic money at this point in his career, that's where we can argue. I think that that's a very debatable point. I think it could go either way. For the Steelers' sake, I would lean toward maybe not. And here's why. The Steelers, they seem to do this thing. It's not a great look. When a player holds out who's under contract. that you bow to that player's wishes. It's not a great look. I think the Steelers look rather weak for letting TJ Watt hold out of mandatory workouts, only to pay him an amount of money that is historic, to allow him to make $1 more million per year than a guy that he clearly hates. You've invested that much money in TJ Watt so that he can make $1 more million per year than a guy in the NFL he clearly does not like, Myles Garrett on the Cleveland Browns. And even though he was holding out while he was under contract, while he was still under contract before this extension, you bowed to his wishes anyway. And this is where I kind of believe that maybe the Steelers are a little too lenient with players and giving in contract negotiations. Now, the only time that I remember they spectacularly failed in negotiations was with Le'Veon Bell, because they franchise tagged him and he just sat out the entire season, and that was not good for the Steelers in 2018. But at least they kind of stood their ground, too. Like, they wanted him to come, and eventually they said, you know what, he's not going to be here. We need to win without him. This is just a situation where I think you're paying a guy too much who's now aging and who may continue to be injury prone. And hypotheticals have been thrown out there. I've heard people say, well, if he stays healthy, then this is a great deal. Yeah, if he stays healthy. That's not a guarantee at this point in his career. But on top of that, again, he was holding out. He was not showing up to mandatory workouts. Like, I have respect for Cam Hayward a lot, because Cam Hayward, was expressing some, I don't want to call it even frustration, but he was expressing that he wanted a new deal and he believed he was worth the money that he said he was worth. But he still showed up. People were speculating about him not showing up to certain optional practices preseason, but he was there eventually when it was mandatory. And so that story got squashed pretty quickly, and then he got his contract, and then he has definitely shown so far that it, was worth the money. He had a pretty solid season last season. TJ Watt missed the mandatory stuff. I cannot get over that. That's my only point of contention here, really. Like, it might not even be a bad contract. I mean, 3 years is a solid amount of time. $123 million, I think, is a lot, though, for a guy that hasn't. And again, it's not even that he's a bad player. It's not that you wouldn't want him on your team, but the Steelers at this point have invested in a guy who single-handedly has not contributed when it's mattered most during a season. Maybe if this season bore any fruit, bore any playoff wins, I'd have more faith that when he was a free agent that you'd sign him back. But you bowed now. And that's $123 million. It's $108 million for sure. Guaranteed money that you now can invest somewhere else. I thought Austin Bechtold had a unique perspective on, well, I mean, he said on X, the Steelers overpaid for T.J. Watt, but he wanted more than Myles Garrett, so blame Cleveland for their bad move overpaying Garrett. This is the cost of doing business. Because all mature business negotiations... Well, that was the end of his quote. My opinion on that is, my counter to that is, what mature business negotiations end with a guy pouting and holding out until he gets his way? When does that happen? Immature business. I mean, there are times you show up to work. We all do it. There are times I've showed up to work. I'm not in a great mood. I wish for better things sometimes. This is a great job, by the way, both my jobs. I mean, they're great jobs to have. But every day's not peachy. There are some days where it's just like, man. I wish for this or I wish for that. Right? But I don't stop working because I have bad days or I want more of something. No, that's not how that works. You out there probably still show up to your job, even if you maybe want a raise, maybe if you want better conditions, maybe if you want new technology in your office, something like that, right? You don't hold out. You don't stop showing up to work when you're in a contractual relationship with your job, right? This is a stupid thing about sports. It's not good business when one side is being stubborn. And maybe both sides knew about this. You can make that argument. Maybe the Steelers knew all along they were going to give Watt the contract. And maybe they were communicating that to Watt the whole time. But my counter to that is, if he knew he was getting a new deal, why was he holding out of mandatory workouts? Not like the Steelers said he's been excused from this. That's not good business. So I disagree with Austin there. I think he has an interesting point. It's a perspective, but to me, no, it's not good business. It's bad business. Now just use the analogy of any other job. You don't like the terms of your work contract. You don't like the conditions of your work. You want more money, potentially, at work. Hypothetically, you out there. Do you have a mature conversation with your bosses, though, and try to come to a resolution? Or do you not show up to work until you get paid? That's not how that works. That's just why this annoys me. You want to consider giving him another contract in free agency, that's fine, but I don't bow to the guy that didn't show up to mandatory workouts. Like I said, that's the whole part that annoys me here. It doesn't show the Steelers have any discipline for this stuff. It shows that they're willing to bow to a guy that believes he has a lot of leverage. And congratulations to T.J. Watt for making exactly $1 million more than Myles Garrett per year. I'm not thrilled with this. This doesn't make me happy. I woke up this morning frustrated, which carried over from yesterday afternoon when we got the news. I was just frustrated. I'm just like, why? Why do it this way? I mean, I'd love to see what T.J. Watt had to say as well. I don't think he spoke publicly yet. I didn't see anything. But I'd love to hear that press conference where he explained, okay, well, how did you come to terms? Well, I sat out and I threatened to not play, and so then the Steelers gave me exactly what I wanted. Just, I don't know. I don't necessarily trust he's going to be healthy either. I mean, he's been healthy the last couple seasons. I hope he continues that. And I hope this does not turn out to be a grave mistake for the Steelers. But again, just to rehash that as well, that is at least $108 million. That's up to $123 million that you can now not invest elsewhere to help this team. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I got plenty of callers on hold. I've got plenty of phone lines open. Do you think I'm going to take a break? No, I'm not. We're going to get right to the callers. I want to hear your opinion. Let's just go straight through this one rapid fire. Not really rapid fire, actually. We've got plenty of time. You can flesh out your thoughts. I'll get as many of you on as I can and give you as much time as I can. And we'll just get some thoughts. So we'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, this is GP from Gilpin.
You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, I couldn't agree with you more. This is a complete debacle. They did this. They didn't do this with Rodgers, but they took their time. They just like playing with the fans. You can't bow to a guy who's under contract. You can't. He should have showed up. He should have showed up for the mandatory mini. Like you said, he's prone to injury. He wimps out on third downs, fourth down. He goes out. I don't like it. I'll let other callers get on, Harry. See you, bud.
Yeah, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well if you can't talk on the phone. You can tag me in the next post at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And GP said it best. You cannot bow to a guy that's under contract, and at least with Aaron Rodgers, he wasn't under contract. So it's okay. I'm not mad about that. They eventually signed him. It was a little bit annoying. But he was never under contract with the Steelers when he wasn't showing up. So when they eventually signed him, I wasn't frustrated because the Steelers didn't bow to him. They needed to come to terms, and they did. The Steelers did not need to come to terms with T.J. Watt. And let's say that he decided to sit out. Let's say he decided that, all right, well, I don't like my current contract, so I'm not going to play this season. Then it shows really where his priorities are, which is not with the Steelers. And I want guys, I mean, I hate quoting Tomlin because sometimes I make fun of him for what he says. But this is one that would apply to this situation. We want volunteers, not hostages. Right? That's what he says all the time. So T.J. Watt, if he'd rather focus on getting $1 more million per year than Myles Garrett instead of helping the Steelers win football games, then I wouldn't want him here anyway. If he'd be willing to miss a season because he wanted more money, I don't want him here anyway. I get the NFL players, they've got to look out for themselves. They got to make a living. They got to do business. That's fine. But the Steelers are not in a position right now where they can afford to just bow like this. They haven't won a playoff game in almost a decade. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, Nick.
What's your name? Hold on. Introduce yourself.
My name's Sean.
There we go. What's up? All right, you're on the air. Go ahead.
My frustration is not with the money, but let's take it a little step further. This is his second contract, okay?
Yeah.
The first one he held in. He showed up, but he held in. Then, consciously, he makes a decision to sign that contract. And he's not the only one, and these owners let him get away with it, and they need to draw the line in the sand and say enough's enough. These guys get to the last year of their deal, and all of a sudden they want a new contract. He held in the first time, made a conscious decision to sign that contract, and all of a sudden now we're at the last year of the deal, and he says, I want a new contract. In the real world, my world, that's not the way it works, okay?
Yeah.
Ultimately what they should have done was say, you know what? You're playing out the last year of your deal, and if you don't like it, sit out. Then on top of it, they could have franchised them. Then they would lock them up for 2 years. But these guys make a conscious decision to sign a contract, and he has generational wealth already prior to this contract, okay? And now all of a sudden, the contract that he signs not good enough? It's nuts. I said this last night to my son-in-law. This is the world we live in, unfortunately, but the owners allow them to do it. When the owners say enough's enough, it'll end. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, thanks for the call. And again, if the Steelers were winning if the Steelers were winning in the playoffs, if the Steelers got over this playoff win drought, this little hump that they've gotten themselves stuck on for so long, if that weren't the case, I would be a little more happy about this as well. But you're investing that much money in a player that is clearly only looking out for himself and his ego. And his efforts on the team have not helped the Steelers win that playoff game. I'm not saying he's not valuable during the regular season. But the main point, and the callers so far, two of them agree with me, you cannot bow to a guy who's already under contract. It's not like he was a free agent when he was holding out. He was still under contract with the Steelers. And Sean, good point. That is the way the world is. It's a shame. It is not great. It is not a good look for the Steelers, because what it looks like right now is that the Steelers bowed to his wishes. They bowed and said, yes, sir, take $1 more million annually than Myles Garrett so you can be happy. And it's not Cleveland's fault. Don't blame Cleveland here. It's not good business. You want to sign him to that contract when he's a free agent next year, by all means do it. But he was under contract this year and is making conscious decisions to only look out for himself and to get paid the money he wants to get paid. That is not a good look. And that's not a guy that I look at and I say, yeah, that guy's a team player. That guy's great. Appreciate that guy. I don't appreciate him right now. Not a great look for the Steelers. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Dave.
Dave, go ahead.
Hey, who do you blame for this? Tomlin, or ownership? All three? Who am I supposed to be mad at for this?
Everybody. Be mad at everyone. It was a combination effort, I'm sure. Art Rooney's got to sign off on it. Omar Khan's got to have the idea. And Mike Tomlin's got his influence on the team. Blame them all.
Right. I mean, who do you think had the biggest influence on it, though? I mean, I think Tomlin's probably the guy.
I don't know. I know Omar Khan likes to make flashy moves. I know Art Rooney is tired of hearing about losing and tired of feeling like a disgraced owner. And Mike Tomlin likes to have his way. So, again, I mean, it could have been any of them. And I don't quite know this morning who exactly to blame, but I'm going to be mad at all three of them.
I mean, that's just terrible. I mean, the con artist just got con as far as I'm concerned. The guy never won nothing. Never won anything.
No, and thanks for the call, Dave. I appreciate it. There are plenty of open phone lines, 412-928-9370. I'm just going to take this up to 5:32, and then I'm going to take a break. Like I'm just mulling through these opinions. There's no need to take a break. Get a phone line. Talk to me on X. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. At Callis_33 is my handle on X. That's CALLAS_33. If you want to type out comments, I do read those on the air. I do acknowledge those. Feel free. Like, I'm in a mood this morning. (412-928-9370). Yeah, so I'm reading the YouTube comments right now. A couple people agreeing with me, and I appreciate that. It's nice to be enraged and then get people to agree with me. Now I feel validated. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you all participating. Got more callers on the line. Let's get to those now. 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name? Hello. Steve, you're on the air. What's up?
Yeah, I don't buy the take so far at all. I mean, first of all, why do people care about the money so much? It's not their money. The Steelers have the money, and he's a great player. I mean, the fact we haven't won a playoff game isn't solely on his shoulders, and I get it. People are frustrated about that, but do you think the Steelers, care about T.J. Watt the way you want T.J. Watt to care about the Steelers? No.
listen.
No franchise does.
Here's the difference. He was under contract when he held out. Do you understand? That's the issue I have. And where has he been in
mini camp?
What do you mean mini camp? It doesn't matter, man. You're a team player. You don't win with this mentality of pay me. I'm just saying. Now, if he were not under contract, do you not show up to your job because you're unhappy with your job, even though you have a contract with your job? Is that how you handle negotiations too? You just don't show up?
Well, that's not how my job works, and I agree with you. I agree with that. But this is the NFL. That's how the NFL works, and the owners have way more power over the players than the players have over the power than they have over the owners. And he took advantage of it, and he got money. I don't know. I don't see the anger over this. I don't get it.
All right. Well, thanks for the call. You didn't make me mad at you enough, but I just can't have that conversation anymore. You just don't hold out when you're under contract. That's just the bottom line. You want to hold out on the optional stuff, that's fine. Don't hold out when you're supposed to be there. It's mandatory minicamp. Make sure you put that word in front of it as well. It's mandatory minicamp. Not just minicamp, mandatory minicamp. That means you must show up. And in terms of the comment about, it's not solely on him for not, winning in the playoffs. I get it. Where has he been, though, in those playoff games? Would I rather invest in another wide receiver or T.J. Watt? I'd take another wide receiver right now. You can find a guy like T.J. Watt in the draft if you absolutely had to. And I'm not even saying don't consider signing him in the future. I just am saying don't bow to him when he's under contract already. That's why I'm so frustrated about this. It's not that I don't think he's worth the money either, but right this moment in this offseason, would I rather have T.J. Watt sign a 3-year extension so he can make $1 more million annually than Myles Garrett? Or would I rather invest maybe in another offensive weapon you can go out there and get? Or would have I invested that money in a wide receiver earlier on in the offseason to lock one down? Yeah, absolutely I'd do that over T.J. Watt this offseason. There was no urgency to sign him. He was already under contract. You could say he could have gone into free agency next season and they announced this signing, and I'm not as frustrated by it. But he held out from mandatory workouts, from mandatory minicamp. He held out while he was under contract. That's why I'm frustrated. It's a bad look for the Steelers. 412-928-9370. We got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name? Hello.
Yes.
There you go. What's your name?
Rob.
Rob, what's up?
Hey, I was just calling to think. I agree with the last caller. I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, he's one of the best players, if not the best player. And even though he might not show up in the playoffs, he put that team on his back all year long. If you go watch his tapes and really dig into it, I mean, he makes so many impactful plays just to even get us into the playoffs during the regular season. Yeah, by week 18, 19, when we get to the first week of the playoffs, he's burnt out. Of course he can't show up when the rest of the team doesn't show up either. I don't think $1 million paying him extra annually is really going to make or break them going to get a wide receiver. If they want to go get a wide receiver, they had plenty of opportunities to do so the last 2 years before this whole contract came up, and they proved that they don't want to make the big moves if they have to.
So you like the strategy. So you like that he held out. So you like that he made a statement that he wanted to get paid more by not showing up. I mean, you like that part of it?
Well, I'll give you an example of that. If you're at a job, now you can't compare it to the regular person's job because,
why not?
We don't have the power, we'll get fired. Because that's their job. There's so many people. I mean, every player does that. Every good player holds out. I mean, this isn't nothing new. This isn't like T.J. Watt's the first one to hold out at mandatory. I drive tractor trailers for a living. If somebody wants to come pay me, I'm going to put my price tag of how good I am on the road and how safe of a driver I am, et cetera. Somebody, I might say, yeah, I'm worth $200 more, $1,000, whatever it is. That's what he values himself at for putting in the work he has since he's been, 7 years old, working towards this goal. So I don't blame him at all. I mean, because if he goes and gets hurt next year or whenever he gets hurt, just like Ryan Shazier, they'll keep him around for a couple years, then you're kicked to the curb and nobody cares about you at all. That's
I wouldn't say nobody cares about Ryan Shazier, and thank you for the call. I mean, if people care about Ryan Shazier, he didn't just get kicked to the curb. That's not quite a comparison. I understand the point. I understand the underlying point of you saying that. You don't hold out when you're under contract. Nobody's going to sway me from that opinion. And I mean, it's a smart business decision for him, but unfortunately, he signed a contract 3 years before. And he's got to live with the terms of that contract. That is life. I don't care how much leverage we talk about these players having. I don't care. That's not how it should be if a guy's under contract. And the Steelers have not won while he's been on the team. It would be different if they were a successful organization to the point where they were winning in the playoffs and they were on the cusp of making it to a Super Bowl, but they're not. They've got so many question marks this season and so many potential holes for next season. That's why this frustrates me. I think it's an amount of money right now that the Steelers should not have invested in this time. It's bad timing, and it's a bad look. That's what frustrates me about this so much. I'm out of time, and I way overdid it because I am frustrated. So we'll see. Maybe Doran will have some grace for me whenever we get to the pre-show. But that's my take on it. Appreciate you listening. My name is Nicholas Heracallis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Doran's next right here on The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Pittsburgh Steelers made pass rusher T.J. Watt the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero report it's a 3-year, $123 million extension, which will net Watt an average of $41 million per year, edging out Myles Garrett's $40 million average. The extension comes days ahead of when veterans are scheduled to arrive at Steelers training camp on July 23rd. Elsewhere, free agent pass rusher Von Miller is signing with the Commanders, also according to NFL Network insiders. Miller, now 36, will join his fourth team since being drafted by the Broncos in 2011. Washington has the oldest roster in the NFL with an average age of 27 years, 291 days. And Chargers veteran wide receiver Mike Williams informed the team Thursday he plans to retire after 8 seasons in the NFL. Williams rejoined the Chargers this offseason as a free agent after stops with the Jets and Steelers. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a bad start to the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. Right now on the outbound Parkway East, you do have that lane restriction in place between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. Inbound, you're mainly steady as you head toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Same story for the Parkway West into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 outbound crews finishing up overnight work. Watch for a lane restriction there between Chestnut Street and Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Lowe's knows
Big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, MyLowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Hummer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory's great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Chalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved. Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey, my friend Taylor Fournier. During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Jeep of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No games, no waiting. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, haven't run into it yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round health care benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment, while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Thorne Dickerson here with you. Nicholas Harry Cowles behind the glass. Crowley is out again today. He will be back next week. I will be out next week, going on a little vacation before the ball starts. I have a nice football season this year. Can't wait for it. I know you all can't wait for it, and you got a little taste of it yesterday. Big news. Big news. Oh, man, I got a lot to say. TJ Watt signs an extension, 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million per year, more than Myles Garrett, $1 million more than Myles Garrett. Kind of figured that was the case. A lot of people are upset. A lot of people are happy. I've never seen this as split. I'm going to be honest. I did not ever think that there would be a split decision upon TJ Watt's involvement of the Steelers and money that he gets from the Steelers. Then there is. I never thought that this would be the case. I thought T.J. Watt was always going to be loved and just everybody was on the T.J. Watt train from day one until the day he retired. But that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case. Big show today, as you guys know, obviously with the T.J. Watt news. But we got a lot of guests. Jason Mackey is going to join us from 7 to 10 a.m. He has a lot of thoughts on T.J. Watt. Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette, 8 a.m., as he is every Friday, except for last Friday, whenever he had his wedding. So we'll catch up with Chris. We have Noah Hiles. We'll check in with the Pirates, break it up a little bit. Can't go T.J. Watt the whole entire show. I don't like doing that. Too redundant. You guys, get tired of it. I understand, but we still have to dive deep into the T.J. Watt situation. And Michael Jr., he will join the show. We'll talk some college football, and we'll talk some T.J. Watt at 9 a.m. It's a nice little show planned for you. Callis, how are you doing this morning? I sat here and listened to most of your pre-show. But first, how are you doing?
I feel good this morning. I feel like I have a lot of energy today.
Yeah, you know what? You did a really good job in the pre-show. And, whenever it's Crowley and I in here, we usually are talking back and forth, don't really have much time to listen. I kind of hear it as background noise a little bit. And, some things you'll say, I'll kind of look up and, be like, oh, yeah, that's a good take, or, that's a good stance, or that's some good information. But we don't get the chance to really listen that much. But today, I already kind of had the show planned out. The show plans itself out whenever something like T.J. Watt signing an extension happens yesterday. Yep. So it's just really where you place certain things and the certain takes you want to get out and certain information you want to tell people at certain times. So the show is already planned out. So I actually got a chance to listen to you today. And like I said, I thought you did a very good job of being strong on your stance of what you believe and how you feel. But you were wrong. Mm-hmm. You were wrong. And we'll talk about that to start the show, because there was probably, for the first time, how long have we been doing this together? 2 years?
A little over 2 years.
A little over 2 years. That's probably the first time where I thought about multiple times, on multiple occasions, in 35 minutes of joining your show, the early morning show.
Wow.
I thought about turning the mic on multiple times. First time.
That's kind of an honor.
Yeah.
I'm a little scared though now.
Well,
because you did the thing.
Well,
so
just stick to your guns, man.
I will.
If you
Trust me,
feel that's the way that that it should be, then you got to stick to it. But good luck. Good luck. Yes, I love it, Callis. It's good.
I'm slightly frightened now.
Well, don't be frightened. Listen.
No, when you giggle like that, I mean you never giggle like that. So
I don't.
Right, like the horror movies. We talked about horror movies yesterday when the killer goes, yeah, no, it's scary. When the doll looks at you with those eyes, it's scary.
Yeah. It's all right. It'll be all right. I still got your back though. It's not from a bad place. It is just my point of view, and we're going to talk about.
No, it's a great foundation for a discussion. That's for sure.
It really is because, like I said, man, like honestly, I never thought it'd be this split of fans and people that like the Steelers. I never thought a player like T.J. Watt would cause this much commotion and this much drama and this much split. Like I could see if it was I don't know, like Broderick Jones getting a new contract. Say Broderick Jones played very well, or say if it was Dan Moore Jr. or Minkah Fitzpatrick. I never thought somebody like T.J. Watt would really have people losing their minds right now. But this is the pre-show, so we have to talk a little bit about something other than sports. I know that you had to have seen this, right? You had to have seen this. The CEO of Astronomer at the Coldplay concert.
I haven't.
You have not seen this?
Nope.
So the CEO of this big tech company, Astronomer, probably makes a gajillion dollars, right? So he's at a Coldplay concert. You know who Coldplay is, the band?
I am familiar, yes.
Okay, they came out in 1997. It's kind of my era. I remember whenever they were at the height of their powers, back whenever I was like 9, 10 years old.
They were releasing music through I think they still are actually.
Yeah, they were at they had their own concert. They still tour and they still do stuff, but at the height of their powers was like in the late 90s. Like that was the most, that was the highest of the relevancy that they were, in my opinion. CEO of Astronomer was caught on the Jumbotron, and probably it looked like a suite area. So like the camera pans to the crowd, and they show people dancing, they show people singing and having fun. So it pans to the crowd, and there's this guy, and he has his arms wrapped around this lady. And as soon as the camera, gives the shot of him and this lady, they kind of just duck their heads and duck away. And then there's another younger lady that's in the shot too, that is just standing there and has her elbow on the railing and just kind of shaking her head with this big grin on her face, laughing. But the two people that were hugging and singing, they just disappear. They just get out of the screen. Well, actually, the lady kind of turns around and ducks her face, and then the guy, he ducks down and crawls out. So obviously, the camera crew of this Coldplay concert knew something was up here, because if you're getting shown on a Jumbotron, you're all happy, you're singing, you're like, look, I'm on TV or I'm on a Jumbotron, this is awesome. They did not want to be seen. So it came out, I don't even know. It was probably just a couple hours later. It was quick. It was a quick turnaround, Callis. A couple hours later, CEO of Astronomer caught on the Jumbotron having an affair with the head of HR at the same company, while newly promoted HR employee was there as well, which was the younger girl. So they were caught having an affair at a Coldplay concert on the Jumbotron, the CEO of this company. And it has caused the internet to just explode. I can't believe you haven't seen this.
No.
This is very wild and very, very bold. Very, very bold. To go to a concert with the head of HR, to have your arms wrapped around her, having an affair, and not to, you're expecting yourself not to be seen by somebody that might know you, and it especially to be on a Jumbotron and to basically admit that you are having an affair. That's where it got messed up. It's if he would have just played it off a little bit, the camera crew that shows the Jumbotron would have just went to another group of people.
Well, my question would be, just for more details, did they have one of those graphics on the screen?
I don't think so.
So they didn't
Go look it up real quick. You can find it in 1 second.
So they didn't even label them?
No, it did,
it was just those two on the screen.
It was those two on the screen. They didn't label them, but clearly people knew who those two were and probably tweeted about it like, oh, that is the head of HR at my company, and that is my boss at my company, and they are definitely having an affair.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I didn't realize. I think I saw the video. I didn't read the caption, though.
Yeah.
But I saw those two just – okay.
The thing that's wild about it to me, too, is the newly promoted HR employee, whether she's the assistant HR, whatever she is, I didn't get deep into that, what her new role is. The younger lady in the video, she has to be in on it. She has to be in on it. She obviously knows that they've been having an affair. So there's this whole company that knows that the CEO is having an affair on his wife. I think he has 3 kids as well. And I think that the other lady, the lady that he's having an affair with, has kids as well too. There's people in on it that just are clearly letting this happen. And from what I read, allegedly this guy is, a piece of work, not the greatest boss ever. So people couldn't wait to oust him. They couldn't wait to say, yeah, this guy is a, what. It is a very bold move to do.
Yeah.
You see the video?
So it looks like, just to protect us, it looks like there are just rumors that are swirling.
Yes.
That this was an affair. There's nothing that was confirmed by any of the parties yet.
Right.
So.
Allegedly that they're having an affair. Yes. But I mean, you're incriminating yourself by the actions.
Yeah. No, the reaction. So I mean, okay. Playing the hypothetical, which is a great question. Let's say, just hypothetically, you are having an affair, and you went to a concert, and you're holding each other like that, and then you two get put on camera. I mean, I agree with your perspective on it. You got to play it off.
Yeah.
You have to do something else other than crawl out of the place.
Yes. I mean, getting caught off guard, it's so easy to talk about, and this is, I like this kind of conversation because it's weird. But getting caught in a moment, you don't know how you would react first.
Right.
But in the same token, now that in hindsight that we look at this, it's like, hey man, you have your arms wrapped around this lady, you're having an affair, you're on the Jumbotron, you see yourself on the Jumbotron. Just shake her or something. Just be like, hey, yeah, we're having a good time. Your arms are wrapped around, and then you just slide back and be like, yeah, let's go. This is Coldplay. This is so much fun. And just start dancing. You may have been able to play it off that way. Or you may have if you had just kept doing what you were doing, I don't think people would have noticed. Maybe somebody would have. But now there's so many people that have come out and said that, yeah, this has been going on, allegedly.
Well, I mean, this is how my mind works, though. If I'm doing something wrong, I always try to come up with every single hypothetical that could possibly happen.
Yes.
I don't even know how to get in the mind of this guy, though. I mean, I don't know what I would have done.
No, I don't know either. Like we said, you never know what you would do in the heat of the moment.
I mean, that's a tough. That is a tough situation to be in.
It's a tough situation to be in, but you're so stupid to put yourself in that situation.
Right. So yeah, I mean,
what a dumb thing to do.
I guess that is the answer. If you don't want to get caught cheating, don't cheat
at a Coldplay concert.
Right. I mean, if we're going down that hypothetical road, it's really easy to not get caught if you don't do anything wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in public, you have that much, you feel like you have that big of stones to be able to be like, you know what, I am not going to get caught. I am going to have a good time with my mistress, and there's no way that anybody knows. Everybody will know. 1 out of 2 people, 3 people probably know who you are, man. But the thing is crazy too. This camera crew, I guess that's what we could call them, right? They're the camera crew that would be, panning the audience. They need a raise.
Yeah.
They need a raise because this is the first time since 1998 that Coldplay has been this relevant. Now, everybody's talking about Coldplay. I forgot Coldplay even existed. I didn't even know Coldplay was touring, or you could even go to concerts. Last time I heard a Coldplay song was in 1998, 1999.
Really?
Probably. At the height of their heights. I mean, I've heard of the songs, but I haven't been oh, yeah, That's
they
a
had a couple
Coldplay
good
song.
ones at the end of last decade. They did one with Beyonce called "Him for the Weekend." It was really good. "Adventure of a Lifetime" was pretty good.
Do you think that? You think that they've gotten it? You think they got more pop by that song with Beyonce than they have right now? Right now, everybody's talking about Coldplay. Their ticket sales are going to go through the roof.
I'm just saying they've got staying power. I'm not surprised
You
that
think?
they come back. Yeah, they've got staying power. They've got a lot of great music.
Okay. I think that this vaults them into another category, at least directly right now. Now their next concert,
They just reeled in.
oh, their next concert, it's going to be sold out.
They reeled in a big CEO who brought his potential mistress.
I mean, this camera crew needs a raise by making them even more relevant than I guess that they already are. I mean, now that's the talk of the town. Is Coldplay. Crazy situation.
I just don't get it. And I mean, even in our position, we're not that big, but we are public figures. I mean, there are things that I think about. There are things I'm sure you think about. Like, we're not in this position where we're cheating, and there are still little things that we have to look out for. Like, I'm always thinking of when I'm in public and when I'm with fans, like how do I conduct myself? What do I need to make sure I'm doing? Where do I need to be? How do I need to make people perceive me?
Yeah.
I'm sure you think that too.
Oh, yeah.
There are smaller, less significant things that we even take precautions over.
Mm-hmm.
Bad move by this guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is abuse of power in a way, because it's like almost you feel like you're invincible, like where you could do whatever you want because you run this big-time company, you make all this money, and you live probably multiple lives. I mean, a lot of these rich people, they do that.
I'm looking at a picture of her face.
Yeah, it's great. It's wild. I've watched it like 100 times. I've watched it 100 times.
Mouth agape. Oh, whoops.
He is probably sick. He's probably sick. Sick to his. I mean, he crawled out of there. Crawled.
Now, let's say that eventually there is evidence that there is an affair, too. I mean, how much money does the wife get out of this from this guy?
Oh, I mean, at least half.
Right? I guess,
Half.
if they end up getting a divorce, right?
So I guess allegedly she already changed her name on Facebook. The wife of the husband already changed her last name back to her maiden name. Stuff like that. Like, there's, and you never know what to believe at this point. But I mean, if I kind of have a rule, like if there's 10 people who say it, then I'll probably believe it. If there's 10 things that come out about something, I'll probably believe it. What are you looking at? What do you think?
I'm sorry, I was watching golf. Look at that.
Oh, that's terrible.
You see that?
Oh,
half the ball is hanging in the hole, half the ball is still on the ground.
You just want to just go over there and just stomp. Just stomp around the ball, fall in.
Sorry, I got distracted because I saw it and I was like,
this is live.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was a great shot. It just, they're waiting for it to fall in. It's not falling in.
It might. I remember Tigers did that the one year, right? Or was it Tiger? I think it was Tiger. Look.
It's
Is
still
that
hanging
Justin
there.
Thomas?
He's walking closer.
Or was that Rory? Look at them.
Bending
Oh,
over.
this is great.
Yep.
This is fantastic.
That's funny.
Look, they're still. I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can go
We
to.
can't really do play-by-play. No.
No, we can't. Oh, he had to
He
hit
just
it
tapped
in.
it in.
All right,
Great.
all right. Yeah, I just thought this situation was hilarious. Well, not hilarious. You know, obviously it's a bad situation, but I mean,
it's interesting.
It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. That's too. You know what? I mean, we could go as long as we want. This is our show. Yesterday, I was going to send you this. A paranormal guy that has been doing paranormal stuff for like 25 years. He messaged me on Instagram because he heard our pre-show. He said he tried to call in yesterday about the Annabelle doll.
Oh.
And he said that he went to go see the Annabelle doll before.
Oh.
And he said that you're not allowed. The Annabelle doll gets blessed once a month by a priest. And he said,
wow.
He said that he couldn't get close to the Annabelle doll because the closer you get, the sicker you get. He said, I had to stay in a different room. I saw it from afar, but if I were to got the steps I would get closer to the Annabelle doll, he said I would start to feel sick.
Ooh.
He said that his ex-wife and his friend, they went to go see it one year. He said he's seen it a bunch of times, from afar. He said they went to see it. He drank holy water before they went to see it. He said his ex-wife and his friend didn't, and then his ex-wife got cervical cancer and his friend had a heart attack.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yep. How about that?
Guess that checks out.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah. Going back to yesterday. All right. Enough is enough. TJ Watt. Extended 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million per year. Higher than Myles Garrett. That's where we're going to start. That's going to be majority of the show today. We're going to hear your thoughts, too. You know, I don't do this that much. We're going to open the phone lines at a couple points in the show because I want to hear from you. I want to hear what your takes are on the TJ Watt extension and what that looks like for the Steelers and all of your thoughts. We need every angle of this. So this is a very inclusive show today. Quick traffic report, and then we'll be right back in 30 seconds. Bang.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkways east and west on the inbound side, fairly steady into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway east, you do have that lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. Route 28 is up to speed in both directions. However, watch for that closure of the ramp to the southbound side of the Veterans Bridge. Instead, you'll have to exit off at the East Ohio Street off-ramp. It's part of the posted detour. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
TJ Watt, 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million a year, more than Myles Garrett, exactly what he wanted, exactly what we anticipated, and people are upset. People are excited. People are upset. People are arguing. People are fighting. People are trying to fight with me. This is wild. I never thought a player like TJ Watt would have people so split like this. I'm going to be honest with you. I always looked at TJ Watt as a one-helmet guy. And I know that doesn't really matter that much anymore in the NFL. But I always saw him as a Pittsburgh Steeler through and through until the day he stops playing football. And that's looking like it's going to be the case. But I also thought that fans of the Pittsburgh Steelers wanted that to be the case. That is not the case. Some people are upset that TJ Watt got this much money. It is amazing that a player like TJ Watt, who has not won a playoff game, but is still regarded as one of the best players at his position year in and year out, can have a fan base so up in arms right now. There's so much to talk about in this TJ Watt extension, this TJ Watt situation. He is going to be reporting to training camp. I said yesterday that I anticipated him not reporting to training camp if they didn't get a deal done. They got a deal done, so he will be at training camp clearly. As I said in the pre-show, if you missed it, we have a big show planned today. Jason Mackey, 7 to 10 a.m. He has a lot of thoughts on TJ Watt. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette, 8 a.m., as he is every Friday. Noah Hiles, he will join us, hit on some Buccos, break it up a little bit. Mike Golick Jr., he will join the show at 9 a.m., talk some college ball and talk some TJ Watt. So nice little show planned for you to head into the weekend. Callis, I said in the pre-show that I listened to your early morning show, and I'm very proud of you because you had a hard stance on how you felt about this situation. And you didn't move off of it. You took a bunch of callers. Some tried to move you off your stance, and you didn't. You were very concrete in what you felt about TJ Watt. And then you came into the room right after your show. And I said, good luck. Good luck. So your stance is what in this? This is where we're going to start today. Your stance is what? Because there was multiple times where I wanted to join your early morning show because I have a whole other outlook of this situation, but what is your stance on this TJ Watt situation?
I'm disappointed that they decided to pay him after he held out and he was clearly upset, when I feel like they could have invested that money in perhaps another wide receiver earlier on in free agency if they were going to invest that money. And since he was under contract, they still had time to pay him after this season when he wasn't under contract.
You said that this is not how it works with TJ Watt holding out the way he did.
I don't think that's how it should work. I think it's a bad look for the Steelers that he held out of mandatory workouts and then got paid.
This is how it's always worked in the NFL. This isn't like a normal job at all. I mean, we're talking $41 million a year. And you have to figure out a way to get your money. Mandatory. So if mandatory minicamp, him missing mandatory minicamp was so important to the team, why didn't they fine him?
Because they don't want to create any more drama.
Well, if it was that important that he missed 3 days of mandatory minicamp, they would have fined him. I know that he was under contract, but this is how you get a new contract. This has been going on since. I mean, we even said it last week or 2 weeks ago. Even Jack Lambert did this. This has been going on since the 70s. This is how business works in the NFL. You got to figure out a way to get your money, and if it's not showing up, and you feel like you're worth more, then you got to do what you got to do. So TJ Watt obviously won in this situation. He got what he wanted. I think the Steelers were always going to give him what he wanted, but I don't understand why people are mad at TJ Watt. Now, I know that he has gotten hurt the last couple seasons, but this is the Steelers' fault. Now, I have a whole segment dedicated to Chris Muller at 6:35 because he said a couple things that, and I'm not taking Chris Muller out at all. This isn't like to bash Chris, but these are some topics that I wanted to go over. So he said a couple things yesterday that I want to talk about. Chris said it's bad business. We're going to talk about that. Is it bad business for the Steelers? Do you feel like it's bad business for the Steelers to pay TJ Watt what they paid him?
Yes.
Why?
I think, like I said, I think it's a bad look if he's going to hold out and then you're going to give him that, when as a team you haven't done much winning in the playoffs, winning at all in almost a decade.
Do you feel like you're a better team with TJ Watt if you're the Steelers?
Yeah, generally. That doesn't mean they're going to win in the playoffs, though, and that's the thing. The Steelers aren't on the brink of a Super Bowl where they need him. The Steelers could go multiple different directions based on how they do this season. Lots depending on how well Aaron Rodgers plays. A lot's depending on how DK Metcalf integrates with the offense. A lot's going to depend how strong the defense can be.
And that's football.
That's what I'm saying. But it's less certain than the team like the Eagles, where they're coming off of a Super Bowl win. They've been very successful through this decade, and they have a lot of pieces that they know are certain and reliable. So you're in different positions with this team right now, where they haven't really had playoff success. They haven't won in the playoffs in, 8 seasons now it's been? And they've got a lot of question marks already going into this season. This isn't an investment I think they should have made at this particular time.
It is.
And I blame the Steelers more than I blame TJ Watt. You're right. And I mentioned that in the early morning show. TJ Watt needs to do what he needs to do to get paid. I'm more disappointed that the Steelers made the investment when they did based on TJ Watt's reaction to wanting a new contract.
This is how the business works. Like, whether people like it or not, and whether they think that TJ Watt should get this money or not, this is how the business works in the NFL. You are what the market tells you are. And if you are, if you are one of the top tier players and the market is X, you are supposed to get maybe X and maybe a little bit more if you are one of the best players. It just is what it is, whether you win playoff games or not. I mean, there's a lot of players out there that haven't won playoff games or haven't led their team to the playoffs that get paid a lot of money because they are the best at their position. That's just how it works.
Steelers are different. I mean, the Steelers have a culture. And that's why so many fans are upset about this, because the Steelers...
What's the culture?
They had a culture of winning. They've had a respectable culture for a long time, and that is slowly deteriorating.
That was a long time ago.
Well, why can't we make that happen again? You know what I mean?
They
It
paid,
wasn't all that long ago,
yeah,
Doran.
but they paid players then too. Guys held out. Hines Ward held out. Whatever the culture was before. Well, I mean, what's the difference? The culture is not gonna be any different whether you pay a guy that is a staple of your team or not. Like, I mean, it's only gonna probably even get better, or stay, and have a chance to get better. If you lose a guy like that, then you got to go back to the drawing board of what you really want to be as a team. I believe, on defense at least.
Well, clearly the Steelers have lacked offensive talent for a while. They haven't had a stable offense.
What else do people want them to do this year or even next year? They're going to draft a quarterback
receiver.
next year.
You traded George Pickens.
You can still do that.
And I mean, he was a nightmare, but he was also productive a good chunk of the time.
They look at Jonnu Smith as another receiver, as their receiver piece. That's how they look at it, and I'm fine with that because he can play receiver. Most of his snaps were at wide receiver, not tight end.
Well, I hope they use him there then.
They probably will.
Now they have a surplus of tight ends.
They probably will, but Jonnu Smith is not just a tight end, and and people will understand that once the season does go on. But they can still get a receiver even though they extended T.J. Watt if they really wanted to. This doesn't hinder them of doing really anything. They gave him this money because, you know what? You're not going to have to pay a quarterback for the next 5 years, probably. That's huge. So where else is the money going to go? They have the money to do it. Where else is it going to go? Might as well lock up a guy for 3 years and say, empty the tank for 3 years that has been, defensive MVP, one of the best players in the league in the last 5 years.
Well, if they knew they were going to pay him, then why didn't he show up to mandatory minicamp? If they had this in mind, why is he posting stuff on social media saying peace or whatever he was doing? Like, why is that happening?
Because
if they all knew that this was going to happen, why is he not showing up, and why was he creating a stir in public?
Because
on social media.
And this is what I want to get into about the bad business portion that Mueller said yesterday. This all is about the Steelers not making a move and getting a contract done in the appropriate time to get out ahead of Myles Garrett and get TJ Watt done earlier. They could have avoided all of this. They could have paid way less if they would have just given. If you knew TJ Watt you knew that you were going to pay TJ Watt at some point. So why did you wait? You didn't have to wait because of the old culture, because of how you've done business before. That's ridiculous. Business evolves every single year. They should have gotten out ahead of the situation, knowing that Myles Garrett was probably going to want paid, knowing that Max Crosby was going to want paid, knowing that Trey Hendrickson was going to want paid, knowing Michael Parsons was going to want paid, and just paid TJ Watt literally March 1st. And then you could have avoided all this.
So can we align then? The Steelers had just awful timing. We can align
awful.
Okay.
This is the Steelers' fault.
Because
for letting it go this long.
So we're aligning on that. Like
yes.
I don't appreciate like how TJ Watt went about it, but I understand that's the business of it, is you use whatever leverage you can to maximize your payment. And I support players trying to get paid because they're doing this for a living. I understand that. But I am way more frustrated with how the Steelers have went about this, so I think we're at least aligned there.
Yes.
Like, I'm mad at both sides, but if I had to pick a side that I'm more frustrated with, it is absolutely the Steelers for how they handled the timing of this and how they let this linger.
Mueller says bad business of paying TJ Watt. It's bad business, and it's bad business of the Steelers of not getting out ahead of this and paying him first, but it's also business. This is the price of business. You have somebody that is one of the best, and the market says that they're one of the best, and they're up for a new contract. It's how the NFL works. You usually do it a year before your contract expires, and you had somebody at that same position that got paid. The next guy is going to want more than if they're regarded the best. That's the situation that they're in.
That's just a shame, though, because, there does come a point, though, where business gets too much in the way of actually coming together and winning.
Callis, business is more of the NFL than it is football.
I understand that, and I don't have to like that. I understand that that's the reality. I'm not disagreeing with you on that point. But if I'm making an opinion on, how are the Steelers going to win games and become respectable and maybe win a playoff game, this isn't how that's going to be done. me as a fan is disappointed that that's the reality. I understand it's reality. I'm not denying that, but I don't have to like it.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to like it, but, I mean, that's the case. That's what it is. People don't like Tomlin. People don't like Rooney. People want Rooney to sell the team. People want Tomlin fired. People don't like Aaron Rodgers. People don't like, I mean, literally name somebody. People don't like anybody. But this is business. This is the business part of it. And in the grand scheme of everything, the Steelers kind of saved their ass here. Because not only did they not get ahead of it, they ended up having to shell out $108 million guaranteed, but they did win in one area. They did win in one area, which I think the compromise, which made it the compromise that it was, where TJ Watt was like, okay. I think they made TJ settle for the term. I think TJ Watt wanted more than 3 years. The Steelers got 3 years. So you're paying him for 3 years, and you're guaranteeing him money, and that's going to save on the cap too. And the cap goes up next year. To me, this doesn't affect that much. It really doesn't. Whenever you look at it and how it's played out, now we need to get the even more detailed contract terms, but whenever you give guaranteed money out like that, you can kind of control the yearly salary, and that'll keep the cap down. It's a great conversation, Kaz, and I love your stance on it, and I love that you're hard in concrete on it. It's a really good, kind of foundation of this whole entire situation that we're going to talk about today. But there's more to get into. There's a lot more to get into. We'll talk about all that coming up next and throughout the whole entire show. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Right now at the Open, Harris English in first. Right now in total, he is 5 under, 1 under today. There are plenty of players tied right behind him, though, 4 under in second. This Open update from Ireland is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And for more fan headlines, you can go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush, chugging along. This report brought to you by Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We do have reports of a transformer explosion in Hampton Township. Crews checking that out at the intersection of Middle and Wagner Roads. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, a little heavy entering the Squirrel Hill tunnels from Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound, you do have that lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Twistvale interchanges. Inbound Parkway West starting to slow around the Banksville merge point. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. All right, let me officially go on the record and say that Jordan Love is winning the MVP this year. He played hurt for most of last season. The Packers still won 11 games. Let's not forget what he did to the Cowboys 2 years ago in the playoffs, and how he took the Niners down to the wire. He's healthy. His receivers are healthy. This is a 5,000-yard, 40-touchdown season coming for Jordan Love. I'm Pat Boyle.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Granbury Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
This summer, Kennywood is taking entertainment to new heights. Don't miss the dazzling new drone show. Hundreds of drones light up the sky each night, July 11th through the 19th. Then rev up the fun with the Water Jetpack Stunt Show. See Jetpack daredevils perform aerial stunts 50 feet in the air every day through August 17th. It's Kennywood's most entertaining summer yet. Save up to 45% on tickets and passes at kennywood.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers include taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Clouds with some sun today, the high 79.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let cost keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson Callows here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Jason Mackey will join us at 7 a.m. TJ Watt extended 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million per year. A lot of split minds out there on this TJ Watt situation. Chris Muller, he had a couple things to say about this yesterday. And, you know, one of the things he did say, it's bad business extending TJ Watt. Well, I say one thing, it is business. That's what it is. It's the price of business. It's the price of, you know, what the market tells you. You know, if you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at the Browns. And I said yesterday, I don't know if the Browns did this on purpose. If they did, I give them a lot of credit and credit that I usually never give them. I mean, whoever gives the Browns credit. But if they did, very smart of being like, okay, Miles, we're not going to just pay you to be the highest paid rush end or whatever, you know, defensive end, whatever you want to call them. We're gonna F the market because we know that the Cincinnati Bengals and the Pittsburgh Steelers have to pay their same guys. So we're going to have to make them pay even more, which is going to make it a very tough situation. So this is not bad business by the Steelers of paying TJ Watt. It is just business. It's bad business by the Steelers for not paying TJ Watt earlier. You could have gotten out ahead of this if you really wanted to. You didn't have to wait. You didn't have to wait until Max Crosby and Myles Garrett were signed. If you knew that you wanted to sign TJ Watt, you knew that he was going to want a new contract, you knew that he's probably going to hold out, you could have signed him a lot earlier and avoided all of this. You probably would have signed him around, what, 36, 35, 36, $37 million? Saving yourself $4 million? Okay, that may be bad business by waiting. But paying TJ Watt because the market says he should be paid X and maybe he wants a little bit more. I don't get it. Like, I mean, yeah, like you have to, or you trade him, and they weren't going to trade him. So that was one thing. And then Mueller says, how could TJ Watt get healthier after being banged up the last two seasons? I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. Now that he's in his mid-30s. Well, he changes the way that he trains. It's very, very simple. Players in their 30s don't train the same way that they were when they were 22. There's things that they can't do anymore. They could probably still do them, but not as good. So you have to add weapons to your arsenal. You have to change the way you do things. Players do it all the time. Jerry Rice played till he was 42 years old, and he was still effective. Different position, I understand. But he changed the way that he trained. He knew he couldn't beat guys off the line with physical and pure speed. He had to use finesse even more. He was a finesse receiver. He had to use it even more. You change the way you train. Those are two things that Chris Mueller brought up yesterday that I thought were like, I was like, I have to talk about this. It's not to take out Chris, but there's two things. Bad business on the Steelers, yes, maybe not for not getting a deal in front of TJ Watt sooner. Okay, I can get on board with that. But paying TJ Watt, you had the money to do it. The market said that that's probably what he's worth. He wanted more, and you want him to be a one-helmet guy, and he wants to be a one-helmet guy, and you know that the guy 2 hours from here got paid $40 million and wins awards over him whenever the stats say that TJ should probably win awards. Look, he obviously doesn't like Myles Garrett. He wants to make a point. Okay. It's $1 million more. It's obviously more than that. Than what obviously the Browns reset the market and did so in a crazy fashion, in a large fashion, but it's still $1 million more than what Myles Garrett got. And you made him the highest paid rush end right now. That's going to change probably in the next 3 weeks. And Micah Parsons gets paid. So, I mean, it is what it is. That's what he wanted. You gave him what he wanted. You could have got it done sooner. You could have paid less. But I want to hear from you. I want to hear your side of it. I want to hear your thoughts on TJ Watt. 412-928-9370. This is your time to speak out. I want to hear all the angles. All the angles. I want to hear why it's bad in your opinion. I want to hear why it's good in your opinion. Because I can't find really the super negative of paying TJ Watt whenever the cap does go up. You guaranteed him money, so that'll help for the salary of the yearly salary. You got him on the term of 3 years instead of probably 4 years that he wanted. So you ended up winning in that area. You don't have to pay a quarterback for 5 years-ish. You're barely paying a quarterback this year. You barely paid a quarterback last year. You're going to draft a quarterback next year. You signed a receiver this year, or you traded a receiver this year. You paid him a new contract. You paid Johnny Smith basically a new contract. You got a corner. Like, they're making moves. They're making moves, and they're keeping their key pieces. Except for Minka. But they made a move, and I agree with the move that they made. I agree with that trade. So, 412-928-9370. I want to hear your thoughts. I really do, because this is a very split situation. Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Thank you, Doran. Doran, I'm putting my Union hat back on right now. Look, J.J. Watt on McAfee early in the year said there was going to be a little animosity because TJ wanted a contract last year, and the Steelers they should have reacted before those other, before the player with the Raiders and Myles Garrett. I mean, that was the time to do it when the player goes to you and says, let's do a contract before these others. I mean, I don't know if he said it in that manner, but that's what was being intimated there.
Right.
They would have saved them $4 to $5 million extra. I mean, that's just a fact.
You're exactly right. So whenever they say bad business, it's bad business on the Steelers. Like, I don't know. Like, paying T.J. Watt to me is not bad business. It's bad business on your part.
No, it's not bad business. Yeah, it was. But that part was their fault. But see, what people have to understand, and Jerry Jones, I remember hearing him say this a couple years ago. For the league purposes, you have to make sure when you guarantee that money that you have that resource. People have to understand there's a lot of booking things that go on. When you guarantee that large amount of money, like that's when he would say, "Why do you wait so long?" He says, "You remember what he did with Prescott? Remember when they kept saying, why do you keep waiting and it's costing you more?" You have to make sure you guarantee that money for league purposes.
Yes.
Before it goes through, and that's a process.
It is.
Because they have a lot of expenditures.
Absolutely.
In the NFL franchise. So people have to understand that's sometimes why that happens. Listen, there's going to be some ugly stuff that's happening in the NFL. The player executive of the NFL Players Association, Lloyd Howe, he resigned.
He just stepped down, right.
Because of this collusion stuff of what happened with Cleveland.
Yep.
If the players got the paperwork that the owners colluded, and if anybody's familiar with collusion, about 30 years ago or 35 years ago, that's what happened in baseball, and it cost the owners a fortune.
Yes.
When they had, if this is proven, and it seems to me it's going to be proven because the executive director was part of the collusion, had to resign. It's going to get ugly, and the players are going to get even extra money they weren't looking for.
Anthony, I appreciate the call. Always love you calling. He brings up great points, obviously. This is, in my opinion, bad business on the Steelers, not for paying T.J. Watt, but for waiting as long as they did to pay T.J. Watt. Now, I know that there's things that you have to sort out, but if you knew that was happening and you knew and you were aware with who else needed paid around him, you got to figure out a way to get that money and to guarantee that money to T.J. Watt ASAP. So you're not in the situation that you're in. Nancy, Rick, we will get to you when we come back, so stay on the line. I want to hear your thoughts on TJ Watt. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt extended on a deal for 3 more years with $123 million. That would give him an annual salary of $41 million per year, which is $1 more million annually than Myles Garrett is getting with his contract with the Browns. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Ugh, kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. A spider. A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get one free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a transformer explosion in Hampton Township. This is on Middle Road at Wagner Road. We did have one earlier at Harts Run Road and Saxonburg Boulevard in Indiana Township. Crews have since cleared from that. Meanwhile, we do get reports of traffic lights being out on Route 8 at the intersection with Elfin Wild Road and again at Mount Royal Boulevard. Don't forget, state law says you must treat those like four-way stops. Parkway West, you are starting to slow down right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound Parkway East jamming at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by BeveragesToYou.com. Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with BeveragesToYou.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jason Mackey, he joins us at 7 a.m. Get in the TJ Watt. Fan text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Look, the same people that are bitching about TJ Watt getting this money whenever I believe and the market believes that he deserves it, and maybe he negotiated maybe $1 million more than the market because he wanted to get paid higher than Myles Garrett. We knew that that was the case. The same people upset right now were the same people bitching last year whenever Cam Hayward was up for a new contract. Cam Hayward's old. He's going to deteriorate. His groin is off the bone. We need to get a new young defensive lineman. They paid Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward was an all-pro. And you're cheering. I don't hear any of you disputing the contract of Cam Hayward anymore.
Did you say his groin was off the bone?
Yep.
That just sounds gross.
Yeah, it was. I think his groin was off the bone. I think that was his injury. Yeah, it was his groin.
Cam didn't hold out, though, did he? Right? He was still showing up. He was still slightly publicly upset.
But Callis, he was not trying to get money to be the highest paid at his position, and there wasn't other guys at his position that were up for contracts. That's the difference here.
Okay.
Is there's other guys that want paid that think that they're the best outside linebacker, defensive end in the league. And Cam Hayward was like, no, I'm not trying to be the highest paid. Like, I'm trying to get a new contract on my last couple years of playing football. Do you believe me? Yes, we believe in you, Cam. We're going to give you a couple more years, and we're going to pay you this much money. Fans, oh, no, why would you ever do that? Why would you give Cam Hayward money? Cam Hayward's all pro. So, TJ Watt is 5 years younger. I guarantee he's an all pro this year. I guarantee TJ Watt is an all pro this year and possibly leads the league in sacks. I'm saying that right now.
So you're saying you think he's going to play better now that he's been paid?
Yes.
All right.
You're going to get your money's worth. What I'm saying is the Steelers are going to get their money's worth in these next 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Rick in Saxonburg. Rick, thanks for waiting on the line. How you doing? And good morning.
Good morning, Doran. My problem isn't with TJ Watt. It's not with the Steelers. I think it's with the NFL. You think of guys like TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, guys who have been paid. Besides Nick Bosa, what is the return on the edge rusher position?
You bring up a great point. This is a great point that we have talked about, about 2 weeks ago. It's a great point. What does an edge rusher get you? Because you look around, and just like you said, Nick Bosa got them to a Super Bowl. That's it. Maybe Von Miller in the last, 10 years of the big-time rush ends won a Super Bowl. These guys aren't winning team Super Bowls, but I don't expect them to win Super Bowls. I expect them to help get to a Super Bowl. I expect them to help to win playoff games, but quarterbacks win Super Bowls. But you're absolutely right.
That's why that the Eagles are such a great example of you don't need to pay these guys. You have to draft successfully.
No doubt. No doubt. Very, very, very good point, Rick. Appreciate your call. You have to draft successfully, but it's hard to do that. Howie Roseman's, he's a genius at it. He's a genius at it. He's a genius at moving money around. He's a genius at paying guys when they need paid and keeping guys that are, the foundations of the Philadelphia Eagles and drafting the appropriate guys. Not everybody can do that. He's one of one, really, in my opinion. One of one. We're going to go to another Rick in the car. Rick, good morning.
Yes, the whole TJ Watt, of course it's worth the money. And, the Steelers did drop the ball by waiting too long. It's very simple. Look how many games you won with him in the lineup. We talked about that. You hear this stat all the time. How many games have you won while he's on the field? And then how many games have you lost when he's out of the lineup?
Yeah, you've only won one game whenever he's out of the lineup.
Yeah, you don't replace that. You don't, and you can't coach that. You can't develop that. That's just something the Steelers just dropped the ball. They waited too long. So what happens when the item goes off sale? You've got to pay full market price.
Yeah, it's business. Thanks for the call, Rick. It's the price of business. I mean, that's all it comes down to. Bad business maybe on the Steelers' part initially of not getting this done earlier and getting out ahead of it, but also decent business of coming back around, compromising, and coming to a point where you shake hands with TJ Watt, but also winning a little bit on the term. The Steelers didn't just fully lose and do bad business in this deal. They got the term down to 3 years. TJ Watt allegedly wanted 4 years, wanted more years. So then you'd be tied to TJ Watt longer than you probably think that he can be serviceable. And, his production, is probably in that 3-year window. So you did win in that area. So it is, at the end of the day, not bad business, but it's business. Gary in Monroeville. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doran. Thanks for taking my call. It's funny to listen to all these fans complain about the money aspect of it, like it's coming out of their bank account or something.
Gary, I said that yesterday on Twitter, and I got a lot of reaction saying, "Well, it is coming out of our bank account. We're buying tickets and we're watching these games." That was the response that I got.
Yeah, well, if you want to watch the best football possible, then you want T.J. Watt on the field.
Right.
The fact of the matter is when healthy, he is one of the best players we have ever seen. You can see from the moves they've been making that they're trying to go all in and win right now, which is what we want. So I just don't understand why people are complaining about the money like it's coming out of their account. Just watch football and enjoy it.
Thanks for the call. Sorry for cutting you off. Thank you for the call. You're absolutely right. Like, then don't go to the game. Don't buy tickets. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If I'm investing my money in a certain area, I want to know where my money is going. Does Rooney call every single fan and say, well, this is what we're doing, this is what we're thinking? No, he doesn't. So that's up to you. If you think that your money is not being spent the right way, then don't spend that money. Don't know what to tell you. If that's how you look at it, well, it is kind of our money that is going in T.J. Watt's pocket. Well, then don't spend the money then. If you're that upset about it, don't spend the money. It's mind-boggling that that's your stance on this. Well, it is our money. No, I mean, get out of here. PJ and Shaler. PJ, good morning.
Okay, the whole Watt thing is they got him, and it's not really 3 years because he's got to play one more year just to finish his current contract. So it's like 4 years down the line.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm not putting that on Watt. Get whatever he can because that's just the way they are, and their little prima donna stuff. Well, I need paid $1 million more than the other highest guy, whatever. But I got to look it over, and every year we're filling spots, and it's like Khan and the Steelers are making these magical moves. I put it on them more than the players because they haven't won a playoff game in 7 or 8 years. They're buying the best players, but they're not producing with it. And they probably won't until they have a quarterback.
I appreciate your call, PJ. Yeah, I mean, it's really not T.J. Watt's fault that they're not winning playoff games. Well, let's be honest with ourselves. Is it T.J. Watt's fault? Okay, he hasn't won a playoff game. I get it, but there's 21 other players. There's a coaching staff. There's all this other stuff that goes into it. It's not like T.J. Watt is not the quarterback. If he was a quarterback, okay, I think we have an argument here. But he's a piece to the puzzle of trying to get to a Super Bowl, trying to win a playoff game. Brian in the car. Brian, good morning.
Doran, good morning, buddy. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, man. Hey, a couple quick points. I agree with the last caller. These people act like they're paying and the money's coming out of their pocket. Secondly, what you just said about the playoff win, that's the lamest argument that people are throwing out there. My point is that defense or offensive line shift protection towards him. He gets the chip from the tight end. The running back slides that way. How about the other 10 guys? Somebody else, a few other guys are one-on-one. Beat your guy one-on-one and make a play.
Exactly.
And secondly, Doran, you've been in locker rooms, right? Nobody is touching on this. T.J. Watt is instant leadership, even if he doesn't say a word, because he has the hardware. He's a defensive player of the year. He's a great football player. You don't think guys come into that locker room and watch him and learn off of him and try to emulate him and get better just because he's there with them?
Ask Nick Herbig if he's gotten better because of T.J. Watt. Ask Jack Sawyer after preseason if he gets better because of T.J. Watt. I guarantee they say yes.
Absolutely, buddy.
Thanks for the call, Brian. I'm going to try to get through these. We got, Cal, so I have a couple more minutes, or are we short on time?
We should probably take a break.
All right. Thank you guys for the call. We'll get back to you. We'll open the phone lines up a little bit in the next hour. Jason Mackey coming up next. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Jason Mackey up next, KDKA TV with your weather.
morning, you'll likely be able to tell the difference in your comfort level if outside today. Dew points dipping to the low 60s. There'll still be a chance for rain with showers possible as early as 10 this morning and isolated storms mixed in after 3 this afternoon. Hey, not everyone sees the 80s today with cloudy skies expected. I have Pittsburgh at 80 for the daily high. Morning temperatures are in the upper 60s. Noon temp should be in the mid 70s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a game tonight against the Chicago White Sox. They're resuming play after the All-Star break. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's the first game of 3 in the series. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. All buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offers end 7/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Hungry for flavor? GetGo's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Frito Scoops walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customize with your favorite toppings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payments starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 inbound starting to jam up from the 31st Street Bridge down toward that East Ohio Street off-ramp, part of the detour for the now closed ramp from 28 to the southbound Veterans Bridge. Parkway West, you are heavy right around the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Twist Vale. Outbound, you're jammed near the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Callus behind the glass, and Jason Mackey. He's here. Good morning, Jason. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me in here. Appreciate it.
I had a great show planned for us yesterday. You had a great show planned for us as well. Shot out some pretty good topics of different things. We're going to go all over the place. It's a Friday, so we're going to keep it loose. But then the news breaks yesterday, Jason. TJ Watt, 3 years, $123 million extension, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million per year, obviously higher than Myles Garrett. Your initial thoughts? We'll start there.
I'm surprised it wasn't for more years, Doran. I love the contract. I have no problem with it at all. The yearly value doesn't matter to me as much if you look at it in context of the current salary cap going up and up and up. It's what TJ Watt was going to make. It's what he deserves. No problem. I worried a little bit about the length of deal, what would come out, and I thought the Steelers actually did pretty well for themselves. It makes sense. If TJ Watt's productive, you pay him.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with that. If he's not productive, you're not on the hook for a bad contract. Yes, I realize it's like years 4, 5, whatever, but I don't want to be tethered to somebody in their mid-30s who at that point, if this goes poorly, will be breaking down, will not be an albatross, but it won't help me do good business. And they avoided all that. They avoided all that with what I thought was a very intelligent, fair contract for both sides. TJ gets what he wants. Look at the guaranteed money. He's doing very well for himself, and the Steelers got a smart end of this business-wise, and it opens them up a whole world of possibilities, stuff to do with that money when the contract runs its course.
We want to, people are talking about it's bad business, and
how?
That's exactly.
I don't see it.
Only way I could see that it's bad business. It's not for paying T.J. Watt. It's not for the contract because of the term, and you only got him for 3 years. The bad business would be for me of not getting it done maybe sooner, and not getting out ahead of it, getting out ahead of Myles Garrett, getting out ahead of Max Crosby.
Guess.
That's the only bad business I could see of it. For the Steelers
So
side
what?
of it.
You can save a little bit year over year?
Right. That's it. The market is the market.
Man, the current part of this is not what worries me. It's the down the road part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing Watt's age, knowing where this could go. If he's a non-productive player at 34, 35, that's the guy I don't want to pay. TJ at 30, TJ at 31, TJ at 32, based on the indicators that we have, man, I have no problem paying that guy that amount of money. He puts up typical TJ Watt numbers. I am thrilled to allocate that amount of my salary cap to that guy. Yeah, there's a little bit of a risk in it. Sure, there's a risk in every contract you do.
Exactly.
That's how this works. I'm going to make that bet with TJ Watt right now. I'm a little iffy on the end of the contract. That's why I'm glad they didn't overextend themselves or do something stupid.
I just, it is. I look at it like this. Are they better with TJ Watt?
Sure.
They're better with TJ Watt,
Yeah.
right? They're a better football team with TJ Watt. And the market is the market. Now, I know that the Browns, they messed the market up by signing Myles Garrett to what they signed him to. And I don't know if they did. I don't know if they did that on purpose, which I thought I gave them credit if they did do that on purpose, knowing that Trey Hendrickson was going to need paid, knowing TJ Watt was going to need paid, making that negotiations for the other teams in the division a lot more difficult, and knowing that you're willing to just shell out money all the time if you're the Cleveland Browns. But I just, the market is the market, and TJ Watt is one of the best defensive players in the league. They weren't going to trade him. I don't think they ever even explored trading him. And now they probably answered the phone to some teams, which, that's business. You're going to answer the phone. But I don't think that was ever in the discussion.
No.
He's
one of the best defensive players ever, Doran. I mean, he could retire right now. He's going into the Hall of Fame. He's still productive. I understand there's sort of recency bias with how he finished last season. But, I mean, that costs money.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You have two choices at that point. If you want to say our team we're not going to have TJ Watt on our team, we don't want to pay that amount of money, okay, then go ahead and make that case. I would disagree with you. They're a worse team if TJ Watt's playing for somebody else.
Yes.
So if you want to pay TJ Watt, this is what it costs to pay TJ Watt. That doesn't mean you need to do something silly. I don't think they did. I just don't understand the idea that this is bad business in some way. It's not. You can disagree with the business. It doesn't make it bad.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Callis, you had a stance on it earlier in your early morning show. You don't agree with this business. That's kind of where you came down to it. And you don't agree of how the business went on, right? Like, you don't agree that he should have missed minicamp. You don't think that that's a culture setter. You think that's bad for the culture. You don't think that TJ Watt should have been, I guess, pouty and gotten his way. And you think the Steelers kind of kneeled down to TJ Watt and TJ Watt won in this deal. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think it's a bad look for the Steelers. I think that when a guy has a reaction like that and then you pay him, you are prioritizing the individual over the team in some sense. I think the Steelers could have gotten a deal done sooner. And I also think that if they were even planning on paying TJ Watt before, then why is he holding out? Why is he posting things on social media expressing some disdain toward the team? Like, if they had this all prepared, then why did he react the way he did? I just think it's a bad look because he reacts that way, and then all of a sudden they pay him $1 more million a year annually than Myles Garrett to appease him. I just think it's bad timing by the Steelers. It's more of a bad look for the Steelers than it is because TJ Watt did what he did to get paid, and he got paid. His mission is accomplished. But the Steelers, I feel like they bowed to.
I don't think they had this all prepared, though, Callis. I think this
That's
is what
bad,
it
though.
looks
That's
like.
what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's a negotiation. Right? Like you have to give to get. There's posture, what you're willing to cede, and they're willing to cede the immediate. They're willing to give him the next couple of years and pay him handsomely. What clearly mattered to them was the length of the deal.
But the Steelers,
and by bargaining, they got that.
The Steelers didn't need to negotiate, though. They had him under contract. He's got to show up for the team workouts.
That's just not how
I know,
it works.
but like he's going into the final year of his deal. That's precedent. He wants a new deal. You don't want him playing on a lame duck deal. Like no player is expected to do that.
Well, I told Doran, like I don't have to like that. That's how it works. I understand
but
that's how it works
in the
and
NFL. That's not unique to Pittsburgh.
Well, I get that.
That's in pro sports, really, not just the NFL.
But the Steelers are in a position right now where they haven't won a playoff game in a long time.
Yeah.
And I want them to be able to construct a team in the most efficient way possible.
Well, I want them to pay everybody minimum wage, Callis. Can we do that?
I get it, but there's so many question marks, Jason. There's so many.
Well, if they would pay everybody, if they would pay everybody $100 a year, that would really. I think that would help.
There's so much uncertainty with this team that investing in a guy like Watt does not guarantee your success over the next 3 years.
What does guarantee that is my question. So if it's not Watt, what is it then?
You brought up a good point because when I hear Jonnu Smith, I think tight end, but he is a better receiving tight end, and they may use him as a wide receiver. I would have liked to see them get another wide receiver, especially since they dealt George Pickens.
What if they still do that?
Right, exactly.
What's prohibiting them from doing that?
Nothing.
If they can spend money on T.J. Watt and spend money on another receiver, that's fine. But right now they haven't.
They can. This doesn't change their situation
at all.
For the immediate. Like, you can criticize them for not getting a receiver. That's a fair – I think that's completely fair. I think they're still a piece away wide receiver-wise. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, week one's not tomorrow.
Well, then we'll see. But I'm judging based right now that they've invested in T.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Who was already under contract, and they gave him an extension to give him $1 more million a year annually to appease him, so now he's paid higher than Myles Garrett, and they have yet to do that. And in years past, they have procrastinated on finding wide receivers. Brandon Ayuk used to be at the goal line, and then they sent it back the other way for his safety.
They got it. They have altered this roster as much as possible, in my opinion. There's only so much you can do. This isn't Madden. Like, you can't just press the button on the video game and be like, yeah, I'm gonna trade this guy here. I'm gonna actually create a player here. I'm gonna do this. Like,
sure? Look at their offseason.
But that's what I'm saying. What else can they do?
No, I know.
I don't know where else. What realistic option that they could go? They've transformed this whole entire roster, and they kept T.J. Watt.
They transformed it, but there's no guarantee that there's success. There's
never guaranteed.
I know, but when you set a foundation, there are teams that have set a better foundation and used draft picks efficiently and have grown from that. The Steelers have not done that. They have not reset. They have not rebuilt. There are a lot of question marks for this season.
Those teams that have done that are the ones that luck out and draft a good quarterback.
Okay, well, have the Steelers done that?
No. But they had a great quarterback for 20 years. It's only been 5 years.
I get it, but they haven't won a playoff game in 8 seasons.
This is real life.
They haven't won a playoff game in 8 seasons, and the last 3 times they were in the playoffs, 4 times they were in the playoffs, they had pretty much no shot to win. That's what I'm tired of. And so you're paying a guy who is an impact player, but that player has not been a part of any playoff successful season.
And is it his fault?
It's not his fault, but it's not a good time then to sign him to an extension. I say play this season. I
disagree, Callis. I think it actually is a good time to sign him to an extension because the Steelers are positioning themselves to have a very big discount at quarterback. After Aaron Rodgers, they're going to go in the draft and get somebody who's going to be on a rookie deal. If there's a time to sign a guy to an extension, it is during that window where you're getting a quarterback bargain.
Yes.
It is not the time to sign an edge rusher, an outside linebacker to a lucrative extension is not when you're paying a franchise quarterback. The bad time, and I'm really going down the road here, but let's say they take somebody in 2026 after that quarter, if he works out, and like I hope he works out because then you've got quarterback figured out, but that next contract, that's when I'd really be skittish about paying an edge rusher $40 million a year.
You're not going to be able to pay anybody. Because all that money's going to go.
Yeah, right now, they're able to build their team a different way.
Absolutely. That's the only reason why they did this. If they had to pay a quarterback and a quarterback was under contract that was like, even, 40. If a quarterback was $40 million a year right now for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I don't think they make this deal.
I don't think they can make this deal, Doran.
Right.
Well, they paid Ben Roethlisberger for so long and still able to field a solid team. I mean, it's not impossible to do
Well,
that.
they did, and you would rather have the quarterback. Like, if you tell me I can have a quarterback who's a Ben Roethlisberger type, who's that productive and that reliable, great. I've got the biggest problem in sports solved. Sign me up.
But right this second, there is uncertainty in that. And maybe they'll take a quarterback in the first round next season, and that's fine. And
Callis, it's an 8-year playoff drought. How do you not say there's uncertainty? Like, of course there is. Nobody. I don't think anybody's saying that.
Well, I'm also nervous.
They're in a great spot.
They finished in the middle again.
Well,
and
they
they're drafting
They might, but it
anywhere
depends on
between
more than
14
T.J. Watt
and 22 in the draft, and you're not going to put yourself in a position to get one of those guaranteed top picks, like the guy that you want, because there's going to be up to 21 other teams.
I just don't understand what it has to do with extending T.J. Watt.
They've created their backing here. They've made their way of accruing so much draft capital alongside of doing all these moves. Like, let's not forget about that too, of how many draft picks they have next year to be able to package to go up if they want to, or to in the following year in 2027 trade a draft pick in that year. They've really done a great job, in my opinion, of trying to go for it this year. That's what they're telling us, of trying to go for it this year, but also protecting the future.
Yep.
Next year they have a lot of draft picks. They have not moved off any of them. They haven't moved off to any of them.
And I don't think you can pass that in the room. And Doran, you would understand this better than anybody. If you're not adding personnel and showing some sort of effort for 2025, and in the back room you're kind of eyeing, well, we're going to be bad, we're going to try to be bad, like that doesn't go over well with like a DK Metcalf negotiation, or what situation Jalen Ramsey's walking into, or what Cam Hayward deserves, or what TJ Watt's going to want on an extent. Like, these guys want to compete and try to win playoff games.
The reason why they want to compete too and try to win playoff games is because they're not the Browns. They're not the Carolina Panthers. They're not the New Orleans Saints. We're talking like the Steelers are the bottom barrel of the NFL. We have this wild vision because it's not up to our standard of what the Steelers have done in the last 8 years, that they're horrible. They're not horrible. So they're going to try to be in it. They are right in the middle, and that's a bad place to be. I understand that. It's a gray area. But the Steelers aren't a horrible team. Like, I think people are forgetting that. Like, if they were horrible, it's like, oh, we're just not going to win this year. It is what it is, and we're trying to put all these pieces together, and it's just not going to work. Like, no, they went to the playoffs with Mason Rudolph, and they went to the playoffs with Russell Wilson.
Yep.
So
they're my second cut right now behind the elite teams in the AFC.
Right.
They're not the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, but they're not in the rough either. We've got the British Open on here. Like, they're not in the fairway, but they're not in a dastardly fairway bunker or something. Yeah, they're in the first cut. And it might go really well. Who knows? I still think about, 11-6, 11-7, something like that. Win a playoff game and look at the 2026 draft, use some capital, move up, get your quarterback figured out. Is this team going to the Super Bowl? Probably not. But they're not winning 3 games.
Exactly.
That's the tenor around the conversation with this team sometimes. And I agree with you. It's because there's been so much success. People are spoiled around here.
Yes.
And that's an awesome problem to have. But, they don't stink.
No, they don't.
They don't stink.
First of all,
well, we got to take a quick break, so hold that thought. I'll let you. We'll get into that thought coming up next. We got to take a break. We went very, very long, so keep that thought, Callis. But first, you have a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers extend T.J. Watt 3 more years, $123 million on that deal, which is an annual $41 million a year salary. $1 more million per year than Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns is getting. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
A Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Baseball is back tonight following the All-Star break. Yeah, no more home run derbies or swing-offs. Time to see how much gas Cal Raleigh has left in the tank. Will the Blue Jays and Tigers hold on in the American League? Is Ohtani winning another MVP and a championship? It's baseball's time to shine. Before we get real NFL games, of course, I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
This is Pat Bostic. Every foundation poured, every beam placed, every mile of asphalt laid. P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group take pride in building Pittsburgh's future. Their work shapes our communities, leaving a lasting impact for generations. With passion, craftsmanship, and an unwavering commitment to excellence, they build more than structures. They build legacies. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Learn more at pjdick.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lighter than normal Friday morning rush continues. This report brought to you by Sam's Club. We do have a little bit of heavy traffic on that outbound Parkway East entering the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. You're jammed back to the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Inbound just heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and a little bit of heavy traffic on the inbound side of Route 28 approaching the East Ohio Street off-ramp. That's part of the detour for the closed ramp heading to the southbound Veterans Bridge. Parkway West is heavy right around the Banksville merge point. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Been Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson, Mackey, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callis, you had something to say before we ended the last segment. Do you remember what you were going to say?
Yeah, so Jason said that they're not winning 3 games, right? They're still kind of successful. They're not a horrible team. Part of me wishes, though, that they would win 3 games, maybe one season, and just we can stop pretending like all their off seasons have been spectacular off seasons, because even though they've made all these big splashes and they've tried to pretend like they don't need to rebuild, the bottom line is that they've finished the same way pretty much every one of these last several seasons.
But what does that do? What does that guarantee if you finish in the bottom barrel and you quote
get your
unquote
quarterback
rebuild?
in the future?
I mean, you could probably still do that this year.
Yeah, I know, but you could probably find a way to sculpt a better foundation, because right now the Steelers do not have a foundation.
Let's be honest. Honestly, Steeler fans wouldn't be able to handle that. They say they can, and a lot of them say, like, oh, well, maybe we should just be bad and, have Mason Rudolph be the quarterback.
No
and let's
way,
rebuild.
man.
They wouldn't be able to handle that. I'm surprised Penguin fans are handling it like that right now. I'm very surprised about that.
You'd be surprised, I think, for Steeler fans as well, then.
There's no way. People are freaking out about TJ Watt getting $41 million like they're giving him, like it's out of their bank account right now. You think they can handle three and what?
Dorn, I think they could, man. I think they could, and I think people would be out. The vitriol that exists toward Tomlin right now in this town. I think people would start celebrating, thinking, Mike Tomlin's got to go. Well, this is going to finally push Mike Tomlin out the door. Mike Tomlin's got to get fired.
If it meant Mike Tomlin went, okay, I can get on board with you.
You see what I'm saying?
But what if it doesn't? But what if he's here for the rebuild?
Then at least we can stop pretending like everything they're doing is working, because it's not working.
I don't think we're pretending that it's working, Callis.
We're living in purgatory. What are you talking about?
I'm going to drive you to Cleveland.
Exactly.
That's purgatory.
No,
this isn't purgatory.
Hey, no, that's perpetual terribleness, and that's no good.
What the hell's the difference between purgatory and perpetual?
Cleveland is hell. There's a difference. Purgatory's the middle ground. Cleveland is hell. Hell's the bad place. There is a difference.
Purgatory?
There's a huge difference. Right, purgatory gives you a little bit of hope, right? It gives you limited suffering. But we're still suffering.
Hope in purgatory.
What? You don't know the difference?
I think purgatory is pretty helpless, Callis, personally.
No, purgatory is the place, if we're getting religious, is the place that you get sent if you've done bad things in your life. People believe you go there, suffer for a little bit, but then eventually go to heaven. That's what purgatory is. Hell, you are banished there because you did terrible things on your time on earth.
And that's Cleveland.
Exactly. Cleveland is hell. Right now, the Steelers are in a purgatory.
All right. But is this really a purgatory, though?
Yes, because there's hope. You have hope. You're suffering with still that hope that there will eventually be something better for you.
Preach, Callis.
Man.
I mean.
Okay, so you'd rather be in hell then?
No, I would rather.
If you rebuild, that's where you're going to be.
I would rather risk hell to eventually get to heaven.
But you just said that if you're in purgatory, you can eventually get to heaven, so.
Right, but so far we're not. We're suffering. And you could take a better route to get to heaven. Cleveland has just been banished to hell. I mean, they're not going to win anything ever because they're them.
Father, if I may. How are you getting 3 wins? I mean, look at the schedule. Look at the roster.
I'm not
Where are you
saying-
getting 3 wins from?
I'm not saying they're going to win 3 games. I'm saying they've once again put themselves in a position where they very well still may finish with 9 or 10.
Okay.
And that's bad because they've already been doing that. We've already seen this movie. I want to see a new movie.
I think it's called Sister Act, isn't it?
Sister Act.
That was the first one I could think of.
Sister Act. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, listen. The Steelers give themselves a chance every year. I think people are underestimating how hard it is to win in the NFL. Like, I mean, that's a fact. And whether you want to believe it or not, people are underestimating how hard it is to play quarterback in the NFL, how hard it is to play, defensive end in the NFL. And if you are good, you should get paid. And that's what TJ Watt has embarked on. He got paid because he is very good and he's one of the best. It is very hard to win in the NFL. But if you give your team a chance every single year, which the Steelers have, then you have an opportunity to try to win. It's very hard, though. Like, it is extremely hard.
And yet different teams find a way to do it every season.
Like who? What's realistic different teams in the last 10 years? There's been really 1 team or 2 teams.
The Ravens have been up and down over time.
They haven't.
The Jacksonville Jaguars had a little stretch there where they were doing something.
I mean, it's literally the Chiefs and the Eagles.
The Detroit Lions.
What have they done?
Won like 2 games in 1 year, and now they're like crazy threat.
These teams that you're talking about won 2 more playoff games.
The Commanders have figured it
out.
Won
2 more playoff games than the Steelers. These teams that you're talking about.
The Lions and the Commanders almost went to the Super Bowl.
They won 2 more playoff games than the Steelers.
You guys understand, Doran does, Callis, what are the teams that you're talking about? What do they have? What's a consistent thread between all of them?
Yep. They have hope.
No. What do they have?
The NFC, which is a little weaker.
Callis!
Come on. I mean,
they have a quarterback. The Steelers have not done that. And again, that's not something, you can't do that all the time. No NFL franchise solves quarterback in perpetuity. And I don't think that's a religious term. I think it just sounds like one. They've gone 5 years without. That's a fair criticism. They haven't solved quarterback. They haven't gotten their guy of the future. They still need to do it. All of that stuff. Completely valid discussion. But we're wasting our time here until they have that guy. And right now, no. 2025 is not going to be that. Aaron Rodgers, you try to get as much production as possible. We're all in agreement that it's probably about 9, 10, 11 wins. And it points toward 2026. It doesn't mean they need 3 wins to get there. It just means they have to get that figured out. They have to get that guy right. And until they do that, we're not in a Ravens, a Bills, a Chiefs, a Lions discussion. We're just not.
Do you pay TJ Watt again? Let's say he's as productive as Doran predicts he is over the next 3 seasons.
Maybe.
Do you pay him again?
Maybe.
If you don't have your quarterback figured out by then?
I'm going to worry about 3 years down the road, 3 years down the road.
I get it, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because they're going to draft a quarterback, and it's assuming that quarterback that they draft is going to be productive for the 4 to 5 seasons.
That's where I think people are getting messed up too. Is thinking that because you would tank or have a 3-win season, or you're going to draft a first-round quarterback, that they're going to be good.
No, but there's no guarantee that guy's right.
But then we can stop.
That guy can be good at 17. He can be good at 4.
Right.
He can be bad at 17. He can be bad at 4.
Right.
They still have to get the right guy.
It's not just about the draft position as well. At least we can stop pretending like this team is actually going to do something different. Because every offseason.
Okay, so what if they do, though, this year?
They'll not stop talking, but they have yet to do it. Over the last 2 off seasons, I was critical of them until they went through their offseason and made the big splashes. And then I'm like, you know what? I'll give them a pass. I'm not giving them that big of a pass this year.
But
just because they signed TJ Watt to an extension, I'm not going to give them a pass here.
Right, but what about the boatload of compensatory picks here? I mean, those function as a move-up tool.
Yes.
I'm not saying that puts them up 1-1, but if they finish 17th, just to go with that, like they can get up to 10.
Yes.
They can get in the top 10 right now because of what they did in the offseason. It's a way to do both. Doesn't guarantee them taking the right quarterback. I'm just saying that their ultimate draft position that might come from a 10 or 11 win season, it doesn't have to stick because of the comp picks that Omar Khan picked up this offseason.
And that's great. And we'll see what results those end up yielding then when they make their picks. But right now they haven't, and I'm concerned.
Would you rather be the Steelers right now in quote-unquote purgatory, or would you rather be the Ravens right now, where you haven't even gotten to a Super Bowl, but you have invested so much money into your quarterback. He's been a 2-time MVP. You have one of the best running backs in the league. You get close every year, but you never get there. Where would you rather be?
You know what the difference is,
Ravens.
Though? Like, I would rather be the Ravens in this case because when they went through their playoff runs, you at least believed that they had a shot to get to the Super Bowl. You at least had belief that they would win in the playoffs. I know they didn't get there. Everybody's competing with the Chiefs now, which has unfortunately been the summary of the NFL in its entirety for the last 5 years. But you thought that they had a chance. That's why I'd rather be the Bills, too, because despite their lack of success in the playoffs, they've run into the Chiefs every year. But you believed in the games that they played that they could have beaten the Chiefs, and that's the point.
Because they have a quarterback, if there's a case, because they have one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Then I hope the Steelers get one, and I hope this all works out. But again, I'm skeptical.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We want to hear from you next, 412-928-9370. What's your thoughts on the TJ Watt extension? I want to hear all angles. Good, bad, ugly, whatever you got. Let's hear it. 412-928-9370. We're going to take your calls next, but first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game tonight. It's coming up at 6:40. The Chicago White Sox are going to come to town and play. You listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Adam Crowley.
Hey, it's Crowley. It's the summer. It's the weekend, and you need beer, and there's only one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. The best prices around, the best customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it's a beer superstore with over 1,000 beers in stock. You want craft beers? They got them. Local brews? Sure. Domestic. Whatever you want, they got it. Non-alcoholic. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little. Save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday Morning Rush continues to chug along. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now. Inbound Parkway West delays near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 heading for that off-ramp to East Ohio Street, part of the detour to access the southbound side of the Veterans Bridge. You're getting in line between the 31st Street Bridge and that off-ramp. Parkway East inbound delays just past the Forest Hills on-ramp to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai.
That's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just 1 day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
At jeepofpittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at jeepofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Thor Dickerson, Jason Mackey, Nicholas Harry Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. TJ Watt extended 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million per year, which is more than Myles Garrett. Jason, what do you think that they're telling us? Like, what do you think that this message is? And not just with TJ Watt. The TJ Watt kind of ties the bow on the present to put it underneath the tree to see how excited the kids are when they open it. But from DK Metcalf, to Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, trading Minkah Fitzpatrick, signing Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's not just moves that were made. They're pretty significant moves, whether they work out or not. They're very significant players that the Steelers have brought in. And, 3 of them they paid. Aaron Rodgers took a nice discount, which he did say on the Pat McAfee show before he signed. I didn't know if I believed him, but he was true to his word. He's like, I'd play for $10 million, and it's pretty much $10 million, which helps the Steelers out a lot. These are pretty significant moves. What are they trying to tell us?
You know what I think is interesting, Doran? They're not the same old Steelers with the same old stuff. Mm-hmm. And I was one of those after the season criticizing them for it, and I've tried to be honest and walk it back, or not walk it back, but, I mean, they've changed my mind. It is a group that I don't know how much they can change because of the state that they're in, and you need to have a quarterback and all these things, and guys develop and whatever. But they are doing things in a different way. There is urgency that has come through in their moves. I don't know how you can look at this offseason and say that's not the case. I think they've also moved in a way that shows they're looking now and down the road. I mentioned the compensatory picks the last segment. I really like those for the maneuverability that it will give them. So I see an organization that is not punting on this season. It's trying to put as many chips to the middle of the table as it can, but also with an eye to the future in a smart way. And I guess the last thing I'll say is I think it's how does Mike Tomlin not see the noise, hear the noise? He's frustrated, clearly. Like, nobody over there is having a real good time not winning a playoff game since 2016. It shows me that's resonating. They are taking as many steps as they possibly can without just magically having a quarterback drop from heaven or purgatory, as it were, as Callis might say. You can't just create that. But in the meantime, they've done basically everything else.
You know what? Something that has been said, but I think that, with this regime and with this outlook and this new kind of way that they're doing things, because it is different. It isn't the old Steelers way. Maybe the foundation is the Pittsburgh Steelers, but, the house is different. It looks different. It operates in a different way. They have done a good job, too, of getting rid of the alleged cancers of the team. Like over the past 3 years.
Yeah. I agree with that.
And bringing in and trying to supplement that too. Now, I know last year they wanted to get Brandon Ayuk, and I guess it was at the goal line. That didn't happen, but that's the price of ball, right? Like, you're not going to get everything you want. You can try, and I give them credit for trying. That's kind of where I sit. I was like, I give Omar Khan and this Pittsburgh Steelers organization credit for trying to get good players in here, but they've done a decent job, actually a really good job, of getting rid of the bad seeds.
Not even the bad, like, I don't even think cancer is the right word,
right,
Doran. Like, people that are not working toward the ultimate goal of what they're going for.
Yes.
People that are detrimental to the cause.
Yes.
Like, George Pickens became more of a nuisance than an elite receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've sort of been able to deduce that some of the communication issues on the back end of the secondary stem from Minkah Fitzpatrick. Maybe I'm making too much of a leap there, but that certainly seems like what it's been.
I agree.
And you're bringing in people, you're bringing in new blood, you're changing things around. Hopefully you're establishing sort of a new attitude, a new culture. It certainly doesn't feel samey. Anybody who says the Steelers are like the boring, same old, just trying the same crap over and over. Like, I understand the stuck in the middle criticism. That's valid until it's not. But, man, they're not boring.
No, they're not boring at all. And, I for one, I will give them credit for a lot of things. Like, I really do. And, with Deontay Johnson, you say George Pickens, Minkah Fitzpatrick, I mean, these are guys that weren't, like you just said, operating to get to that one goal, and that is, that same mindset that they're trying to build there with that culture. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. This is it is very interesting that TJ Watt operated the way he did, and he was kind of ghosted. He kind of ghosted everybody, and not hearing from him at all, and him missing minicamp. Like, people are making, and even Callis, earlier was making a big deal about minicamp. And I said yesterday, I was like, listen, I don't expect him to report to training camp if they don't have a deal done. Like, I didn't expect him to report unless this happened.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that they were pretty far apart. Clearly that they...
I thought we might see a hold-in.
I didn't even think he was going to show up, man.
Really?
I really didn't. Because to me, what was the point of missing minicamp if you're just going to show up at training camp?
If you hold in.
Yeah.
Don't you protect yourself against some pretty hefty fines by at least being there and running off to the side?
I'd look at it like this. If I got what I wanted at the end of the day, that $2.5 million fine that I'd receive in preseason is nothing. Yep. It's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just context that we don't know.
Yeah.
Those are internal negotiations, a feel for things. You know what, Dorn? Maybe I'm naive in thinking this. I do not care.
Right.
That's his business.
Right.
You want to put a picture on Instagram, you want to do this, I show up to minicamp, don't show up to minicamp. TJ Watt's on-field ability, it's the least of my concerns right now with the Steelers.
Yes.
Like, if he's under contract, and we had every reason to believe that he is, do I need to see TJ Watt and Latrobe to feel better about something?
I don't.
Like, really need to see him on the old backs on backers, or how's TJ Watt looking on rushing off the left side? Who cares?
Right.
If he's healthy, he's fine.
Traffic brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Does TJ Watt need to be used differently?
Yes.
Like, that's probably I bet you that was a part of the negotiation process. I'm not saying that like made them, financially come to terms, but I'm sure TJ Watt was like, how am I going to be used moving forward?
I think that's a fascinating question with the Steelers because, one, it's not just TJ Watt. Like, where does Jack Sawyer fit into this? Where does Nick Herbig fit into this? Where does Alex Highsmith fit into this? I don't want TJ Watt in some, I don't know if this is the right word, static spot. Mm-hmm. What's the spot for, like, you're not moving?
Stagnant,
like, predict. I didn't know whether static was like bouncing around. I should know this, being the writer.
Stagnant, maybe?
Stagnant, yeah. I should know this better. But anyway, like, I want TJ Watt moving around the formation, and I also want the Steelers to kind of freely substitute and keep some fresh pass rushers and get some new guys involved because I think they have the personnel to do it.
They have the depth to do it for sure. And, now this helps out so many other players. This helps out Joey Porter Jr. This helps out the back end. This helps out Jalen Ramsey. But I think it just comes down to, are they going to be able to utilize the weapons correctly? Are they going to be able to utilize the skill sets correctly? Now that the TJ Watt is reporting to training camp, he's ready to go. Are they going to use TJ Watt in different ways? Are they going to utilize Jalen Ramsey in different ways? Or is he just going to be just in one place? Are they going to utilize Peyton Wilson correctly? Or is he just going to be in one place and do one thing and have one responsibility? Like, you have so many toys now to play with, you got to utilize it. Like, that's kind of the next level of
offensively and defensively.
Offensively and defensively. Now it comes down to the coaching. And how are you going to utilize the $176 million defense, I guess? I think that's the number.
Buddy.
How are you going to utilize that and make sure that it's the number one defense in the league, or number two, or number three?
I thought the Steelers' defense underperformed last year, not just stopping the run down the stretch. That became a pretty significant point of conversation. Something we're forgetting about is the lack of pass rush. Their sack total, I think, was their lowest since 2016, something like that. And it started out good. I didn't like the way it finished. I think some of it was Watt involved. I don't think he was healthy down the stretch. But that's what I'm saying. Like, more pressure on the quarterback. I want to see more secondary blitzes. I don't know if that's where Jalen Ramsey comes in, not necessarily his greatest skill set, but get a little bit more creative. If you've got a safety that's, playing a little bit more, maybe that's Juan Thornhill, bring Deshaun Elliott.
Yes.
I don't know. I like the way you put it with using a bunch of different toys, and that's kind of what Terrell Austin needs to do. Try some things. Don't be predictable.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, a high of 79, low of 68, 50% chance of rain. Coming up next, Chris Carter. He joins the show. We'll get his takes on T.J. Watt. 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million a year, $1 million more than Myles Garrett. We'll talk to Chris Carter next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they have a game tonight at 6:40 against the Chicago White Sox. This is the first game they're going to play post-All-Star break. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Adam Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry Callis. It is Crowley here for Window Nation. You've been looking into replacing your windows. I know it's overwhelming out there. All kinds of options. But Window Nation makes it easy. From the moment you reach out, you'll work directly with local experts who are proud to call Pittsburgh their home too. And with one-day installation, your home will stay cool and comfortable through the rest of the summer and nice and cozy and warm through the winter too. And right now, you can take advantage of Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Get 50% off all window styles, 50% off, plus 0% interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. Now, I'm a procrastinator. I would urge you to get on this deal right now. You get top quality windows from local experts, and you get 50% off all window styles now. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See the look for details on all offers.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Let's go black and gold. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid Nero Gas and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51 with traffic light delays at all the major intersections between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway West inbound jammed at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Wilkinsburg. Outbound stacking between the Bend at Bates and the Greenfield Bridge overpass. While Route 28, that is stacking from the 31st Street Bridge down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Thornton Dickerson here with you. Jason Mackey as well. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. And joining us right now is our guy, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. Good morning, Chris. How was your wedding? And congratulations.
Chris!
You got us, Chris?
That's not good. Hold on, I'll get to him.
He showed up on the screen.
Yeah, he can't hear us, though, it seems.
Oh, he can't hear? Oh, that's great. Awesome. That's exactly how we wanted to start this segment, Callis. Great job.
Especially ask the poor guy about his wedding.
I know. We got him back yet?
Sounds like he's ghosting us about this.
Goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you know, TJ Watt gets signed or he gets extended and everything goes to hell.
Callis is back there in purgatory.
Yes, he is.
I'm still beating myself up over that. And I Googled it, too. He's right. Callis won.
We got him, Callis.
All
right, Chris, you got us?
I got you.
All right. Good morning, Chris.
There he is.
How you doing? It's great to have you. Good. How was your wedding? And congratulations as well.
Thank you very much. It was amazing. I married the love of my life. We've been dating since we were high school sweethearts. We're true Pittsburghers to the end, and it was a wonderful wedding. The people at the Sheraton in Station Square did an amazing job. Shout out Wonderlust Wedding Events and our wedding planner, Renee. They did an amazing job making sure we wanted for nothing and did not stress at all. And all of our vendors did a wonderful DJ Mikey B over at Loyalty. They all did a fantastic job. Us and our families had a fantastic weekend. So shout out to everyone to help make that happen.
That's awesome. That's awesome
Good
to
stuff,
hear.
man.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Congratulations. Big news yesterday, as you know, TJ Watt signs a 3-year extension 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million a season. More than Myles Garrett. Your initial thoughts, Chris, whenever this news broke?
About time. I thought that this move was always going to happen. I know there was a lot of drama. Oh, should they trade him? Oh, should they not pay? They're paying the best defensive player in football, and that's who T.J. Watt still is in my mind. And I know some people say, oh, well, he only had 11 and a half sacks last year. He's washed. He's done. He's cooked. Get him out of here. Who are the two biggest names at outside linebacker in, like, recent history, if you were to think of the two best outside linebackers in the last, 20 years? Who would you guys say?
For the Steelers or in the NFL?
Yeah, for the Steelers.
Yeah, James Harrison.
Watt, James Harrison?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
So before TJ, I would say James Harrison and Joey Porter.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many seasons either of them had 11 and a half sacks or more? Each of them only have had in their careers one season where they had 11 and a half sacks and more. So TJ is so elite that his one down year when he has 11 and a half sacks is considered, he's done. He's cooked. Get him out of here. When the two guys that define the outside linebacker position in my adulthood, Joey Porter for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Joey Porter, who was a big part of winning Super Bowl 40, James Harrison, who at that point I was like, hey, that's the best outside linebacker 3-4 edge rusher this team's ever seen. He dwarfs what they do statistically. And that's where I look at T.J. Watt and I say, you still got to pay this man. And Doran, you were on it with the way you've been reacting to it. I get this. Some people say $41 million. That just seems like a lot of money. It is a lower percentage of the salary cap.
Yes.
$28.5 million per year that he got in his first extension back in 2021. This is not some obscene number. This is just what the current salary cap is today, because the salary cap has risen by almost $100 million since 4 years ago because of the 17th game they've tacked on and all the extra money the NFL is making.
I agree with you, Chris. I think Doran and I are both in agreement on this deal. I think one thing that's fair to look at it, though, and talk about T.J. Watt and say, I want to see more production overall from the Steelers defense. Not T.J. Watt individually. But, I mean, how did they get more than the 11 and a half sacks? How do they improve the pass rush? I'm guessing some of that might have to do with moving T.J. Watt around a little bit.
A little bit is T.J. Watt moving around, but I think a lot of it is also getting better at stuffing the run, especially on early downs. The Steelers, and I talked about this a little bit on Locked On Steelers yesterday with our live stream, but the Steelers blitzed about 25.9% of the time last year. That's not a really low number, but it's low for what they had been known for under Keith Butler and Dick LeBeau's days. They kind of have been lessening on the blitz packages with Terrell Austin, and that's the thing I think they have to dial up. But to dial up the blitz packages, you need to force more 3rd and longs, more 3rd and 8s, more 3rd and 9s, so that you can say, hey, we're going to get aggressive. We're going to send Patrick Queen from this side. We're going to send our slot corner from that side. We're going to send Peyton Wilson from this side. And so if teams are triple teaming T.J. Watt, which they often do, that they're going to end up paying for it, because there's going to be a free and fast rusher coming at the quarterback. And when you keep doing that, eventually they're going to say, hey, we can't let free and fast guys get through. We're going to have to hope that someone wins with TJ one-on-one, or we don't put as much time and investing into it. And I think that's part of what the Jalen Ramsey trade does, because Jalen Ramsey, instead of Minkah Fitzpatrick, as good as Minkah Fitzpatrick was for the Steelers and as great as he was at limiting the deep ball, you look at what teams have been doing to the Pittsburgh Steelers to slow down T.J. Watt. They were hitting them with the quick passes. They're saying, hey, you know what? Their cornerback position is not their strength. We're going to hit them with so many quick passes to our receivers underneath that is going to make it so that his pass rush time is so limited, and we're going to keep double teaming him, triple teaming him, so that he can't get to the quarterback in time. But with Jalen Ramsey now, and Darius Slay and Joey Porter Jr., now you have a trio of cornerbacks that you can say, hey, you know what? Go ahead and throw it quick to these guys. They're going to jam up your receivers. We're going to be more confident in this being a harder time for you, hoping that the quarterback holds on to the ball a little bit more. The quarterback holds on to the ball a little bit more. The pass rush has more time to get there. I think that that's part of the formula, but also that has to be with it. They have to stop the run. That's why I think they got Derek Harmon. I think that's why they got Y.A. Black. I think that's why they signed Dan Aquale. They want the interior with Cam Hayward to be more solidified, and they want the linebackers to be more free-flowing to stuff the run. If those things happen, I think the blitz will be dialed up more, and I think you'll see those numbers for T.J. Watt go up as well.
Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast. Chris, do you think that the Steelers did bad business by not getting out ahead of this contract situation initially? Do you think they should have got out ahead of Myles Garrett, maybe potentially getting signed and signed TJ maybe in early March?
It would have helped, right? I think that if you're the Steelers, maybe you didn't see this as that much of a priority. It could have gotten the number lower. You would have been under what Myles Garrett signed. But there's also the chance that TJ's agent was like, "Nah, we see where the trends are going," and like we're saying now. Even back then, I wasn't thinking in the ways of like, okay, I didn't see what the salary cap was set at, right? When I looked at what Myles Garrett signed, my first reaction was, that's a lot of money. And then I looked at their salary cap, and I was like, oh, wait, no, that's just basically the going rate for what edge rushers go when you think proportionally between how much percentage of a salary cap a player gets paid. That's what people need to look at, not raw numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And again, when you look at even the $41 million that TJ is making, that is a slightly smaller, but a smaller percentage than when he got paid $28.5 million 4 years ago. Same thing for Myles Garrett. His contract is around the same rate. So I think that's the thing here, is that people need to understand that's the going rate. So the Steelers could have gotten out in front of it, and maybe it would have been 39, 40, but go look at Max Crosby's contract, right? The prices just go up because these agents, they know the money, they know how the salary cap works. I think the Steelers still would have paid TJ around the same, maybe just $2 million a year less or something like that. So I don't think it would have made a big deal, but maybe you could have just avoided adding the cherry on top that they did.
I like the length of contract, Chris. I like the fact that they didn't go 5 years. I thought it was pretty reasonable for both sides. Like, TJ's obviously getting paid. He's getting guaranteed money, what he deserves. But the Steelers aren't hamstringing themselves. They've given themselves flexibility on the back half of this deal. Curious what you think about that. And also, I mean, what else did the Steelers need to do this offseason? Safety, wide receiver, like where they're probably not done, I would imagine. Where does your head go?
So first, I agree. I thought that the length was perfect. I thought 3 years tacked on to his current year that's left on his contract. That's exactly what you wanted. The way I look at it is that, like, we're all presuming, right, that the Steelers are going to draft their quarterback of the future this year, and if they hit on it right, they're going to want to pay that guy big bucks down the line. By the time that guy's contract comes around, Cam Hayward and TJ Watt most likely have retired from the NFL. So they can spend right now on keeping the players that they find central to their organization, not just as far as player-wise, but as far as leadership-wise. And I kept telling people when they were like, oh, Chris, I don't know if this is going to happen. When I talked to Nick Herbig, when I talked to Alex Highsmith, when I talked to their position coach, Denzel Martin, all of them are like, TJ's coming, guys. Like, we're not sweating that he's not here right now. And also the notion of him missing minicamp being this huge deal that destroys the team. I know that some people were really riled up about this. I think that then this is pure speculation on my point, but when TJ Watt got to go be an uncle for the first time, if you could have seen the joy in the pictures and the times that he talked about it and how happy he was, he had a kid, his first kid, in mid-March. I fully believe that part of the TJ was like, hey man, I'm okay skipping this stuff because I want to be a dad before I have to disappear for 6 months, in the early formative months of my newborn kids. So I think that might have played a role into it, as well as him not showing up and knowing that, hey, we're going to get a deal done. I don't think that the sides were as far apart as some people made it out to be. I think TJ Watt wanted to be a dad. He knew he was getting his deal done. There were times Troy Polamalu didn't show up for things in the spring. And TJ Watt is that kind of a player. He's that good that you can be like, all right, show up in camp and we'll get to work. Now, to your point, Jason, about adding other people, yes, I do think they need to add a free safety. I really like Julian Blackman, the former Colts safety. He's about 27-ish years old, I believe. And I think he's a guy that can play on the back end and be solid. Won't be a game changer, but you're saying, hey, you're putting all your money up front in the cornerback position, so you're going to have to lighten up in the safety position. But I think he would be a good mix with what they have with Deshaun Elliott and Juan Thornhill. Wide receiver 2 is going to be tricky, though. I do think it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure that the Niners are coming off Jawan Jennings so easily. I'm not sure that other teams are just going to willingly give up their wide receivers. But Omar Khan's playing the game right now that you got to play. You got to be patient. You got to wait. You got to see who gets upset with their team in a couple weeks here or a month here when training camp's starting to wind down and they're realizing, hey, they are not paying me. You know what? I want to trade. I want to get out of here. And then you kind of see what deals you can get off of that. But don't jump at something just to jump at something, because the biggest thing here the Steelers realize is that the thing that they're saving up for is that quarterback move in 2026 in the draft. I think they're saving up for that, and they're saving up to be flexible to not only make that move, but make other moves around it so that they can start to maximize that being their next real Super Bowl window.
Chris, you're the man. Thank you so much. Good stuff, man.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
There he goes. Chris Carter with the Post-Gazette. A lot of good stuff there from Chris. We'll react. And also, TJ Watt is now the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Who's behind him? A lot of big names. And does it look like it's worth it? I know that Jason and I feel that it is, but some people don't. We'll talk about that next, but first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Right now, the Open still going on. Brian Harman has taken over for first place. He is 7 under. He's 5 under in this second round. This Open update from Ireland is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley.
Hey, it's Crowley. It's summer. It's hot. It's the weekend. And that means it's porch beer drinking season. And you need beer. And the best place to go for all your beer needs is Hampton Beer Outlet. They get the best prices, the best customer service, and, oh yeah, the best selection anywhere. Over 1,000 beers in stock, craft beers, local beers, domestics, whatever you want for your summertime fix, they've got it at Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The WNBA All-Star Game is tomorrow, and the three-point contest is tonight. Missing during the festivities in Indianapolis? Caitlin Clark. She's out with another groin injury. Come on, she was the marquee name in her home city. I was going to tune in just for her, even though she's been in a shooting slump. WNBA players, stop killing the golden goose. Lighten up on the fouls, just a little bit. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Listen, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. This July, turn up that heat on your bathroom makeover with a customized glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Whether you're upgrading for style or function, their sleek, made-to-measure glass doors bring a spa-like feel to any space. Fast installation and flawless finishes. Ask your contractor or call Boulevard Glass and Metal directly, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-297-7049. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-297-7049. 800-297-7049. 800-297-7049.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I could trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound before the lane restrictions near the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. You have delays all the way back between Bate Street and the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Parkway West inbound jamming at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound fairly steady heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Route 28 delays approaching the 31st Street Bridge down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jason Mackey, Thorne Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Cowles behind the glass. Cowles, are you calmed down? Actually, how are you doing? I like to check in with you. How are you doing? Are you calmed down? Are you still on the stance of you don't like how this business has operated?
I've never been not calm about this. Well, no, that's not true. I was a little bit loud before. No, I'm going to stay firm in my stance. I believe what I believe. I feel how I feel.
And I've interrupted your eating break there, haven't I?
Yeah, cereal.
Cereal. Dry cereal. What is it? Is it the same or is it different?
Sometimes I have the mixed berry cereal flavor, but no, it's another chocolate day today. Cocoa.
Nice. Mixed berry.
Cocoa Puffs?
No, it's just low sugar cereal that I'm on with a Wake of 180.
All right. Very nice.
It's very good.
Good.
Jason, we kind of knew and had an intuition that this was going to get done at some point.
Sure.
I feel like that there was, there's thoughts that were put out there that maybe TJ Watt could be traded. Obviously, there's people who talked about that, and you got to think of all angles whenever there's a situation like this brewing with TJ Watt holding out. But I think that most of us knew that there was going to be a point where TJ Watt signed on the dotted line. Now that it is concrete, he has signed, and this roster is somewhat set. Now, we still can talk about, are they going to get another safety, another receiver? But with the way the roster is set now, with TJ Watt reporting to training camp, does that change your outlook at all on what they can do this season?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, I expected TJ Watt to be a Steeler come week 1. I didn't expect it to go down like this, Doran. I thought we'd have a storyline next week in Latrobe, whether he was there, whether he wasn't there, whether he was holding out, holding in. I expected this to kind of go down to the wire, but I did expect it to get done. So I still think this team is probably top end 11 wins. I think that it does have some flaws. I don't think the Steelers are a bad team. I don't think they're an elite team. I think there are areas that we can talk about that need to improve. I think they will improve. I think the defense will be better. Is this an offense that's going to be, top 5? No. I don't think I'm breaking any news there. But I do think there are some challenges when it comes to depth, bringing young players along, whatever. And again, I'm not presenting that as I think that everything is terrible. I just think that, it's a roster in transition that is going to need its eventual quarterback, is going to need some eventual pieces. It's going to need guys to step up and grasp larger roles. What happens to Calvin Austin III? What happens to Roman Wilson? Is Derek Harmon ready to contribute right away? Is Joey Porter Jr., a star or just a guy? I don't know. How does Jalen Ramsey get used? I mean, there's a bunch of stuff underneath that umbrella, but I can't say that I look at the Steelers any way differently than I did 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you kind of just knew that it was going to get done, but now, I can look at it a little bit differently because for one reason. For TJ's absence, I think that for a guy like Jack Sawyer, for a guy like Derek Harmon, even Nick Herbig, who was pictured working out with him, I think that they're going to benefit a little bit more.
How about TJ's arms, by the way? I mean, as you referenced that picture.
Yeah.
My man's been doing some upper body stuff this offseason.
Well, I mean, Mueller put it out yesterday. How can a guy that hasn't been healthy the last 2 seasons, I'm paraphrasing, how can a guy that hasn't been somewhat healthy the last 2 seasons, have productive seasons whenever he's in his, low 30s? And I responded, he's going to change the way he trains. And just looking at that picture, I guarantee he changed the way he trained this year to try to protect. And you can't do the same things at 31 that you did at 22.
Right.
That's any athlete. I mean, I'm sure Sidney Crosby tries to train the same way that he did whenever he was 20. But I'm sure that there's things that he knows that he needs to do in order to stay at the level that he's at now that he's 38 years old. Like, it's just every top-tier athlete knows how to transform into training that way.
Well, and I mean, okay, let's take this a little bit further, just beyond football. Like, does Paul Skeens not try to get better every year? Like, he's an elite pitcher. Look at him this year. He's throwing more pitches, dialing it back a little bit, trying to pitch deeper into games. Sidney Crosby, every year of his career, has evolved. Ben Roethlisberger did the same. TJ Watt has done the same. Like, a lot of the bet that the Steelers made with TJ Watt is betting on his makeup, is betting on him to figure it out, to be a productive player. And, yeah, I'm going to make that bet. I'm going to make that bet 100 times out of 100. And it goes back to the same thing that we've been saying about this deal. Do I want to make that bet in a stupid way? That I'm doing it for 5 years and I'm just like betting against Father Time? No, absolutely not. But am I going to bet on TJ Watt being a more productive player in 2025? Yes, I'm going to.
Yes.
I'll make that bet every time.
Right. Here's a list of the top non-paid quarterbacks, and T.J. Watt is at the top of this list as we sit here today. I'm sure that list will change in the next 3 weeks with Micah Parsons and maybe even Trey Hendrickson needing contracts. But tell me where T.J. Watt ranks on this list real quick as importance to their respective team. Okay, CeeDee Lamb, $34 million. Nick Bosa, $34 million. Justin Jefferson, $35 million. Max Crosby, $35.5 million. Danielle Hunter, $35.6 million. Myles Garrett, $40 million. Jamar Chase, $40.25 million. And T.J. Watt, $41 million. Where does he rank on that list as importance to the respective football team?
Thinking about it for a second. I mean, Jamar Chase is up there for me, but you also have T. Higgins. And you also have a flawed Bengals roster with an insufficient defense. You can maybe flip that and say T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, insufficient offense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at the Browns as a team with legitimate aspirations to do anything. So if I remove him, whatever. Max Crosby's kind of in that same conversation for me. Justin Jefferson, there's some backfill there that he's not counted on to be the guy. I mean, I'm trying to not just deliver a homer take here, Doran, but I don't see how it's not T.J. Watt at the top of that list based on how much he can change the game if he's right, if he's healthy. I think we're kind of forgetting what the truly disruptive version of T.J. Watt can be. And if the Steelers get that, that solves a lot of their problems from this past season. I don't care if it costs $41 million a year. People aren't going to be screaming about the price tag in September, October, November if he's taking the ball away, if he's coming up with a key sack in a key situation, if he's creating a turnover in the red zone, stuff like that. Like, that's what you're getting out of this. And yes, no offense to Alex Highsmith, he's not T.J. Watt.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure we can go through those names again. I'm pretty sure I'm putting T.J. Watt number one. What about you?
Yeah, one or two. I think Jamar Chase is very significant to what the Bengals want to do. But T.J. Watt is right there. Just looking at the record, whenever he's not playing for the Steelers, whenever he is injured or he is out of the game, they only have one win whenever he doesn't start a Steeler game. So he's very significant to what they want to do on defense and how they want to operate. We're going to take a quick transition here. Noah Hiles has joined us a little bit early, so we're just going to run through. Noah, how you doing this morning? I know that you saw the T.J. Watt news, but you're here to talk some Pirates. But how you doing this morning?
I'm well, guys. How are you?
Pretty good.
Morning, buddy.
Pretty good.
Morning.
What's that hat?
I got the Minnesota Gophers.
Ah, all right.
I have a bit with these guys. Every time I come on, I try to wear a different hat.
Yeah.
Except for last week, you didn't wear a hat.
Last week, I did not wear a hat.
You did not. But you
I had to have my hair looking good for Carter's wedding.
That is true. You did say that. That is true. I'll give you that credit. You were at the All-Star events. You were at the Home Run Derby, the All-Star game. I want to get Mackey's thoughts on this too. The swing off. What is your take on the swing off? The extra innings type of deal that happened in the All-Star game. What is your take on it?
Loved it. I mean, the All-Star game is not a real baseball game. It's an exhibition. It's an exhibition. It's a showcase of talent. And there's nothing more entertaining in baseball than meaningful home runs. And you set yourself up to have a whole bunch of them if the score is tied after 9 innings in that game. I thought it was awesome. I thought the crowd loved it. My favorite takeaway was seeing how into it the players were and the coaches, especially, I mean, while Kyle Schwarber was going off, looking at the other sideline and seeing, or the other dugout, I should say, and seeing the American League reacting to a guy who is kicking the snot out of them was just fun to watch. I'm 100% for it. For only the All-Star game, though. It should not be a way regular season games are determined.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree. I love the entertainment value for the All-Star game, just as long as it's not in an actual game. I'm good with it. Noah, let me ask you about O'Neal Cruz. Home run derby, dominates, goes 5-13. I thought it was a really good experience from him. But what do you think he took away from that, and will that feed into his second half? Like, do you think O'Neal Cruz maybe saw a little bit of what he can be and can use it for good?
I think if he took away anything, it was O'Neal Cruz needed a little bit of a reason to smile. It hasn't been a fun last couple of months for him. And sometimes, I mean, I think this applies to any realm of life. Sometimes when you remind yourself, hey, you know what? I actually enjoy what I'm doing. It's been tough as of late, but I am good at this. I do like it, and I needed this reminder. Sometimes life gets a little easier after that. So maybe that's the big takeaway that can come from this for O'Neal Cruz, who's had, a really rough June, who's had not the best July so far. He got a lot of compliments. He got a lot of reasons to feel confident and to remind himself that, hey, you do some things in this game very well. And if you can just really lock in on those areas, you could still provide a lot of value to a baseball team.
Fantex Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. No, do you know if it was true or not that Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge left the All-Star game early and were on a flight home before the game ended?
Yeah, I mean, that's not just for them. I mean, Paul was gone by probably the fifth inning as well. That's when you're covering the game, and Jason can attest to this, after the second inning in the press box, there's a consistent stream of announcements.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt.
Speaking now in the hallway is National League starting third baseman Manny Machado. Paul Skeens will be available to speak to media in 10 minutes outside the hallway. Freddie Freeman, all of these guys typically leave early. And I understand why. The whole league gets a 4-day break aside from them. And in some cases, they're doing more things than they would during a normal 4-game series. They're playing less baseball, but they're doing more media. They're interacting with fans more. They're traveling more. Some of them fly out 30 to 40 family members, and there's a lot of energy that goes into that. So guys are ready to get the heck out of there after they're removed from the All-Star game. They're done, and I understand why.
Yeah, I mean, max, you get Wednesday and Thursday. Like the Pirates had a workout last night. I don't think Paul Skeens was there. I don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, you get a very small slip. And that's the one complicating factor with the swing off. Like, you're going to have this, but you can only have it with guys that have been designated to participate, who are willing to do it. So you're not going to have Ohtani or Judge, guys who started and guys who are a big deal.
The only way you do get guys like that, Jason, I think, is if the All-Star game is located in a city where they play.
Right.
Like, if it's in L.A., and they already live in Los Angeles, Shohei might be around. Or if it's in New York, or next year, if it's in Philly and Harper were to start the game, he still might be around for the 9th inning where they can have him suit back up. Or, I'm sure he wouldn't shower if he's going to stay around for the whole game or whatever. But you would have more availability there. But, yeah, that's just the reality of the All-Star game. Guys aren't going to stay around for the full 9 innings.
Noah, we thank you. Thanks for taking the time. Good seeing you this morning. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely, fellas.
Good
Thanks
job.
for having me on.
Thank you, Noah. There he goes, Noah House, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Coming up next, Coldplay. But first, a hairy headline.
Oh, no.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a game tonight at 6:40 against the Chicago White Sox, their first series since the All-Star break ended. And it'll be a 3-game weekend series for the Buccos and the White Sox. Yeah, our coverage on the Fan, it begins at 5:45. That coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Harry Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickles, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rosberg crew still on the scene of an earlier accident, now in the final stages of clearing at the intersection of Richland Avenue and 5th Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway East inbound delays are at Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound, you're jammed at the bend at Bates. Route 28 inbound, slow approaching the 31st Street Bridge, then jammed approaching that East Ohio Street off-ramp. Parkway West, you are in line between Parkway Center and the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers. When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always. Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dickerson, Mackey, Cal's here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Coming up next, Mike Golick Jr. Talking some college football, some TJ Watt. He joins the show. Jason, did you see the story that's making its way around the social medias and the internet?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that, Doran.
Yeah, there's a couple stories that are going on right now, but this one kind of piqued a lot of people's attention. CEO of Astronomer, I guess it's like a tech company, caught on the Jumbotron having an affair with the head of HR at his company, the same company, Astronomer, the head of HR, while a newly promoted HR employee was there as well. Not a good look, and it was at a Coldplay concert. They were shown on the Jumbotron holding each other, and the CEO ducks and crawls out, and the head of HR, kind of turns her shoulders, and they didn't want to be seen. My thing is with this, I'm sure that we've all seen the story by now. This is all, I guess, alleged. I don't know if it's really come out that this is all true, but I'm pretty sure that it probably could be true. This is all at a Coldplay concert.
He put out a
I heard that was
statement.
fake. I heard that was fake.
Oh, really?
I heard it was fake.
Okay.
I don't know. My thing is that, whether it's the HR employee that just got promoted, them being in on it, them knowing that there's this affair going on, that's one thing. And the affair, and I guess allegedly the wife of the CEO changed her name on Facebook. Her last name is not the same, Byron. Jeez. And now it's back to her maiden name. There's all kinds of stuff going on about this. But my thing about this whole situation is that the camera crew that panned the audience and found these two and kept the camera on those two, knowing that probably there was a situation brewing by the reaction, the camera crew needs a giant raise. They need a giant raise because this, in my opinion, is going to shoot Coldplay through the roof for the first time since like 1998. Now, I know Coldplay has put out some, songs since 1998. In 1997, I think that's whenever they, formed their group, formed their band. And I remember being young and hearing Coldplay, and I think that was their prime. Now that this situation has happened during a Coldplay concert, there has been more people in the history of Coldplay that's been talking about Coldplay in a long time.
Yeah, but you're associated with that. You're associated with adultery.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
There's no such thing as bad publicity.
I mean, listen, if it's going to drive up ticket sales, I guarantee their next concert is probably sold out. If it already wasn't, I guarantee people are going to be clamoring for tickets now. Coldplay is as big as it's ever been since you were in high school.
Look, Look, if you're trying to hang out with your professional side piece, Coldplay is the band for you, my friend. The minute I thought of that, are you a Seinfeld guy?
Yes, I wasn't growing up, but I have been in the last year. I've watched probably every episode.
I thought of Costanza, said, should I not have done that? Was that wrong? If anybody would have said that sort of thing was frowned upon, I mean, sort of what I thought there, the inter-office relationship.
Yeah, no good.
I listened to the audio of it as well, and it was very funny. The Coldplay guy was like, when they started hiding, he was like, well, they're either having an affair or they're just really shy. And
he said something on stage?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know
because he
that.
pointed them out, and that's why the camera went on them.
Oh.
And it stayed there.
And he ducked, and she was just all flustered. And that's what the guy said. Oh, they're either having an affair or they're just really shy. And everybody started laughing. But then you find out that's not his wife.
Yeah.
So
nobody's that shy.
Man.
Nobody's that shy.
Man. 50-minute mark on a fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I mean, to have the Stones to even go to a concert to do such a thing and to think that you wouldn't be recognized just in general is insane.
I know.
Just insane. That's abuse of power. Oh yeah, I'm invincible. That's probably the mindset. It's I'm invincible and nobody's gonna see me, nobody's gonna say anything. And then you just boom, right there on the Jumbotron.
Yeah. Not good. You know what he looks like? Pen Holderness.
Pen Holderness.
That's what I thought it was at first.
Pen Holderness.
You knew who Pen Holderness is?
No.
The Holderness family, they did the Christmas jammies.
Oh my God. It does look
they were on what was it? The Great Race, the Big Race,
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
And
yes.
My kids watch their YouTube videos. Tremendously annoying. But that's who I thought it was. I'm like, oh, that's weird. No, wait, no, he's some tech company CEO.
I mean, the ramifications of it. I mean, it's funny, but at the same time, it's it's not that funny. But you put yourself in this situation, Mr. Byron.
I don't have any sympathy. Don't cheat on your wife.
Yeah, I don't have sympathy at all. I mean,
don't be a dirtbag.
He's gonna lose a lot of money.
Who cares?
Which I'm sure that he
Good.
makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, just absolute dirtbag in public. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Insane.
Who knows what your wife is doing at home, but you're sick. And I saw the statement, whether it's real or not, turned my stomach.
Yes.
He's like, I ask for your privacy in this time of reflection or something like that. Shut up.
Yeah. You really think you're going to
get concert cheating on your wife?
You really think you're going to get
didn't lose
privacy?
a family member. Nobody's diseased. Right. You were just unfaithful to your wife. Shut up.
Do you like Coldplay?
No.
Did you ever like Coldplay?
No.
Why?
It's just not my bag. I don't know.
Callis, you said that they're they're a staple, right? Is that what you said earlier?
No, you said they were a staple.
No, I didn't say they were a staple. I said that they had their peak in the late 90s, and they've really kind of fallen off.
I didn't use that term, but yes, I was making that argument. Yeah, they've been around for a while. They've made a lot of great music. I really like them. And, they've been writing music even still. They were doing stuff through the late 2010s, early 2020s. So, yeah.
What is astronomer, by the way?
I don't know. I thought he was actually a astronomer. I was like,
that's
oh,
good.
Man, this guy, wow. He's going to space. Stuff like that. Then I was like, oh, wait, it's a tech company. I think it's a tech company. I don't know.
I don't know what it does. I don't care what it does. I'm not going to use it.
Oh, people are wild. And then yesterday we talked about the Annabelle doll. Did you see that?
No, what's that? Annabelle?
Have you ever seen the movie Annabelle?
No.
With the possessed doll?
No.
Well, there's a real doll, and a guy that was touring made the decision to take the doll out of its little I guess cage, if you will.
Okay.
So this doll's been around since 1968, and there's a lot of bad stuff that happens, catastrophes that happens around this doll, and they made a movie about it. So this guy who's, wanted to tour with the doll so he could showcase it ends up dying a couple days ago. And this doll is possessed.
Catching up to speed as you talk, Doran.
This doll's possessed.
Well, that's freaky.
Yeah. I just don't understand why people have to mess with that stuff.
I know.
It's obviously has done bad things before. Why do you think that you're safe? You're not, clearly. It's very odd to me that people want to go messing around with stuff they shouldn't be messing around with, right, Callis?
I'm with you.
Like you, whenever you're ghost hunting.
I didn't mess with spirits, though. We wanted to see if there were spirits there, and I believe there were.
You did mess with spirits. Didn't you read something that opened up a realm of spirits?
No. I was told that was the story. That's why I didn't do it. I was just in the room with the pages. I didn't actually read the pages out loud. I didn't even look at the words.
So somebody is touring? What kind of tour is this?
I don't know. I didn't really go that deep into it. I just thought it was insane that they were even close to the doll. And somebody that's a paranormal investigator for 25 years messaged me yesterday on Instagram, said that they got close to the doll. They saw, went into the building, and they had to stay a room away. And the closer that he got to the doll, the sicker he felt. Wow. Yeah. So it's like a real thing.
All right, so I've come up with 2 things that I'm never going to do in my life. Yeah. Cheat on my wife. Yeah. Actually, 3. Cheat on my wife, go to a Coldplay concert, and screw with the paranormal doll.
Yeah, that's a good decision. Good decision. Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 79, low of 68 with some rain. Coming up next, Mike Golick Jr. I'm going to talk to him about some college football, some quarterbacks to keep an eye out on who the Steelers could potentially draft next year, and obviously ask him his thoughts about the T.J. Watt extension. That comes up next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, Chicago White Sox. They have a game tonight at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45 at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. This is the first series for the Pirates coming out of the All-Star break. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
West Deer Township crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident on Little Deer Creek Valley Road in the 300 block near the intersection with the Red Belt or Bakerstown Road. Parkway West, you are heavy around Parkway Center, then jammed at the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound stacking to the bend at Bates, while Route 28 jammed just past the 40th Street Bridge in toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Mackey, Kyle's behind the glass here with you on the Fan Morning Show, and joining us on the Fan Hotline right now is Mike Golick Jr. Good morning, Mike. How you doing? Thanks for joining the show.
Of course. Good morning to you guys. How are you?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. Just here on a nice Friday, about to close out the show in this next hour. Mike, talked to you yesterday and wanted to have you on the show because here in Pittsburgh, this upcoming college football season is a big one for Steelers fans in Pittsburgh to see who the Steelers could potentially draft next year. We know about 95% sure that the Steelers are going to take the next franchise quarterback in next year's and 2026 NFL draft that is here in Pittsburgh. So it's an exciting season for us embarking upon that season of paying attention to the quarterbacks that could possibly go in the first round. Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier, Lenore Sellers, Cade Klubnik, Arch Manning. This is a nice quarterback draft, and I wanted to get your thoughts on who you're leaning towards right now and who might have a great season and who could possibly be there when the Steelers pick probably around 15 to 20 in next year's draft.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting part right now is it feels like there are so many guys that you see talked about as the potential number one guy who could slide to the top and guys who have been around for a while. I think right now the one Eileen that is my favorite in the class, so unfortunately probably wouldn't be there for Pittsburgh down at 15 or so, would be at the top, Garrett Nussmeier. I understand there were some moments last year where the risk-taking got to be a little too much and the turnovers got to be a little too much in certain big games, but I think you just watch him, obviously a coach's son, as it's well documented, and plays like it on the field, but the way he manipulates the pocket, to me, able to move around really well, help his offensive line out by being in the right spot when he's supposed to be, buying extra time when it's necessary, and then just the fearlessness with his arm to go and try and put the ball in certain places. He had 3 or 4 throws every game where I'd stop and rewind and just admire the audacity that the young man has in the way that he plays the game. And so I just think that kind of fearless playmaking is what you're looking for with a top overall pick. You want someone with the combination of ability and also the wherewithal and the understanding to go out there and try and make the plays available to him. I'd say after that, Cade Klubnik is a guy I hear talked about a lot in that range too. I think he's a very good player who has the chance to become a great player this season. He's been on that trajectory. Clemson known for great quarterbacks. He early on didn't necessarily live up to that, but towards the end of last season, especially once you get to the college football playoff, that looked like a guy who more and more was tapping into those gifts. Arm strength just okay, but release super quick. Think Tua Tagovailoa coming out of college. Offers you a plus ability as a runner and is a guy that's been through the fire, right? Clemson's been in the crosshairs for the last couple of years. He's heard a lot about how he's not good enough, not this or that, and all he's done is go out and improve each and every season. So those are guys that I think right now you already see it. The exciting ones, and one that maybe they're a little bit further down, are I think guys like Drew Aller, who is still to me more ability than what we've seen on the field from him. Or if you really want to get wild, Lenore Sellers in South Carolina, to me, is the most fascinating quarterback in this group. The most talented in this class in terms of what he offers you as a dual threat. You saw at times last year better passing ability than you would think for someone who is kind of gets that raw label at times, but then when he breaks it into the open field, you can ride that roller coaster ride and have a ton of fun if you're on offense. Lenore's broke open a few games for South Carolina last year that just really get you excited about what his ceiling as a player can be.
Mike, I wanted to ask you specifically about Drew Aller. Just, Penn State, not in the immediate Pittsburgh area, but close enough. Where is his ceiling? How can he nudge his way into a bigger conversation? And just what's your appraisal of his game at this point?
Yeah, he's got that, I'm not a former quarterback, so I say it like an idiot, but that independent arm strength. Like, no matter what his body is doing, his arm can operate seemingly independent of the direction his body is going, where his feet are at the time, and make an incredible throw. It's incredibly strong and rare arm talent, which has always been the thing that's been enticing, since, even when Drew Aller was on the bench and people were looking forward to getting their high-profile recruit on the field, it was that sort of insane ability that he's got. I think the ceiling for Drew is he's a number one overall pick caliber of talent and always has been. I think the thing that's got to happen for me, and this has been the conversation ad nauseum for Penn State for the last few years, especially in big games, but he made strides in pushing the ball down the field last year in most games. But when it came still to the really difficult games, against the upper-level competition in the last couple of years in the Big Ten, whether it was Michigan or Ohio State, whether it was the bowl game against Notre Dame, is in tight windows, in tough spots down the field, that was still something that seemed to all of a sudden disappear in big games. So becoming a more consistent downfield passer in the games that matter most, and I think just making your layups. There were sometimes still where I watched and you'd see a guy that went out there and would miss the easy throws in places that were a little befuddling. And so there's still some polish needed for a game that's always had the talent needed to be a number one overall pick.
Fan Twitter brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Mike, there's a lot of big news that is going on in Pittsburgh yesterday that happened. TJ Watt signs an extension for 3 years, $123 million, $108 million guaranteed, $41 million a year, which makes him $1 million more than Myles Garrett. Do you think that was justified? Do you think that's warranted for TJ Watt to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL?
Yep, real easy decision. I think I saw the stat yesterday from Adam Schefter. No one has more sacks over the last 5-year span than TJ Watt. I understand age starts to creep into the picture, but this is a guy based on pedigree, based on everything we know about, the way he approaches the job, the family lineage. I'd feel pretty comfortable handing that money to, especially over the next 3-year stretch. It's I think the length and all that factor into this, certainly. But yeah, for me, this was always an easy candidate to go out and do this. And a reminder of, hey, when you've got a player of this caliber, if you are Pittsburgh, if you're Cleveland, if you're Dallas, getting to it earlier rather than later can usually save you a few $1 million here or there. But TJ Watt's able to wait this out, get here right before camp, and get the money I think he richly deserves. He's the true difference maker on that defense, right, where a lot's expected this year. You've got a group that is getting a little bit longer in the tooth, but still with Cam Hayward up front, now with Jalen Ramsey coming in the back end and trying to really make sure that you're putting your best foot forward in an important all-in season based on your quarterback timeline. I think having him signed to go continue to wreck games on defense was paramount.
Mike, what do you think the Steelers' ceiling is at this point?
I think at this point their ceiling can be a team that wins a playoff game. I still don't think that they're a Super Bowl contender. I need to see some things happen because right now we're asking a new wide receiver, a young offensive line that was hurt last year, and an aging quarterback who we haven't seen his best ball in a while to all come together and supplement a defense that I think is good enough on any given day to be, a defense that takes you pretty deep into the postseason. That being said, all the things that we just mentioned are improvements on a team last year that did what we're used to seeing out of a Mike Tomlin coach team, right? Get into the playoffs and lose on wild card weekend. They got better at all of the positions that I just mentioned. The offensive line did get, great news last year with Zach Frazier and how well he played. You hope that Troy Fautanu can come back and be the guy that you expect. Broderick Jones got to take that step forward that they've been anticipating, but DK Metcalf subbing in for George Pickens is an upgrade at that position, even if there's less depth. Jonnu Smith fits well into what Arthur Smith wants to do offensively with the multi-tight end stuff there. Caleb Johnson, I think, is, I joke, obviously he had the colors in college, but really the quintessential Steelers running back in terms of size and style. And so you put all those things together to try and supplement on offense. And then, oh, by the way, you bring in Jalen Ramsey, who's got the flexibility on the back end to give you that production in the slot that maybe you haven't had in a while, or, flex out the corner if you need to, play safety if you need to in certain areas. And so I think, again, they got better in enough places to where I'm saying, all right, then coupled with the floor that's usually there, I do believe they could get past wild card weekend. But beyond that, I would still need to see a little more at this point.
Mike, we appreciate you. You're the man. Thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And also, the Fan Text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Some good breakdown there, Mackie, on the quarterbacks that,
I like it,
that are going to be in college football this year. I'm so excited for the college football season, especially what we were just talking about here in Pittsburgh, knowing that the Steelers are going to pick a quarterback. Well, 95% sure that the Steelers are going to pick a quarterback in this year's in this coming year's draft here in Pittsburgh. There's so many names out there, and there's going to be new names that enter the fold as the season does go on.
It adds such a layer of intrigue to college football, man.
Yes.
I didn't need any juice, but I've got it. You know, Garrett Nussmeier. Like, I'll admit, I don't know a ton about Garrett Nussmeier. I'm going to be spending a lot more attention following him, knowing that he could be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, theoretically, although I guess from what Mike is saying, probably not going to drop to their level. Drew Aller, somebody I'd really like to pay attention to. Lenora Sellers, whatever. Arch Manning, of course, we're going to be paying attention to him. I can't wait for college football number one, but I just think there's such an extreme applicability right now because of what the Steelers are looking for.
I want to ask you about another quarterback that I don't think that would fall to the Steelers, but I want to ask you your thoughts on him as we sit here today coming up next. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt extended by the Pittsburgh Steelers. He got 3 years, $123 million, making his annual payment $41 million per year. That's $1 more million a year than Myles Garrett is getting. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Adam Crowley.
Hey, it's Crowley. It's the summer. It's the weekend, and you need beer, and there's only one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. The best prices around, the best customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it's a beer superstore with over 1,000 beers in stock. You want craft beers? They got them. Local brews? Sure. Domestic. Whatever you want, they got it. Non-alcoholic. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little. Save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. 2 years ago, the Portland Trailblazers said goodbye to a franchise icon, Damian Lillard. After a very uneven 2 years in Milwaukee, Lillard's back in Portland. A 3-year deal includes this year, which will be nothing but rehab. Nice work from the Blazers, who essentially loaned Dame out for 4 players and 3 first-round picks. Will they be competitive when he gets back? We'll see. But they are in a better spot with him now than before he had left. I'm Bart Winkler.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes. Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res. Get 50% off off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-507-9701.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is back underway after the midseason break. One matchup to look forward to is New York traveling to Atlanta for a huge series to start off the second half of the season. New York signed Atlanta's former ace in the offseason, and he will have a chance to get going against his former team. Will New York continue their dominance, or can Atlanta get off on the right foot? No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound heavy at the Banksville merge point, while the Parkway East is stacked outbound at Bate Street. Inbound is heavy at Edgewood Twistvale, and Route 28 jammed approaching the East Ohio Street off-ramp. Beginning tonight at 9 through 5 o'clock Monday morning, PennDOT will close Rodi Road in Penn Hills between Maple Lane and Business 22 for milling and paving. There will be posted detours. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's 9:24. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Dickerson, Mackey, Cal's behind the glass. Cal's, how you doing? You doing all right?
I'm in a great mood.
Are you?
Crowley's not here. That's just icing on the cake. But everything else has been wonderful today.
Yeah, but you're going to be stuck with Crowley all next week, and I'm going to be gone.
Oh, geez, that's right.
Yeah.
You got one-on-one with Crowley. Oh, this
He's
is
not
good,
gonna let
too.
me talk. You at least gave me a platform. He's going to be like, Callis, you can't have an opinion because today's Monday. And then, he's going to, and then it's going to be on Tuesday. It's going to be like, oh, it's raining. Callis, you can't have an opinion.
Well, I think you've been very strong on your opinion, whether you're right or wrong. I mean, who's right, who's wrong? It's an opinion, right? So I think you've been very strong this morning on your opinion after taking a lot of flack of just talking about baseball on your early morning show. I thought that you had a great stance today.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. See, this is why this is great. Because you at least let me talk, and then you use reasoning and some facts to back up what you say. Crowley would just be like, Callis, I don't like you, so stop talking. And that's just not a fun conversation. You're at least like, hey, I know what you're saying, Callis, but here's what I believe, and this is how it's supposed to be.
Well, Rochelle said she talked to your mom at the celebrity softball game, and your mom said that, the relationship between the three of us is like I'm the older brother, the more reasonable one, and Crowley's the middle brother that just kind of shouts at you.
Yeah. And then I'm the young one that's perceived as naive and that I don't know anything.
That's true.
and I might not actually know anything. It seems that.
But you're learning.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So we're good. So I appreciate you.
I'm going to be in next week, 3 days, filling in for the Pomp and Joe show. I can't wait to see these theatrics.
Oh.
And then
Callis can be riled up.
Yep.
Jason's like the family friend.
Yes, he's the cousin.
There we go.
He's in town this week.
The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. I'm not sold yet. I asked Crowley this a couple days ago. I'm not sold yet, and I'm not believing the hype. I'm not falling into the trap of pedigree yet. I hope that this player does very well. I think that they might, but I am not there yet. They've almost anointed this player of being one of the top prospects in a long time, and that's Arch Manning. Arch Manning played sparingly last year. He now is the starting quarterback of Texas, and I'm just not ready to anoint him as, this second coming of his Uncle Peyton.
I know. I'm with you, man. We're out over our skis on this
honestly.
Arch Manning stuff. It's too far. Like, I want to watch. I want to see. Somebody's got the last name of Manning who plays quarterback. Like, I'm not going to dismiss you. I'm going to give that a different look than I probably would other people. But, like, the presumed number 1 overall pick or the Steeler, like maybe it's just the way we phrase things, Dorn.
Mm-hmm.
But the Steeler situation in 2026, like, not having it go well so they can draft Arch Manning is a really narrow thought.
Yes.
Like, we should have our minds open to a lot of different possibilities. You heard Mike Golick talk about Garrett Nussmeier. Great. Drew Aller, Limits and I have talked about this a lot on the midday show, man. I'm not closing the book on Drew Aller. I think there's a lot more meat on the bone. That kid can be really good. Cade Klubnik, same way. Lenora, like, there are a bunch of options.
And that's I wanted to go there with you because you will be covering some Penn State games this year. You'll be going and seeing Drew Aller in person.
I'll do both. I can't wait.
You're going to do both. You'll do Pitt. You'll do Penn State. You'll do it probably as much as you can throughout the football season with Steelers as well. But Drew Aller, I think he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. That's me, and I know that's like a cardinal sin for me to say that, but I'm just being honest. I think he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. What is he missing, in your opinion, that you need to see this year whenever you go check out Penn State?
Big game.
Yeah.
Big game stuff. I need him to play lights out against Oregon, Ohio State, whatever. I didn't like what he did against Notre Dame. I've seen him just crush teams that are far inferior to Penn State. I want to see when Penn State plays the best of the best. I need to see Drew Aller making those throws in crunch time. I know he can make the throws, but, I mean, we've seen a lot of quarterbacks who can be practice dynamos or crush the also-rans in the Big Ten or whatever league you're in. I need to see Drew Aller play like a legit top 5, top 10, whatever he is, quarterback. And again, like a lot of guys that we talk about in college, Dort, I mean, the arm talent's there. The legs are there. A lot of that stuff is there. I just need to see him put it together and protect the ball, which he's done a good job of. It's just in big games it tends to get away from him, especially Ohio State and Oregon. I need to see him protect the ball, make these big-time throws that I'm going to expect those premium quarterbacks to be able to make.
Does Penn State have to win a national championship this year? Is that the expectation?
Well, I mean, I think it's possible. I don't think it's the expectation. I don't think. Let's say they get to
same place as last year.
Same place as I don't view that as a failure.
No,
I don't. I mean,
you think Penn State fans view that as a failure for James Franklin?
They might. Penn State fans are really agitated at James Franklin.
I don't know,
and I get why. But, I mean, you're one of the last 4 teams standing. How mad can you get about it?
Honestly.
I think some perspective, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's different this year because the expectation's on Penn State. Like, Penn State is going to start the season, I think, as a top 5 team, maybe a top 4, maybe a top 3 team. You should have a really good defense. They've got some guys back. Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, very good backfield, probably the best backfield in the country. Wide receiver remains a significant question, but they should be good along both lines. I love Jim Knowles coming in there from Ohio State. I mean, this should be a team that a lot of us have to pay attention to, and I'm sorry for Pitt graduates out there. We won't yak too much about it, but I mean,
but it's fact.
You can't deny it. They're there.
They're going to be a good football team. They have a lot. They have a lot of guys that chose to come back. The quarterback, the 2 running backs he just named, they have a lot. And Colton Ickey, being back as the offensive coordinator, probably had other options.
Did some good things last year.
He probably could have been a head coach this year. Chose to come back. Now I think they did lose their D coordinator, but
They did, but they brought in a pretty big one, too.
A big one, too. So, I mean, their expectations are very high this year. And, you know, I from talking to Penn State fans that are diehards that I know, they expect James Franklin to at least make it to the national championship this year.
I mean, I want to see, much like Drew Aller, I need to see them perform better in big games. You know, if you're going to nitpick Penn State season, you're going to say, well, you beat, you know, Boise State.
Right.
Or something like that,
Right.
you know? But when you draw an Ohio State or an Oregon or whatever it is, Notre Dame, whatever road they end up going down, like these high-level teams, I need to see them compete. And forever, that's been the rub against James Franklin. You can't compete in the Big Ten. They haven't won anything of significance for a long time. You know, you're always all behind Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, whomever happens to be in the driver's seat. Now, of course, Oregon's in that conversation. I want to see that James Franklin can be that elite coach in big games and not just a very good recruiter. And I think the jury is still out on that to a degree. I'm not completely sold, but like I don't think last year with Penn State, I don't think, especially even some of the late game decision-making and how Penn State performed down the stretch, like it was not a great reflection of Franklin, but I do think they took some steps in the right direction.
What do you expect out of Pitt this year? Starting 7-0, obviously losing the rest of their games, at the middle of the season. What do you expect? They have some playmakers coming back. They have two playmakers on defense. They obviously have Desmond Reed on offense and Eli Holstein on offense. What do you expect the Pitt Panthers to do?
So I expect Pitt 9 wins, 8-9 wins. I mean, I think they're going to be an above 500 team. I think they're going to be competitive in the ACC. I don't think they're going to win it. I like the amount of skill they have. Like, I think Des Reed can be one of the best running backs in the country.
No doubt.
I think their wide receivers are underrated, like losing Konate Mumfield, whatever. But, you know, like Poppy Williams, help me out,
Kenny
number
Johnson.
one. Thank you. Sincerely, like they've got some guys that I think they're going to be able to score some points. They're going to need to score some points. Few question marks on defense outside of the linebackers. The Ryland Gandy transfer hurts, but the linebackers are really, really good, among the best units in the country. I mean, you know, I see that as a group that should be highly competitive. Enough to get into the tournament, I think that's probably tough to say. But I think they're going to be an interesting watch. I think a lot rides on Eli Holstein, too.
Traffic brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Coming up next, I have never had this much of a want to do something ever until right now. And it just really hit me. It really just hit me that I'm scared where this is going. I want to do something so bad that I've never really wanted to do in my life.
Punch Crowley in the nose?
That would be Callus. He would want to do that more than me. But we'll talk about that next. First, the Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they play tonight against the Chicago White Sox at 6:40. It's the start of a 3-game home series for the Pirates, and it's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Summertime. The beach, the boat, the lake, down the shore, up the mountains, laying by the pool. Make your downtime fun time with the Bet Parks Sportsbook and Casino app. Enjoy casino action and sports betting wherever you are all summer long with the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Live betting on sports is better on the Bet Parks app. You can bet player performances, game props, and more. Plus, BetWire is now live inside the Bet Parks app. Think TikTok, but for people that love sports betting more than dance tracks. BetWire is the all-new sports betting live feed with game picks from all across the country. Plus, you can check out all kind of new games as well. For something different, try playing with a live dealer right on your phone, tablet, or laptop. And new users can get up to $1,000 cash back. See BetParks.com for T's and C's. You love to play Win Parks. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with a BetMGM network. With the football season on the horizon, I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs win total, which is set at 11.5. Odds makers project this total as a complete coin flip, and based on the 54.55% apply probability to the under, I will lay my money there at -120. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter or beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have, tuck them in, and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wakem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wakem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wakem 180 weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See the for details on all offers.
This summer, Kennywood is taking entertainment to new heights. Don't miss the dazzling new drone show. Hundreds of drones light up the sky each night, July 11th through the 19th. Then rev up the fun with the Water Jetpack Stunt Show. See Jetpack Daredevils perform aerial stunts 50 feet in the air every day through August 17th. It's Kennywood's most entertaining summer yet. Save up to 45% on tickets and passes at Kennywood.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
End of the morning rush, just a little rough. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident West Deer Township in the 300 block of Deer Creek Valley Road. This is near the Red Belt or Bakerstown Road. Route 28 delays just past the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound Parkway East exit Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound delays to the Bandit Bates. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them today at awaken180weightloss.com. I think it's safe to say it is Andy Byron, who is the was the CEO of Astronomer, the guy from the Coldplay concert. Safe to say it's him. He's the biggest loser. Big time.
Might be a bit of a dynasty there, Doran.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not good. No good. Dickerson, Mackey, Callis, behind the glass. I teased earlier that I have not been this excited to do something in a long time. Actually, ever. Ever in my life, I've never been this excited to take a chance and to experience something. I've experienced it before, but I didn't want to go and I didn't want to experience it, Mackie. I was driving in this morning and thinking about how I wanted to frame the TJ Watt extension and the show. Everything's going through my mind, and it hit me right there as I was driving in. I was like, man, you know what? I would be so excited to do this. And that is attend training camp.
Okay.
Nice little exhale there.
I didn't know where that was going.
Attend training camp. Like, I am very excited to take the drive up to Latrobe and attend training camp. There are so many storylines. There's so much new. There's so many competitions. I mean, not like position battle competitions, but legit competition.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go and dive into the history of DK Metcalf and Jalen Ramsey, go do it right now and figure out what that entails. Stuff like that.
So I was thinking, and this is a good topic, Doran. I was thinking in my lifetime, has there been a more intriguing Steelers training camp to go see?
No.
Ben's first one was up there.
Yep.
I remember when they took, I want to see what Ben is, what he can do, whatever. I got a hard time, and this might be more interesting than that. Like, Aaron Rodgers is a Steeler.
Exactly.
What does Derek Harmon have? What does Jalen Ramsey v. DK Metcalf look like? I'm going to see Broderick Jones on the left side, Troy Fautanu on the right. What the offensive line does. I think Caleb Johnson can be a really good back, but, like, I'm not learning anything seeing football in shorts. I want to see backs on backers. I want to see contact. T.J. Watt, of course. Jonnu Smith. You go through the list, man. Like, what does Darius Slay have? How is Joey Porter Jr. developing? You could literally go around the field and just pick out, like, this is really interesting to watch for this day. Again, Ben is the only comparison I would come up with in terms of a more interesting training camp with more for us to learn than what they have right now. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be so much fun. And
you going up?
I think I might now. I mean,
going up camp?
We're going to go up camp. Like, I don't know if we're going to do a show, but I might take the kids up just to see these practices, even to see the depth that Jack Sawyer brings. Somebody like that.
Yeah.
There's so many different, avenues that you can go here. Seeing the development of Peyton Wilson, who's probably going to be an every down linebacker. Obviously, the Aaron Rodgers. I want to see Will Howard.
Will Howard. How do you move T.J. Watt? What sort of, like, defensive configurations? We were talking about this before. How do you free up Jalen Ramsey to make more plays? What sort of role is he going to have?
And the thing is you're only going to be able to see that in training camp, because I would bet that half of these guys will not play that much in preseason. Now, there will be some guys that will be very intriguing in preseason. Will Howard will be very intriguing. Mostly the rookies. The offensive line is going to probably play a lot in preseason, but you're not going to get DK Metcalf really in preseason. You're not going to get Aaron Rodgers. You're not going to get probably Jalen Ramsey. You're not going to get Darius Slay. You're not going to get Cam Hayward. You're not going to get TJ. You're probably not going to get Jonnu Smith. You're not going to get Pat Freiermuth, but you will get that in practice. You will see them in a practice setting. So there are going to be preseason games, and you're going to be excited to watch football, and the Steelers go against another team. You're not going to get the full kind of gamut of everybody being there and working unless you go to training camp. That's why I'm so intrigued.
You ready for the Will Howard takes? Really? I don't know if I am.
Yeah, I am.
Because Aaron Rodgers is going to be used sparingly in training camp, right? And Will Howard, if he plays well, we are going to get a jumbo-sized dose of Will Howard should be playing. I don't know why we're doing this with Rodgers. Will Howard's going to be in a lineup.
Yeah,
it's going to be even worse.
Even worse. Will Howard, he won the national championship down there in Columbus.
Down there
in Columbus, Columbus, Ohio. That's the only good football program they got down there in Ohio is the Buckeyes down there. I think Will Howard will be so intriguing, and it will get people talking, because I think he will do well in training camp. He will do well in preseason. But that's only a good situation to be in heading into next year. If you could find out a little bit about Will Howard, if he does go in preseason, that's probably the only time you're going to see him this year, unless, obviously, knock on wood, injury. If he does well in preseason, you know that he's going to be a legitimate backup next year. Mason Rudolph probably will be back because he has a 2-year deal, but maybe you cut bait with Mason Rudolph, and then after you draft that, first-round quarterback. But
sure,
you're going to get a good dose of Will Howard. So those rumblings will be something to actually hear.
Yeah, and by the way, they're just coming in my mind more stuff that I want to see. Like Roman Wilson was such an area of intrigue. I don't know what he is. How do they use Calvin Austin III? What does he develop into? Did they get another wide receiver? Is Juan Thornhill your free safety, or do you bring somebody else in? How do you balance the secondary, and who's going to play where? Who's going to stay home? Who's going to come up and make plays? That sort of thing. So I think it's really interesting, and I go down the road with it too.
The dynamic of Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith is another one. And it's not something that you might be able to see unless you kind of know what's going on. But, just even how they interact on a day-to-day basis, even in the stretch lines, things of that nature, how they interact, you could probably tell the relationship and how much trust there probably is between the two of them. That's a big storyline.
How do you think that's going to work, by the way? Because you have insight on that not a lot of people have. Like, obviously there are quarterbacks that are sort of like yes men. They're just going to run what's called. They don't have the confidence. Rodgers doesn't seem to be that guy.
I think it's going to work very well, because Arthur Smith is a guy that his offense is pertained to what the personnel is. And if the personnel can handle, certain things that takes it off of his plate, I think he's definitely willing to do that. And I talk to Arthur Smith every once in a while, so this is not from him. This is just my guess, is Arthur Smith wants to be a head coach again. So if Arthur Smith feels that Aaron Rodgers is his best avenue to being a head coach next year, I think he'll let Aaron Rodgers do what Aaron Rodgers needs to do. I don't think there will be any reprimanding. I don't think there'll be any handcuffs as we've seen in the past couple of years. Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, things of that nature. But I think that the offense will be in place, and Aaron Rodgers will take it from there. I think that'll be the dynamic, and I don't think there'll be any back and forth of anything.
I love it. Sign me up.
I really don't. I think that they have a lot of trust, as they probably should, to an extent, with Aaron Rodgers. But I think that it's not going to be a case where Aaron Rodgers is like, no, I'm gonna run this play. Like, I don't think it'll be that. It'll be within the offense, the play calls, the structure of the offense, that Aaron Rodgers will have the ability and the leeway to adapt what's going on, what he sees in a game. And I don't think that Arthur Smith will bat an eye at it.
Beautiful. Exactly the way this should work.
It is. It's exactly the way it should work. And, it's one thing to be able to do that, at the quarterback position, but you have to have every 10 other guys to be on the same page. So that development is very crucial in training camp. Jonnu Smith, Pat Freiermuth, the running backs, the offensive line, Broderick Jones, even Mason McCormick, Zach Frazier. Everybody has to be on the same page and the same level as Aaron Rodgers for it to work. So he's going to be almost like a teacher and an advisor in a way of getting them up to speed of how he thinks and how he operates.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Let's
go,
good. Man. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be good stuff. I can't wait. It is exciting. That's why I said earlier, I was like, I don't see Steeler fans being able to handle a rebuild type season, because you have stuff like this. Like, after a couple weeks, people are going to forget about this T.J. Watt situation. After a month, when T.J. Watt sacks Joe
forget
Burrow,
about it by Monday.
Right, whenever he brings Joe Burrow down to the ground, people are going to be cheering and not worried about T.J. Watt making $41 million. Get out of here.
I mean, he's making a greater percentage or a commensurate percentage of the salary cap than he was before.
Right.
I mean, if you weren't mad before, why do you get to be mad now?
Right.
I don't get it. If they would have, we're regurgitating something from earlier, but I mean, if you would have went 5 years or something long and obnoxious, I understand freaking out about that. What the Steelers did was plenty reasonable.
50-minute mark on the fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Jason, thank you so much, man.
This has been fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
Good show.
Been a lot of fun.
Good show.
Absolutely. Callis, great show. Great show. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Oh.
Callis and Crowley next week.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Have fun. Have fun.
Yeah.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions today. High of 79, low of 68 with some rain. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Have a great weekend. Peace.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Chicago White Sox in their first series coming out of the All-Star break. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, Get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some morning rush to deal with. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Westier Township crews remain on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the 300 block of Deer Creek Valley Road near Bakerstown Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jammed inbound at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays just past Green Tree down toward Carnegie. Parkway East stacking inbound at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound delays just past the bend at Bates. And Route 28 jammed approaching the 31st Street Bridge to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is back underway after the midseason break. One matchup to look forward to is New York traveling to Atlanta for a huge series to start off the second half of the season. New York signed Atlanta's former ace in the offseason, and he will have a chance to get going against his former team. Will New York continue their dominance, or can Atlanta get off on the right foot? No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a done deal. The Steelers have extended star pass rusher TJ Watt. It's a 3-year extension that will pay Watt $41 million of average annual money, making him now the highest paid non-quarterback in all of football. And, of course, it makes him paid $1 million more per year than Myles Garrett. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and it's a Friday Pomp and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Under 5 minutes to play in this first half. High-scoring affair. Burrow steps up. Oh, didn't see the defender. The ball is free. The Steelers pick it up, and they've got it. T.J. Watt knocks it away.
3rd and 12. Four-man rush hurts. Here comes Watt again, looking for that strip sack. Doesn't get that, but does get the sack. T.J. Watt delivers. 3rd and 7. Pressure off the edge. Watt returns the favor.
It's going to loosen up a defensive front. Tailback is Dylan Laube out of New Hampshire. Laube loses the football, and the Steelers have it. They gave Laube an opportunity, and it's a cough up. Pittsburgh takes over.
3rd and 6. Dag. Watt chasing. Coming in. Ball out. Herbig jumps on it. And the Steelers have forced the turnover.
Here we go, Limits. What a day we have. And you were almost doing the beginning of the show.
It was a realistic possibility, yes.
And you now have hampered my ability to do the show because of your comments about my sinus situation. I went to the doctor today. You know how hard it is to get these appointments out there, whether a dermatologist, ear, nose, throat, whatever it might be. You got to take one when you get one. So mine was at 9:15 no matter what. So I go in today, and because of this recurring sinus thing, and everything's pretty okay. They found a little polyp in the sinus, and we're going to try some different things with that. It could wind up with a surgical procedure. I don't think it will, but I left feeling very good. I'm going to be perfectly on time for the show. We have a hot topic. I have everything I need from the doctor. And then I tell City Limits what happened on the way here. And he said, how would they do that surgery? Up through your chest or down through your nose? How would they do that? I hadn't thought of that yet, Limits, and now that's all I'm thinking about going into the show today. Did you do that intentionally?
I did not. You know what, Joe? Sometimes curiosity piques a wandering mind, and that was me trying to make sure that everything with you is okay. And what would be the avenue
to make
sure that it stays that way?
It was okay till I called you. And then it wasn't okay. And now I'm distracted. Now that's all I'm thinking about is how would that happen?
Yeah, I have a way of making people distracted.
I guess they'd have to go up through the nose into the sinuses. I don't know how they would. I'm hoping to avoid that limit.
Regardless, it sounds like that's not going to happen. That would be worst case scenario. And you'll be able to avoid that, which is good.
All right. We have a big topic today. Let's get to it, shall we? And here's my twist on the TJ Watt situation. Here's what interests me the most and has since the very beginning, back with the peace sign that he gave on Instagram and all of that. We remember all of that, don't we, Limits?
Of course. The peace sign turned into a flexing sign on Instagram.
We know that it's a 3-year, $123 million extension. Okay, everybody in the world knows that by now, with $108 million fully guaranteed at signing. So it is kind of interesting as a side note that TJ Watt is the guy twice now who has really altered how the Steelers do fully guaranteed money. And the $41 million per year average tops Myles Garrett. We know that. Very quickly, I think that the Steelers won on term here and TJ won on money. But that's not what interests me the most, Limits. Do you know what does?
What does?
Our friend Bob Pompiani, who's not even here. That's what interests me the most. And the Twitter poll that he put up. And when Bob puts one up, it's very different than when other people do. We know that, right?
Of course, the entire populace is responding.
I mean, there's nothing scientific about a Twitter poll, but there's nothing scientific about political polls or any other polls they take. They go over a cross-section of society, and then they tell you this is representative, for the most part of what might happen here or how people think. So when nearly 3,000 people respond to Bob's Twitter poll or X poll, however you want to phrase it, do you like the TJ Watt extension, which makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history? Almost 3,000 people have voted in 7 hours, and it's split, which is the most incredible part of this whole story to me and has been from the beginning. I think I even mentioned this yesterday again, that in how many other places and at how many other times have you had a superstar, I think beloved athlete, I think TJ Watt is beloved around here, who gets into some sort of contract dispute with his team, and tons of people basically take the team's side or are saying he ain't worth the money, trade him. I'm flabbergasted, to borrow Ron Cook's term, when Ben talked about retirement on that fateful day on 93.7 The Fan. I'm just really surprised at where the fan base stands. And it's not just Bob Pompiani's Twitter poll. It's anecdotally, we've been talking about it for months here. When I'm out on the street and people say, oh, my God, are you Ron Cook? Oh, my God, are you Austin Bechtold? And I say, no, I'm just Joe Starkey.
Just Joe.
And, of course, they want to talk sports, and the first thing they want to talk about is the Steelers all the time. And the hot-button topic, other than Aaron Rodgers, has been T.J. Watt. And I'll tell you just anecdotally that I'm astounded at how many people are like, basically, screw that. Don't give him the money. See you later. Trade him. And I wonder why. And that's where I've been racking my brain since the news broke yesterday. Of course, not on our show. It never does. Why is it this way with the fan base? Because it is. I mean, we may get 10 calls in a row this morning, everybody saying, people who say this isn't a great deal is crazy. That won't disprove what I fully believe is true, that the fan base is at best split on a superstar player still in his prime. I think he's probably played most of his best football by now, but still in his prime at age 30, turns 31 in October. How many of them were willing to say goodbye to T.J. Watt, and how many of them wish that the Steelers hadn't done this? Like, this is strange. I think across sports in any market over history, your best player, your star player, still in his prime, and they sign him in a town where you have the Pirates, and people are like, I don't think this was the right move. And I'm not saying I disagree with them necessarily. I'm just fascinated by this phenomenon. And I would love for you to weigh in at 412-928-9370, 928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing, I might add very kindly, to Joe Potocznik and Company. So why? That's the question for me. And a couple of answers come up. One is that I think fans are different these days. I think they're, I don't want to say more educated, but they have access to more information. They're way more keen and concerned on money than they've ever been before, like what it means to sign a guy to a huge deal like this. What are the ramifications of that? I don't think they're necessarily much for this team because they're not paying a quarterback big-time money yet. But still, if you're paying an edge rusher that much money, first of all, who knows if a quarterback comes on the market next year? Like, everybody's just assuming the next quarterback's going to be drafted. What if a guy comes on the market that you could pay for, plus other areas of your roster? But that's beside the point, kind of. The point being that I think fans are more attuned to roster building and money doled out to players, how that affects things. Number two, I think that everybody knows it ain't about the edge rusher in the NFL. It's about the quarterback. And Mike Tomlin has swung and missed more than Tommy Pham back when he wasn't seeing the ball. He's 0 for 5 on replacements, and I think he's going to go 0 for 6, and I'm sure we're all split on that too with Aaron Rodgers. And then what? Even if Rodgers does okay, then what? So you don't win Super Bowls necessarily with an edge rusher. I mean, we're talking about these T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett comps. Those two have combined on teams that have gone 1-6 in the playoffs, and they've combined the both of them for 2 sacks. It's about the quarterback. Are there other factors with T.J. Watt? I don't know. I'm just curious. Do people not find him as likable as the general superstar? He seems to be just the type, in terms of his ferocity and production that people love. I'm baffled by this. That's all I can say. And maybe it's the lack of playoff success. Maybe I just named it. Like, yeah, we love TJ, but what's he done? What have they done in the playoffs since he got here? The answer would be basically nothing. I certainly don't blame him for their playoff failures in a big picture sense, although he's done virtually nothing in the playoff games that he's been in, including last year. He had the scoop of somebody else's strip sack against Mahomes in a game they lost by 1,000,000 points. And more to the point, not only have they done nothing in playoff games since he's been here, the defense has been abominable in those games. Like, not just bad, historically hideous. They became, and he was part of this, the only defense in NFL history to give up 40 or more points in 3 consecutive playoff games. NFL history is a long time. Last year, they gave up 300 yards rushing to the Ravens in a playoff game. He was part of that. So maybe people look at that and just say, you know, the old Branch Rickey line to Ralph Kiner. We can get killed in the playoffs and give up 80 points without you, too. Maybe people are thinking that. You tell me. You're the people. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. It's indisputable that this town is split over T.J. Watt. That part I don't even want to discuss with you. That's indisputable. From being immersed in sports 24 hours a day, whether you and I, Limits, or anyone else at this station is out in public or here in the studio talking to people or wherever we are, the town is split on T.J. Watt. And I do think that Pomp's Twitter poll here is very reflective of that. When you have 3,000 people weighing in and it's a 50-50 split on do you like the T.J. Watt extension, I feel like if this were 20 years ago or if this were, pick a player, a Troy Polamalu extension, even late in his career, people would have been like, yeah, you know, no matter how wrong that opinion might have been for Troy Polamalu, let's say 2 years from the end of his career, I feel like there would have been dancing in the streets. I don't feel like that here. Certainly a lot of people are happy about it, but I don't feel like it's time for a ticker tape parade around here because they signed T.J. Watt, and that strikes me as very, very interesting. You tell me at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Sticking with the theme of not winning enough, maybe people are like, yeah, this is great, so what else are you going to tell me? Who's the quarterback? You're telling me they're not going to be 9-8 again, or 8-1 or 10-7 and get blown out in the first round again? Maybe it boils down to for the naysayers, the critics of this deal. What difference will it make? As long as you have this head coach, as long as things keep going in the direction that they're going, with no real direction at quarterback, what difference does this make? I mean, happy for T.J. Watt, people may tell you, but in the end, what difference does it really, really make? I think maybe that's it in the end, Limits, is that there's a sense of despondency and forlornness, if that's a word, around here when it comes to the Steelers. Like, great, T.J. got his money. We'll get some thrills out of it. Don't get me wrong. Around half the people are pumped and thrilled about this. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, and I'm very confident in this, that with a superstar player, really in any town, in any sport, ever, signing a deal like this at 30 would have been greeted differently than I sense this is being greeted. Do you agree?
I do, and there are a couple of things that mainly come to mind for me with that. T.J. Watt's the #1 all-time sack leader in Steelers history. If you walk around the stadium on a Steelers Sunday, you will see more T.J. Watt jerseys than any other current player. There are a lot of people that support Watt, that want Watt to be here, but at the same time, I think have realized, Joe, they have not won anything with him. So they cannot win anything without him as well. Now, at the same time, they're 1-10, 1-11, whatever, without Watt, and they're like 25 games over 500 when he plays for them.
I will say this, our friend Josh Roundtree pointed out that 1-10, there was a lot of Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett in there, but go ahead.
Correct. And I mean, there was also games where they had the Duck Hodges, Mason Rudolph season, and T.J. Watt won them a couple of those games because of big plays that he made defensively. So his impact is significantly felt. But I think what really just angered a lot of people and got them so frustrated and irritated
is that he was looking for $41 million because he just significantly wanted to one-up Myles Garrett. We all know he's better than Myles Garrett.
But wouldn't you think a fan
wackos
base
in Cleveland that we'll get into that in a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to hear that. Wouldn't you think that fans, by and large, would love that he outdid the hated Browns and Myles Garrett? Like, why would that be a step? But I think you might be right. I think there's always been an undercurrent of resentment toward athletes and the money they make, but it never seems to have applied to superstars in their prime.
Yeah.
You know? Let's talk more about it. 412-928-9370. TJ Watt, ML Football broke this down. He's going to make more than $100,000 a day for 3 years. Would you like that contract limit?
Oh, I would love it.
I heard you had that contract written in. Per second. How much is he going to make per second of every day limits?
I'm going to say he's going to earn like $500.
$1.30 per second?
I'm just kidding.
You know how much money you'd have if he earned $500 per second?
He's probably going to earn like $2 or $3 a second.
I just told you $1.30.
I know. I was trying to play it off as if I didn't hear you.
Per minute, $78. Per hour, over the next 3 years, TJ Watt will make $4,684 per hour.
Per hour?
That's pretty good. Per day, I told you that, $112,328.
Some people make that in a year. Some people don't even come close to that in a year.
Most people don't even come close to that in a year. Per month? Am I reading this right? $3,416,666.
Well, considering he's getting $41 million a year, I would imagine so.
It's good work if you can find it. So, and based on the market, he's earned it from what he's done. When I'm signing a contract, it should be about, I'm not talking me, if I'm signing an NFL player or an athlete to a contract, it should always be about what are you going to do for me, not what you've done. He's been unbelievable. He's been great. He's been one of the greatest linebackers I've ever seen in my lifetime. But before we get to your reactions on why this phenomenon of a split fan base on this, I'll give you my reaction to it. And that is, I think if you listen to the show, you know I wouldn't have done it. I would have traded TJ Watt for partially the reasons I've mentioned. I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. It's about the quarterback, not about the edge rusher. And I think parlaying TJ Watt into absolutely what would have been a first-round pick, and I think more. I think they could have gotten a bidding war going for TJ Watt after last season, and they would have gotten a very rich package. Some people disagree with that. I'm sorry. I think he has an argument for being the best defensive player in football, and a lot of teams would be very interested in that and probably think they're one TJ Watt away from the Super Bowl. Now, I know that might mean a low first-round pick, but I think you could have gotten a lot for TJ Watt. I really do. So I would have traded him. Having said that, if you told me I had to sign him, I think that this is a good deal based on term. We had Mark Caballi on the other day saying when Adam Schefter was reporting that the dispute is about length of contract, that TJ might be looking for 5 years. I think it's very reasonable to assume he was looking for a 4-year extension, and he got 3. That's very significant to me. I think that TJ won on the money and that the Steelers won on the term. So I would have traded him in my all-out pursuit to find that franchise quarterback. If nothing else, having a first-round pick even low helps me to have collateral to go after the guy I want next year or the year after. But if you told me I had to sign him, I was very surprised to hear 3 years, that it's a 3-year extension. I don't know about you out there, but I was. 412-928-9370.
I certainly was.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, we just had Caballi on 2 days ago. He's talking 5. I think everybody was saying it was going to be the Garrett deal for 4, that was going to be it. And I think, if you had to get inside these rooms, I would imagine the discussion going from Tomlin and Omar and Art as, TJ, we're going to make you the highest paid player, depending on how you define that, and what better way than money per year, guaranteed. 41 will make you the highest paid non-quarterback in history, but we ain't doing that for any more than 3 years. I think they reached a pretty decent compromise here, is what I think.
Yeah, that had to be it, because I thought total guarantees was ultimately, at least that's what the framing of a lot of this conversation was. Like, he wanted more guaranteed than Garrett if it can't be how much money he makes on a year-by-year basis. And 3 years, I think, ultimately works out for them, because the main thing that was bothering me about the whole entire discussion is those final 2 years, especially that final year. Watt will be, 34, 35, finishing up the season at 35. How effective is he going to be as a $40 million a year pass rusher?
Exactly. And that to me, again, that's a huge deal.
And
that's a huge part of this is the term, and I wonder now, going back to the original topic today, like, what is happening here? What's behind the fan base clearly being split on this? I would have traded TJ Watt. I would have. That would have been my move. So I don't think this is the best thing for the franchise. But again, if you told me I had to sign him, I think it's a pretty good deal, really, for the Steelers because of the term. So let me ask you this. Let me try to phrase this properly when it comes to why are you split out there on this? Maybe for the reasons that I mentioned that I would have traded him. Is there resentment toward TJ? And or is there resentment toward the Steelers for how mediocre they've been? And I call it a land of high-end mediocrity. It is. I mean, that's what it is. It's high-end mediocrity is where they've been living. They're barely scraping by. Yes, they get to the playoffs, but they get not just beaten, but destroyed every time. So really, is there a big difference between them and the Arizona Cardinals from last season? To my way of thinking, not really. I mean, we've gone over this. The Houston Texans have won playoff games with two different coaches since Mike Tomlin has last won a playoff game. 8 years going on 9 without being competitive in a single playoff game. I mentioned the coaches that have had a more competitive playoff game, even if they haven't won one in the last 8 years. Matt Nagy, Brandon Staley, Mike McDaniel, Ron Rivera, and the great Rich Bisaccia. And then we've all gone over the list of coaches who have won a playoff game since the Steelers last have, headlined by Mike Mularkey, Doug Marrone, Anthony Lynn, Brian Daboll, Jason Garrett, and Mike Zimmer. So is it your resentment toward Mike Tomlin and the organization at large that is influencing or informing your opinion on Watt? Or is there some resentment toward him included in this? I'm very, very curious. At 412-928-9370, you can weigh in on the text line as well. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Limits, let's do some old school sports talk radio here and just hit the lines and let the people have their say.
Well, Joe, the lines are completely full, and we start with Mike on the road, who was first to call in.
Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, Joe, how you doing? Love the show.
Thanks, man.
I love the signing. He's been disappointing, and the Steelers have been disappointing in the playoffs, but you got to get there. And he's one of the best defensive players. If we didn't pay him, somebody else would have. And in regard to why people don't like it, I think people are idiots, and they just want to complain. They just want to talk about how billionaires are spending their money, and that's it. They don't care about it. It's the same with the Pirates. They want to talk about how they're spending their money or not spending their money. That's why people don't like it.
Well,
we need him,
the Pirates
and
case,
they're a better team with him.
Well, that's a fact. They're a better team with him than without him. But what's the end game there? Does that mean that they're still a 10-7, 9-8 team, or maybe worse this season?
Well,
like you sound.
This is a 1 year thing. When they signed Rodgers, they they want to get to the playoffs and win one game. Unfortunately, that's the goal.
Well, you sound, and this is not an insult by any means. I'm just trying to characterize what you said. It sounds like you're among the satisfied Steelers fans. Like they get to the playoffs, I'm good with that, and I love the fact they signed Watt. Is that accurate?
Yes, I'm happy. Yes, because I love to watch the Steelers and I love to see them win.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Regular season games.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see them win more playoffs, obviously, but it is a good time watching them get to the playoffs.
Fair enough, man. I respect that opinion. Next.
Well, let's go to...
I wouldn't agree with it if I was a fan in a city.
Right.
But I respect it. Next.
Let's go to Connor in the South Hills.
Hey, Connor.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So the reason why I think people are upset is both like the big picture, they haven't won a playoff game, and that's crazy. But like on the small, I think the Steeler way is changing. Like TJ is acting a little entitled, kind of prima donna, and we're spoiled with the Palomalus and the Sidney Crosbys in this town that put the team first. It seems like it's more about TJ than it is about the team.
That's very interesting. And you know what? I think that Sidney Crosby and his example just stands above the rest. You know, he literally took hometown discounts and has his entire career. You might be right about that. In a town that has a guy like that, TJ, I think some people may view it, and I don't blame. It's not me. I don't blame anybody for wanting to get every penny they can. I think I would. I wouldn't be as good of a man as Sidney Crosby. I wouldn't. But when people see you going for that last nickel and that little peace sign on Instagram that TJ Watt put out there, and now the celebratory picture like I got mine, I think people may resent that. I think that's a pretty good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you resent it?
I just don't remember Steelers being that way. From James Harrison's to the Bens, there was never drama. It was more about the team.
Well, we were winning Super Bowls. Well, here we part because there was a hell of a lot of drama with Ben, and I'm not blaming him. Ben went until that last contract where he had no choice. He went for every penny he had too, and God bless him for that. Most of them do. Most of them do, and I would too. But are you happy that TJ signed this deal, or would you have done it?
I would have traded him. I think we're better with him now, but what's the long game? I would rather tear it down and start fresh.
Yeah, and I don't think
get a quarterback.
And I appreciate the call. I don't think that trading Watt would have constituted a Chicago Blackhawks teardown either. I mean,
no, it wouldn't.
I've said, and I believe this, that they've improved at every position except quarterback. And maybe I'm wrong about that, by the way.
Well, they got worse at
obviously.
safety.
Did they?
Yeah. I mean, you could think
what
you want about Minka. Juan Thornhill is not an upgrade over Minka.
Well, what if Jalen Ramsey moves back to safety?
Well, right now he's a corner, and it doesn't seem like they're going to put him there.
It doesn't? We haven't even seen one training camp practice yet.
No,
I don't know.
Going off of the verbiage of how we've heard everything, but to which their own.
I don't know. We'll see about that. But you might be right. They might be worse at safety. We'll see. And certainly taking TJ Watt away makes you a worse team. But does it? What do they go from 10-7 to 9-8? I don't know. I don't know. 412-928-9370. I just don't think that removing him means, okay, now the next 5 years are gone and we're in total tear down to the studs rebuild. Here's the way I would phrase it. You get rid of TJ Watt and bring in, CJ Stroud or Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix or somebody like that. Honestly, I think you're then a better team with a better chance than you were with TJ Watt. And I think you could have parlayed him into trying to get that guy. And yes, I still love CJ Stroud. But you know what I mean. Forget the names.
I don't think
I'd rather have the young franchise quarterback than TJ Watt.
Obviously, yes. I don't think there's any question about that. And they're going to have an opportunity to do so this coming draft. So that's why I think you're right on the point that if you would have dealt Watt and would have gotten a first-round pick, which some people don't think that would have been the return, but The request was supposedly 2 for Myles Garrett, 2 first-round picks.
They would have gotten a first-round pick. I'm convinced of that.
I think they probably would have, yeah.
Let's take one more for now.
Yeah, let's go to Mike. He's in Hopewell.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Joe. Got 3 reasons I don't like the deal.
Yeah.
I'm kind of lukewarm about it, but more, I agree with you. They should have traded him. First, all the reasons you set out. He had poor performance the second half of last year. He kind of disappeared in the biggest games, and that defense got humiliated.
Well, I didn't actually set out that reason because I feel like he was hurt at the end of last year. But go ahead.
Well, he was on the field. He's the captain of that defense, as far as I'm concerned. I know you could say that it's Cam, but he's recognized as the best player on that defense that just got destroyed. One of the other reasons I don't like is it's kind of letting Cleveland set the bar for what you pay an elite pass rusher. And why should we follow the example that Cleveland sets? I mean, when they did that ridiculous quarterback contract, some other teams pushed back. Right? They didn't pay their quarterbacks as much as Cleveland paid Watson. So why should the Steelers kind of follow and take the Cleveland Browns?
Well, let me ask you a quick question on that one because you've opened my mind a little bit more. This is why I wanted to go to the phone lines here. It could be a Cleveland-based resentment, just what you said. Are you a Pirate fan?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
So would you be happy if you found out the New York Yankees wanted to pay Paul Skeens $500 million and then the Pirates stepped up and paid him that and more, like outdid the Yankees or outdid anybody else? It seems there's also an element in this town of wait a second. They outspent Cleveland. Like, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a good thing that you would outspend somebody else, especially somebody like that, to keep a star player? Like, that side of it, I get, especially in a town where the very, very best, like they didn't spend to keep Garrett Cole, they got rid of him. You know what I mean?
I get your point, and I could see how I would be very happy if the Pirates could outspend the Yankees. But it's a cap sport versus an uncapped sport.
Yeah.
And in the cap sport, we all have the same amount of resources, and it's how you allocate them. So I see a little bit of a difference there. But then my last reason I don't like it is an absolute doubling down on a defense-first philosophy that just doesn't work anymore. And it's been shown to not work over the years. And how could this be anything more than continuing that philosophy moving forward when now your defense is by far paid more than your offense?
Man,
and,
I like that point. And that point is well stated, and I appreciate the call. They have wanted to win with defense for a long time here, and you're right, it doesn't work. It's still the highest paid defense in football by miles. Mike Tomlin said before the year 2 years ago he expected his defense to be great and dominant, and the resources they have put in have not paid off. They haven't gotten paid back at all. They get killed in the biggest games, which are playoff games, absolutely destroyed in playoff games. And this is absolutely doubling and tripling down on a defense-first philosophy. We pay for defenders. You watch our defense. Yeah, we've watched them. We watched what Blake Bortles did to them when he put up 35 points on them. Remember, the Steelers gave up 7 on offense in that day, so it wasn't 42. It was 35. We saw what Patrick Mahomes did to him and what Lamar did to him. And where does the list stop here? Limits. Who else? Josh Allen? Granted, those guys are all great quarterbacks, but I think that's why you have the highest paid defense in the league, right?
For the 4th consecutive year, the Steelers will be number 1 in defensive spending. And again, it's not even close. And as you continue to see year after year, it's not paying off for them, regardless of what excuses you want to throw out there, injuries. You're paying so much money, you should be able to overcome those injuries with the amount of money that you're spending on defense because they don't have good enough depth and they don't put enough in on their offense, or their offense has been bottom 5 in the NFL the last 5 years. It's not enough spending on offense. It's not enough.
They haven't been bottom 5 offense last year.
They're just not putting enough attention on offense. It's like they neglect offense to put all their eggs
to me, it's
in
more
the
about Tomlin's overall philosophy is we're going to smash the crap out of you defensively. I am going to build a great defense here, and it's not.
And he has.
Not only is it not a great defense, it's a defense that gets embarrassed every year. at the biggest point. If they make it to the playoffs, and in these last 8 years, by the way, they've missed it 3 times, which is 40% of the time. When they get in, they just get absolutely decimated. So his philosophy has not come to fruition, and this, again, is tripling down on that philosophy. Somebody named Jill tweets the show, do you hear yourself? You don't like this contract. Chris Muller is against this signing, as is much of the Pittsburgh media. Well, so is a lot of the fan base. And actually, I said, Jill, I would have traded him. But if I had to sign him, this is actually a reasonable contract to me because of the term. So there's a little bit of nuance there. The signing itself isn't bad. I just would have traded him. The contract, I should say. And I think will prove 2-3 years from now to be quite favorable, honestly, if TJ performs. And I think that's an if, too, and that's another side of this story. You know, he was hurt 2 years ago, didn't even play in the playoff game. And this past year, he was clearly compromised down the stretch. That body's taken a lot of abuse. 928-9370 fan hotline brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt's contract officially done. 3 years, $123 million extension. $108 million of it is fully guaranteed. The $41 million per year average, according to Adam Schefter, that's the highest of any non-quarterback in NFL history. He is getting more than Myles Garrett, $1 million more per season. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Myles Garrett once slammed the door shut on a return to Cleveland before he agreed to stay with the Browns. TJ Watt's future in Pittsburgh looked murky until yesterday when the Steelers made him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Done with this drama. Trey Hendrickson will still be a Bengal. Terry McLaurin is not leaving Washington. Dallas will still be home to Micah Parsons. Contract negotiations should be between team and player. Stop taking us fans along for the ride. I'm Bart Winkler.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LensSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. LensSeek. You seek, we lend.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Obviously, TJ Watt's the topic of the day here, and I started with the question of why the fan base is split. Not if the fan base is split, because it's clear they are. I used Bob Pompiani's Twitter poll, even though he's over in Scotland, where there's nearly 3,000 people, all kinds of
Part-time
things,
baby, you know me.
answering his question, do you think this was a good move for the Steelers? It's 50-50. And everything that I've experienced in talking to fans through this show, out on the street, whatever, anecdotally, tells me that. The fan base is split. Why? Why? If you're on either side of that, 412-928-9370, and getting back to that last caller who spoke of, this is doubling down and tripling down on this philosophy that Mike Tomlin has, that defense, defense first, defense wins. It seems clear in the rearview mirror now, really, what Tomlin's philosophy was when he was charged with presiding over the transition from Ben Roethlisberger to another quarterback. That quarterback still not being here. We still don't know who it's going to be. But I remember Jerry Dulac writing when Tomlin got an extension right around that time. Dulac reported that the philosophy from above, from Art, was that he wanted Mike Tomlin to be the guy to preside over this massive transition that was happening in the Steelers organization. Well, Tomlin has clearly failed because he still doesn't have a quarterback. And there were the ridiculous, the ridiculous hiring of Matt Canada and things like that. And the quarterbacks that he's brought in, none of whom have worked. But clearly Tomlin's philosophy was we're gonna build a superpower defense here. We're going to spend more than anybody in the league. And that's going to give us a chance to win. Now, on the other side of the ball, we're gonna get young guys who don't cost a lot, but we're going to have a smash-mouth runner in Najee Harris. We're going to build our offensive line. We're going to have a big play receiver. This guy, George Pickens, we drafted, not knowing that he wouldn't show up on time for things. And we're going to have a blood and guts type of quarterback, a Jim McMahon type in Kenny Pickett. Not the most naturally talented guy. We're not going to match other teams as far as superstar type quarterback. We're going to have a blood and guts guy who works in tandem with our defense, who makes plays late in games. Jim McMahon, that's what we're going to have. He got paired with the 85 Bears defense. Made plays when necessary. Tough, leader type, all that. And none of it has worked. None of it has worked, starting with the defense. You know, forget about the offense for a minute and everything that went wrong there with the guys they picked, none of whom are here anymore. As far as their big three, they're Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, and Michael Irvin. That didn't quite work out. But defensively, it'll work to get you there. Like, you can win these last possession games and these 15-11 games. Yeah, he's done a good job getting them there, but to what end? Because once you're there, you're running into quarterbacks and coaches, and you can't beat them with defense. You can beat Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, unless you're the Eagles in last year's Super Bowl, where your roster is like frothing over with talent, you're not going to do it. The coordinators, the coaches, the quarterbacks are too good at that level for you to walk in there, and especially in their building, and beat them 13-11. It's not happening. You got to outgun people in the end, and they don't have the horses on that side of the ball either. I mean, but the least they could have done defensively in all these games, and by the way, in his 5-game losing streak over 8 years, the Steelers have been outscored 63-0 in the first quarter. That doesn't exactly speak to great coaching preparation. But anyway, this idea that great defense is going to win, first, you have to have a great defense. Secondly, I'm not sure even if you do that's what wins these days.
These were the top 10 teams in defensive spending last year. Steelers were number 1 by $20 million over Chicago. So the Bears are on this list. Atlanta, Washington, Jacksonville, Tennessee, all a part of the top 10 in defensive spending. What do they all have in common? They can't figure out offense other than Washington, who got a star quarterback. But the Ravens and Chargers are also on the list. But for the most part, you don't see Philadelphia. You don't see Kansas City. Buffalo's not in that top 10. San Francisco's not in that top 10. All teams that significantly spend and focus their attention on offense.
And it's the overall philosophy, I think, for me, that bothers me. It's the overall philosophy of we're gonna get you in a mud wrestling match here, and we'll find a way to win in the end. No, you're not. Not when the games are the biggest and the opposing quarterbacks are the best. Let's go back to the lines limits.
All right, full lines. Here is Matt. He is in O'Hara. He'd like to chime in on what?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm not a fan of the pickup or the extension for 2 reasons. One, I don't think anyone can honestly say that you are not paying for past performance. A 31, 32, 33-year-old TJ Watt, after what he's shown at the tail end of last year, is not going to be the best quarterback value in the NFL. So you're paying for something that you already got. So any stat that you have about how valuable he is and how many games they don't win without him, that's 26, 27-year-old TJ Watt. That's my first thing. Second thing, why did the extension even need to happen? He's under contract. Like, why do they placate to the players that demand?
Oh, I mean, they've been placating to players for a while now. The Steelers, it didn't used to be this way, but now it's well known to all of us, right? You, me, and everybody else around here, that there's volunteers and there's hostages. And if you pipe up about even a little bit about being a hostage, you know that's your ticket out of town, because the Steelers won't battle you. They'll just give you your wish, get you out of town, you know?
So he's under contract.
Yeah.
And if he has a great year, you franchise him.
They don't want that battle. They didn't want that battle. The Steelers don't have that in them anymore to play tough, because they know that, you know, if TJ pipes up, he starts causing problems, I guess they just don't have the stomach for it anymore.
And that's why they'll be exactly where they've been the past 5 years.
Past 8 years, but who's counting? Thanks for the call. Next.
Here is Joe. Joe is in Phoenix, Arizona.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to preface my comments by saying I'm never critical of any NFL player for getting as much money as he can, just because of how physical the sport is and the attrition it takes in their body, et cetera. So I'm happy for TJ on a personal level, but my issue is if you look at the way the team's constructed, the composition, TJ is not going to put this team over the top, and without him, we're maybe 1 or 2 games worse without him. And then also, if you want to just try and quantify the value of an edge rusher and what it can do for you, look at the Browns. How much better has Myles Garrett made the Browns? So in some ways, the Steelers' move is a facsimile of the way that the Browns have structured their team by having an elite edge rusher, but it's not going to help the team get over
Well, yeah, and that was part of my point coming back that I forgot to mention. And these are great calls today. I appreciate the call. Is that when I say that the coaches, coordinators, quarterbacks are too good, when you get to the biggest games, they find a way to take T.J. Watts out of the game. It's more about when I've seen teams win the Super Bowl with pass rush and defense. Last year was an example with the Eagles crushing Mahomes. It's more about a team-wide pass rush, and it seems a lot of times, by the way, to start on the interior, where it's pretty difficult to scheme when somebody else is busting you up the middle. Look at what the Giants did all those years to go to the perfect Patriots team, right? Look at what the Rams did a couple years back. They had Aaron Donald, but they had other guys too. They had Von Miller was still a lot to offer. It seems it's more team-based. But if you're just trying to scheme a guy out of a game, man, these guys can do that. They can do that. Let's take one more, Limits, before we go to Ray Fittipaldo.
All right, let's go to PJ. He wants to chime in on Watt.
Oh, yeah, you there, Joe?
Yeah, man, what's up?
Okay, all right. Look, the main question you had here was why is there this apathy amongst the fans? Well, I'm in my late 60s, saw all the Super Bowls. I'm beginning. I might not live to see another one with this coaching staff. This is Marvin Lewis in Cincinnati. Good record, you just can't win a playoff game. And it's the apathy. I don't think we're going to get a Super Bowl every year because it's just been – I don't see it.
Well, it's not about a Super Bowl every year at this point. It's more about
just winning a playoff game, Joe.
It's not even that. It's not even that. It's can you be competitive in a playoff game?
We're getting crushed.
Yes, and for a lot of people nationally, they still think that this is some sort of amazing story happening here. I'll say it's amazing. We have people who are headed to high school who have no conscious memory of the Steelers even being competitive in a playoff game. Thank you, sir. I mean, it is an amazing story. And as we talked about yesterday, the story that Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers are trying to fashion together has never been done individually, let alone a coach and a quarterback. I mean, a coach who starts off somewhere with great success, stays through 5 presidential terms, levels off to the point where he's some combination of, yes, Marvin Lewis and Jeff Fisher, and then returns to greatness? Where has that happened ever anywhere in sports? And when and where did we see a 42-year-old quarterback not named Tom Brady flourish? They're trying to do this together? Listen, I respect both guys. They're both headed to the Hall of Fame. I'm not discounting the possibility that it will, but I sure as hell ain't betting on it. Because the odds are stacked against them. If you're calling now, wait till after Ray Fittipaldo. Please call back. We're doing a little old school radio today. Let's ask Ray about this whole thing and the ramifications coming up next. Listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Mostly sunny today and a high of Larry Brown. Good old Larry Brown, number 79. Rain possible at 3. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are back at PNC Park tonight as it begins Yinzerpalooza weekend at the ballpark against the Chicago White Sox. It's a 6:40 first pitch. Dan Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5:45. Bailey Falter takes the mound for the Pirates. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Each year, UPMC performs the highest number of heart catheterization procedures in the region.
UPMC is doing amazing things with catheter-based therapies. There's a lot of technology out there that has really transformed medicine and can really benefit our patients. We have a variety of procedures to treat the most complex diseases to help patients feel better and regain their quality of life.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Start your engine. The road to luxury begins now at Spitzer Acura McMurray. With hot deals on cool wheels, experience, performance, and prestige with one of the largest selections of luxury compact SUVs in Western PA, starting under $40,000. Save on the all-new MDX and RDX, designed for distinction. Plus, receive a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Join us in the winner's circle at Spitzer Acura McMurray. Online, spitzeracura.com. Select models, see dealer for details.
This summer with Kohl's, you can rack up the compliments. Like, where'd you get that dress? Tell me all your makeup secrets. Or, ooh, my husband needs that polo in every color. Because Kohl's has what you need. Cute dresses, Sephora essentials, stylish polos, comfy kids clothes, and more. Plus, take 20% off some of your faves. Yep, cue the compliments with Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 20th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or Kohls.com for details.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Twice a month, it's the same old story. Payday comes, and you pay some bills, buy some food, and whoa, where'd all that money go? And you still need to buy some stuff. Big stuff, little stuff, everyday stuff. But how do you get all that stuff and stick to your budget? That's where we come in. At Mac.bid, you name the price. Bid what you're willing to spend on the stuff you need. Up to 80% off retail prices on big ticket and everyday items. All the stuff you need at the price you name. Only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we are less than a week away from the Steelers reporting to St. Vincent College. That'll be on Wednesday the 23rd, the 24th. First day of practice open to the public in Latrobe. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know what that means. It's time for Ray Fittipaldo, and what a great day to have him. You can read Ray's stuff at postgazette.com. Ray, how are you today?
Good morning, Joe. I'm doing well.
Ray, brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years, lgkg.com. All right, Ray, let's get right to it. Who won here? TJ Watt or the Steelers? Who got the better of this deal? Who buckled, if anybody?
Yeah, hey, listen, Joe, I said this yesterday, and I'll repeat it here today on your show. I think it's a win-win. You know, the Steelers went beyond what they normally do. They guaranteed basically 3 of the 4 years, so $108 million guaranteed out of that $144 million. They've never done that before, but I think it speaks to how they feel about TJ Watt, not only the player, but the person. And for TJ, I mean, how can you be upset about it? You beat Myles Garrett's guarantee. Now, the annual value isn't $40 million a year, but that's okay. He got more money up front, and that's all these players care about.
Well, the annual value of the extension is $41 million per year, correct?
Yeah, but there's no extension, Joe. The Steelers don't do extensions with players. They just rip up the old deal and they do new contracts. So it's a new contract worth $144 million over 4 years, which puts it slightly above Max Crosby at 36, a little bit over $36 million a year. But like I said, Joe, it's all about the guarantees.
So the entire world is reporting this differently than you guys are, because the entire world is doing what Adam Schefter did and saying that. How did he beat Myles Garrett then?
With the total guarantees.
Okay,
I mean,
but not. So when people say he's the highest non-quarterback, highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the league at $41 million, that's incorrect?
Yeah, I mean, I know you're like me, so you probably failed math. That's why you're a sports writer like me. But divide 144 by 4, and you get 36.
So they tore up this year's contract? They tore it up. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Then everything that everybody's reporting, Adam Schefter and everybody else, the $41 million per year average is the highest of any non-quarterback in NFL history, is incorrect, you're saying?
Correct. But he did beat him on the guarantees. I think if you look at Myles Garrett's guarantees, and I looked this up last night, Joe, he was guaranteed $60 million at signing.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get that extra $40 million until the second day of the new league year in 2027. So they wrote the contract in a different way. I'm sure Myles will earn that money. I'm sure they're not going to get rid of him by 2027. But TJ did beat him in the guarantees. And like I said, that's all these players are worried about. They are not worried about the average annual value of the contract.
Oh, now wait a second. You better believe that TJ Watt wants it out there and considers himself to be $1 million more than Myles Garrett every year. I don't know. Obviously, I work for the Post-Gazette, so I respect the reporting here. But everybody in the world is saying that he's outdone Myles Garrett in terms of annual pay at $41 million. And whether that's right or not, based on technicalities, you better believe TJ's hanging on to that.
Yeah, the agent wants you to know that number. TJ doesn't. TJ cares about the guaranteed money. That's all he cares about.
I disagree. I think that TJ Watt is very, very happy to be making, at least according to 99% of the reports out there, $41 million to Myles Garrett's $40 million. I think he enjoys that a whole lot.
Yeah, it's $41 million a year guaranteed over 3 years. I guess if you want to put it that way, you could put it that way.
I think TJ would. I just have to believe that TJ would put it that way. But we're parsing over the contract here, Ray. Forget about that part of it. What about his performance and his longevity? Do you believe in that?
Yeah, listen, they're betting on him to perform. He turns 31 in October. So 31, 32, 33 years old, those are the years he's guaranteeing. And if you look at, the averages, and let's take out the torn pec year. Every other year, Joe, except for his rookie year, He's in double-digit sacks. He's forcing 5 or more fumbles per year. He had the one unbelievable year where he was, 22 and a half sacks. So, if he is not injured, I think the Steelers are guaranteed to get double-digit sacks out of him for the remainder of this contract. And I think if he's right, you're probably talking 15, 16 a year based on what he's done in the past. Now, that comes with him changing his game this year, the Steelers changing their defense this year. Don't leave him in one place. That's all going to be part of it. But I don't think the Steelers are worried about TJ Watt getting old during this contract.
My opinion was that they should have traded him because I think that could have helped them in their pursuit of a franchise quarterback, and I think a franchise quarterback is more important than an edge rusher. Like I look at Watt and Myles Garrett, his buddy, combined they're 1-6 with 2 total sacks in 7 playoff games. I would have traded him. I like the term of this deal. Don't get me wrong. If I was forced to sign him, I was surprised that it was only 3 years tacked on here. I like that. But I would have traded him. What do you say to all that, Ray? What's your actual opinion of this from that standpoint? Would you have dealt him?
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I don't agree with you, but maybe I would under different circumstances. Let's say the Steelers had a franchise quarterback on their team right now that they had to pay upwards of $50 million a year to. Then, maybe an edge rusher would be somewhat of a luxury, but the Steelers are not in that position. The Cleveland Browns are not in that position. And really half the NFL doesn't have that worry of having to pay that franchise player. So you got to spend it somewhere. The Steelers always spend to the cap. And, Joe, they've always been a team. And this is true under the new regime with Omar Khan and Andy Weidel. This has not changed. The Steelers are a draft and develop team. And if you're a player like TJ Watt, they want to keep signing you to new deals. So that's one thing. That's been a constant for the Steelers throughout the years. And I know Omar has made some changes, but that's one thing that he hasn't deviated from.
Do most NFL teams spend to the cap?
The vast majority. I don't think every single one of them do, but I think most teams that are serious about contending like the Steelers, yes, they allocate their resources. And if you look around the NFL, Joe, there's probably, 8 or 10 teams that have to pay that, say, 45 to 60 million a year for a quarterback. The Steelers aren't one of those teams right now. So they have the cash and they have the cap space to do deals like this one for TJ Watt.
I'm thinking about your statement that they're still a draft and develop team. I would have to look closer, but, man, it sure seems like a lot of guys come from the outside. Their quarterback, their best receiver, Patrick Queen, Darius Slay, Deshaun Elliott, Juan Thornhill, Jalen Ramsey. It doesn't seem like they're as much of one as they used to be. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but let me clarify. When you draft a guy like TJ Watt, and maybe they're not drafting and developing as well as they should, but when you draft and develop a guy like TJ Watt, they don't let those types of guys get away. That was my larger point, Joe.
Unless they feel like you're underperforming, because they've certainly drafted a bunch of guys that they didn't keep, whoever, from George Pickens to Najee Harris to the list goes on, right?
Devin Bush, yeah,
right.
Yeah. I mean, you got to start drafting and developing better than they have over the last 6-7 years. We've talked about that a lot the last couple of years for sure.
Ray Fittipaldo, Post-Gazette on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can also get a hold of our dear friend Limits on the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So what do you think then in the end of this very highly paid defense, Ray? Is it going to finally pay dividends in the games that matter? Are they going to get to the playoffs? Is this going to be a great defense? Where do you stand on this defense and all the money they're putting into it and the changes they've made?
Yeah, better. I mean, a lot has to fall into place for that to happen, Joe. You got to figure out what you're doing with TJ, how you line him up, what changes are you going to make at outside linebacker? That's going to be one of the more interesting storylines of training camp, I think, in the preseason. Now, they're not going to show their hand, I don't think, early in camp, but that is something to keep an eye on when the season starts. And then the bigger question is how does Jalen Ramsey fit? I think Jalen Ramsey, um, at the very least, is going to be as good as Minka Fitzpatrick, but we don't know what role yet.
Yeah.
And he's 2 or 3 years older, so they have to figure that out. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're going to be a top 10 defense across the board in points and yards and all that stuff, but they better be top 12 or top 14 because there's still some question marks about that offense as well.
Top 12 or 14? They better be top 5 for the money they're spending, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I
or
think
top
sometimes
1?
Sometimes the points can get away from you. You better be top 10 in either yards or points. Sometimes, those stats get a little bit out of whack, depending on game circumstances. But yeah, you better be top 10 in points allowed or yards against if you're committing the way the Steelers have committed to Watt and all the moves they made this offseason.
I think top 5, but we can continue quibbling over things here, Ray. It makes for enjoyable radio. I think you could even argue top 3. I mean, how much more are they spending than any defense in the league limits?
Last year was $20 million more than the next closest.
I don't think that number's gone down.
Austin, what do you have up there? What were their numbers, points allowed, and yards against last season?
I'll pull that up, but last year they were at 127.7 in total cap and defensive spending, and the Bears were at 108.8. That's what I'm looking at there.
And I think the margin is even wider this year. I've got that right in front of me because I can look things up faster than limits, Ray. And the Steelers were pretty low. Well, no,
Wrong.
They weren't.
They were 15th.
That's pretty low. In yards per game?
Yes, in yards per game, they were at 334.3.
No, they were 12th at 326.7 according to ESPN defensively. I have 12.
So,
and then in points,
and they were a little bit better points allowed, I think, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They were 8th. That's just, to me, that's not good enough. But the real point is what happened in the playoffs again. They were last in yards and points allowed, right?
Yeah, and listen, if we would have looked at those numbers December 1st rather than January 1st, I bet you they would have been top 8 in points allowed and yards against. But we all know how the season ended. And you're right about the playoffs, Joe. None of what we're talking about matters if you go out and you lay an egg in the playoffs again. So they got to figure out first they got to get there, but they got to figure out how to win a playoff game. And obviously, the defense is going to be a big part of that.
That's unleashing hell in December, there, Ray.
I mean, Mike Tomlin has talked about having a dominant defense and a great defense. Those numbers from last year, even in the regular season, don't speak of that to me. It just hasn't been good enough, Ray. It hasn't been good enough.
100% agree. And what we saw in December last year, that honestly, Joe, that can't happen again. And that's why we've seen all these changes. That's why Minka's gone, Ramsey's in. That's why they've made all these moves.
Do you think Ramsey's going to play a lot of safety?
I think that's definitely an option. I mean, I'm as curious as the next guy, Joe. I'm sure Terrell and Mike have a plan. You look at the roster, though, the biggest needs right now are free safety and slot corner. So you're basically saying, is Jalen Ramsey going to be better than Juan Thornhill in the back end, or is he going to be better than Beanie Bishop in the slot? And you got to make that call. But you also have the flexibility to change it up in sub packages. Maybe Beanie's going to be good in some sub packages. Maybe Juan Thornhill would be better in some others. So they're going to change it up a bit.
How would you grade Patrick Queen's season from last year? It seems that he doesn't give it a very high grade, and he thinks he's going to be a lot better. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. B-, and I don't like lay all the blame at his feet. There were a lot of moving parts last year. Deshaun safety was new in the back, and we all know the communication issues. There were a lot of new players playing different roles in that defense. But yeah, I would say a B- or so. I thought, he racked up the tackles, but I thought he could be better in pass coverage, and he's going to have to be better in pass coverage this year because he's still going to be their three-down linebacker. He's not going to come off the field, so he's got to get better in that regard.
Man, I'm just looking at this depth chart. I think there's a chance for the defense to be good, but I feel like I have so many questions, and they begin on the back end, really with Joey Porter Jr. Do you think he's good? How does his career turn out? Is he a good player? Is he average? Is he going to be great? What is he?
I mean, right now, Joe, I would say he's slightly above average, but when you drafted a guy number 32 overall, I think the expectations are much higher. So, they got to get him. I don't want to say he has to be an all-pro, but, you got to hope that guy can someday be a Pro Bowl type player, produce more than one interception a season, and that's really what they're working towards. They want to get him better when the ball's in the air. They think he's pretty good, darn good at press man coverage and disrupting guys at the line of scrimmage. But obviously, there's a lot of shortcomings there with penalties when the ball's in the air and him playing the ball. That's what he's got to work on this summer.
Limits leaving you out of this conversation would cause Ray to leave this segment hysterically weeping.
Well, Ray, I don't want you to cry, but one thing that a lot of people are crying over, maybe it's just spilled milk, is one thing that I've kind of harped on more so than the last really couple of years is this year, and it is that defensive spending. Now, I feel like there are areas defensively maybe that they do splurge where they should sign a second wide receiver or they could bolster their depth on the offensive line. Do you think that is a fair argument? And I know we touched on it a little bit, just that they need to prioritize offense more because that's just where the league has shifted.
Austin, to a certain extent, I agree with you, but I would make the argument, unless you have a franchise quarterback that you truly believe in, and they didn't have Aaron Rodgers in the fold until mid-June, so you have to kind of take that into account. But even with Aaron Rodgers, this is still going to be a team, I believe, that wins with defense. And the moment they get a franchise quarterback that they believe in, they should 100% try to build around him, get Pro Bowlers, All-Pros, receiver, running back, offensive line, and build around your quarterback. But they don't have that quite yet.
Limits, may I engage Ray in a game of free association?
Please, it's my favorite time of the day.
Ray, it's been a while. I know you're excited. You ready?
I'm ready.
Who has the better season, Aaron Rodgers, Kenny Pickett, Justin Fields, or Mr. Unlimited?
I will go with one Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. Who has the better season? I'll say, touchdowns, let's say. Touchdowns combined with yards. George Pickens or DK Metcalf?
I'll go George because I think they're going to throw it a little bit more with Dak and with CD down there. Yeah, so I'll go George.
Who's going to get the bulk of the running back touches in the opener against the Jets?
Jaylen Warren.
What's the best training camp battle?
There aren't that many, Joe. I mean, you could talk about Jalen Ramsey in the slot, but it's not a matter of him winning that position. It's just a matter of whether he's a free safety or the slot. So, I mean, other than that, the offensive line comes back intact. They've already named Derek Harmon a starter, so I don't think there's many positions that do have battles.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I guess you're right now that I think of it. Who has more catches, Jonnu Smith or Pat Freiermuth?
I will go with Jonnu Smith, but Pat will have more yards.
Who will have the most touchdowns?
Pat Freiermuth.
Aaron Rodgers has sung the praises of Mount Washington. Over, under 2.5 touchdown catches for Mr. Washington.
Under.
Who's going to be the most improved? Let's rephrase that. Who's going to be the best story among the offensive linemen?
The best story. Troy Fautanu. He's going to be a Pro Bowler if he stays healthy.
Is Broderick Jones going to succeed at left tackle this season?
I can't sit here and guarantee that, but I know that's the hope inside the building.
Peyton Wilson, he becomes a high-impact player or just an average linebacker?
No, I think so. He's a tremendous athlete, Joe. He proved he was a playmaker last year, and they're going to run him out there this summer and give him every opportunity to stay on the field at all times. So that's going to be another. Talk about camp battles. Maybe that's one. Peyton Wilson versus Malik Harrison. Can Peyton Wilson hold him off and be on the field full time with Patrick Queen?
Who has a bigger impact on the offense? Maybe this is obvious to some, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Roman Wilson or Calvin Austin?
Calvin Austin.
Does he become a legit number 2?
I don't know that in people what people believe is a true number 2, but for the Steelers, yes, he'll be their number 2 receiver, but likely their number 3 or 4 target behind the tight end Smith and Freiermuth.
Midway through this season, are we looking back and saying, man, Roman Wilson was actually a pretty good pick, or are we saying this guy's on the verge of busting?
Somewhere in the middle. I'm not committed to either there.
Big impact from Bob Woods this season or no?
Nah.
Will Cordero Patterson be on the team?
I mean, they usually give guys the benefit of the doubt, cut them in March if they don't have plans for them. So, yeah, I'm going to say he's going to be on the team.
What plans do they have for him?
I have no idea.
To throw him out there as a frozen cadaver against the Bengals and give him a pitch out on 3rd and 3 again?
That is going to be interesting, right? Because you got Caleb Johnson, you got Jalen Warren, you got Kenneth Gainwell now. How does Cordero Patterson fit in? Maybe he doesn't make it. I don't know, Joe.
I'm just flummoxed. I'm flummoxed on that one. How about Connor Hayward?
Maybe they're keeping him. Maybe they're keeping Cordero around in case there's an injury. Connor Hayward has a better chance than Cordero because he can play special teams, but I'm not sure how much of a role fourth tight end is going to have this year.
Thank you, Ray. I have no further questions. We appreciate the time. Great stuff as always. Read about it at postgazette.com.
Thank you, Ray.
Thanks, guys. Remember, 108. Don't worry about $36 million a year, Joe.
I ain't the one who's worrying about it. But I can guarantee you TJ's happy when it gets phrased as $41 million.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they added it on, so I guess it's not a...
I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's a 3-year extension added on to what it was.
I don't know. I guess from the Steelers' side, they don't want people to think they give out extensions. And then as Ray said, from the other side, they want it known that he beat Myles Garrett. The entire world is phrasing this as a 3-year contract extension worth $41 million a year. And at 41, that makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in history.
Right.
Whenever this happens, it seems like, and Jerry's a great reporter, that his story has a different headline than the whole rest of the planet.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I mean, what he's basically doing is including this year in on the deal.
Well, because as Ray said, I guess technically they tore it up for a new. So the only place you'll read in America or the world this headline, TJ Watt to sign a new 4-year, $144 million deal with the Steelers is here. So maybe he's technically right. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused at this point. That would completely negate the main storyline here.
Right.
Which is that is $41 million.
Yeah. Which he's going to be paid $41 million in 26, 27, 28. That is what I've gotten to. If they're making it, they're changing the language of the contract maybe a little bit because they're probably giving him a signing bonus.
I don't know.
That's probably the only difference.
I don't know. I don't even want to speculate. Okay.
It doesn't matter. TJ Watt is getting a lot of money and he stays.
Oh, it matters. It matters more than anything whether TJ Watt is getting paid more than Myles Garrett. So basically what you're saying is the whole rest of the world, Schefter and every other person and outlet in the world is wrong that he's making more money per season than Myles Garrett at $41 million, that he eclipsed him 40 to 41. And the idea that TJ wouldn't like that and want that and think that's the case, to me, is preposterous.
Right.
That would have been probably his whole argument. Is, I want more guaranteed money. I'd also like to make more than him per season. He makes 40, give me more. I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe he's right. Maybe Dulac's technically correct here. I don't know. Okay, Limits. Listen to Pomp and Joe on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And up next, wait till you hear what they're saying in Cleveland sports talk. How about this?
This was weird.
This is a hell of a clip that we have right here from the Cleveland sports people. Let's play that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, second half of the regular season in Major League Baseball begins tonight, but there is still a lot of speculation around Mitch Keller. Reports indicating that the Yankees, Mets, Cubs, and more teams are interested in Keller. He might be the big fish that's available on the market come July 31st. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Austin Simmons wasn't raised, he was built. His dad, David, drew up the plan. Homeschool, year-round training, no distractions. Now 19 years old, he's already earned a college degree in the Ole Miss starting quarterback job. We've seen this story before. Hyper-trained prodigies molded by ambitious parents. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it cracks. I'm Maggie Gray.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market now. Take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai.
That's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on display at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Hop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Ugh, kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. A spider. A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Room for the crew, power for the load, and tech that keeps the ride easy. Meet your 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab at Washington Chevy. Get your 2025 Silverado 1500 with 0% APR for 36 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash. Or drive this 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with $10,000 off, including our Big Ones discount. Choose your truck from any of our 3 locations. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Taking retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with a sprinkle this afternoon, the high 79.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Top of the hour, I want to dive a little deeper into the coaching rankings that came out in the NFL and also the quarterback rankings. That was even more interesting to me because that came from executives, coaches, scouts in the NFL through ESPN. We talked about it, mentioned it briefly, just that Aaron Rodgers wasn't in the top 10 and was in also receiving votes. So let's dive in a little more to what we think of that, but also just the actual listing itself. I had a major problem with one of their picks, or should I say one of the guys they didn't pick for the top 5. In the meantime, TJ Watt and your reaction out there started the show by being very, very interested in how the fan base really appears to be split, and that was borne out again in the calls early in the show. My point was and is that any other superstar player in his prime for any team in any sport in any city ever, the vast majority would be celebrating in the streets right now. That doesn't seem to be the case with TJ Watt, and I wonder if it's more about him or about the plight of the Steelers these days, where they haven't been competitive in a single playoff game since 2016. What is it? We've had a lot of theories, a lot of good calls so far, and I want to continue that at 412-928-9370. But first, I want you to hear what they're saying on Cleveland radio. Most of the world reporting that TJ Watt getting $41 million, which is, can't help but notice, slightly above $40 million on his 3-year extension, more than Myles Garrett got on his contract. So what do we make of that, and what do they make of it in Cleveland? Let's take a listen. Limits. What station is this?
This is 92.3 The Fan. This is Nick Wilson, one of their afternoon drive hosts after the deal was announced.
TJ Watt signing a 3-year, $123 million extension that includes $108 million. Myles getting a $40 million deal. TJ getting $41 million per year average. Good for you, TJ. Who's a big man, TJ? Aren't you a big, strong boy? Oh, don't you feel like a bigger man today? Oh, gosh, TJ, you got $1 more million a year than Myles Garrett. Oh, gosh, maybe you'll stop throwing temper tantrums when you don't win every Defensive Player of the Year award, right? Maybe you won't cry as much when people point out that Myles Garrett, who's been to the playoffs twice in his career, have more playoffs wins than you, right? Maybe, TJ, you won't cry so hard every time somebody says anything nice about some other defensive player that also happens to be a pass rusher in the NFL. I hope this completes you as a person so that the rest of us don't have to hear you cry and whine.
What?
This irritated the hell out of me.
First of all, has this guy followed Myles Garrett his whole career?
The graveyard?
TJ put out the peace sign on Instagram. That was about all we heard from him. If you want to talk about people who cried and whined for a new contract and went to the length of toying with a fan base's emotions, that was Myles Garrett. I'll repeat his little statement to Ian Rappaport, whatever it was, 6 months ago. Quote, as a kid dreaming of the NFL, all I focused on was the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl. And that goal fuels me today more than ever, Garrett wrote. My love for the community of Northeast Ohio and the incredible fan base of the Cleveland Browns has made this one of the toughest decisions of my life. These past 8 years have shaped me into the man I am today. While I've loved calling this city my home, my desire to win and compete on the biggest stages won't allow me to be complacent. The goal was never to go from Cleveland to Canton. It has always been to compete for and win a Super Bowl. With that in mind, I have requested be traded from the Cleveland Browns. You talk about playing with people's emotions, your home fans, your fan base. And you compare that to Watt. And the other thing here is I never, ever, ever blame T.J. Watt for wanting what he wanted. I've been consistent about that from day one. Would I have traded him? Yes. To the ends of bettering this franchise for the future and hopefully making that another step toward getting the franchise quarterback, who I think is more important than an edge rusher. But I could be wrong about that. That's A. B, more importantly, from TJ's side, he had every right to ask what he for what he got. I want to be higher paid than Myles Garrett. You know why? Because I'm better than him. And in every measurable category, pretty much, he is better than him. And he should have won Defensive Player of the Year a couple of years ago. It was the first time that I ever remember in football voters using analytics to decide on defensive player, like deep analytics, Defensive Player of the Year. You had dinosaurs like Peter King. No offense, he's great, was great. Suddenly using pass rush rate and things like that to vault somebody over somebody else in a deserving year for T.J. Watt. So this guy, what's his name?
Nick Wilson.
Nick Wilson should look at people in his own city, namely one guy, Myles Garrett, and all the crying and all how he played and toyed with his fan base there. But he's saying T.J. Watt did this, and who could blame T.J. Watt for wanting more money than Myles Garrett?
Considering,
I don't think there's anybody who blames him for wanting this, is there?
Not at all. Not at all, and neither should they. I was flabbergasted by this because they got to take off the rose-covered glasses to their savior, Myles Garrett.
That's rose-colored limits.
Whatever, I don't care. By the fact that if you look at every statistic that matters outside of PFF's insider numbers that we have to look at because, Myles can really win off the line. He wins in every major category: sacks, tackles for loss, interceptions is 7-0, forced fumbles he has by 13. He's doubled his fumble recoveries than Garrett. If you look at it from an actual perspective where I don't understand how, and maybe this will come off as a homer take, we try to make this with the most logical and reasoned focus on this show, I think, and we separate everything, and we have a good narrow belief of what's facts and what is reality and separate that from bias. And that's just the fact that T.J. Watt is a better player than Myles Garrett, and he does, in theory, deserve to ask for more money than Myles Garrett should he have gotten it because Cleveland is stupid and gave him more money than the market indicated he needed to get. That's here nor there. But I do think that just crying and saying, T.J. Watt complaining about this, complaining about that, it's a lot to do about nothing when Myles Garrett set the bar at requesting a trade in an entire statement compared to just a simple little peace sign with no context.
I want to hear it again and pick it apart again. We had Devin McCourty on the other day saying T.J. Watt's a better player. That's kind of beside the point, too. Myles Garrett signed his deal, and T.J. wanted more than Myles Garrett. I would have, too. Well, I don't see in and of itself like why the mocking of T.J. for wanting and getting more than Myles Garrett. Are we going to mock Micah Parsons when he gets more than both of them?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
And he's younger.
And in a couple of years, if not sooner than that, somebody else will get more than all of them. And that's the way it works in the NFL. Let's hear that again, Limits.
T.J. Watt signing a 3-year, $123 million extension that includes $108 million. Myles getting a $40 million deal. TJ getting $41 million per year average. Good for you, TJ. Who's a big man, TJ? Aren't you a big, strong boy? Oh, don't you feel like a bigger man today? Oh, gosh, TJ, you got $1 more million a year than Myles Garrett. Oh, gosh, maybe you'll stop throwing temper tantrums when you don't win every Defensive Player of the Year award, right? Maybe you won't cry as much when people point out that Myles Garrett, who's been to the playoffs twice in his career, have more playoffs wins than you, right? Maybe, TJ, you won't cry so hard every time somebody says nice about anything nice about some other defensive player that also happens to be a pass rusher in the NFL. I hope this completes you as a person so that the rest of us don't have to hear you cry and whine.
I actually think it's funny, but it's just extremely misguided. He makes it sound like Myles Garrett has been like a playoff legend or something.
Yeah, like he's
the
Lawrence
dude has,
Taylor.
He has 1 sack in 3 games. Yes, they beat the Steelers that day. He had, as I recall, absolutely nothing to do with that.
No, like there was some troll that was in my mentions after I put out this tweet with all the numbers that said, oh, well, but all that matters is that Myles Garrett is 1-0 against T.J. Watt in the playoffs. Yeah, Eli Manning is 2-0 against Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Does that make him a better quarterback?
Yeah, it's a 1-game difference. And I don't know about these temper tantrums. I think TJ made it real clear that he deserved Defensive Player of the Year a couple years ago, and he did. Let's go back to the lines limits. If anybody, by the way, is now going to unite the fan base in supporting TJ Watt in this contract extension, it's the guy from Cleveland radio.
Yep. Here is Paul in Washington, our friend, to start us off.
Hey, Paul.
Professor Starkey, pleasure to talk to you again.
You too.
I'll try not to go over the time, and I won't plant anyone in the audience. But who gives a rat's behind what that clown from Cleveland says? Really, who cares about the mistake by the lake? Let's talk about the Pied Piper that is Mike Tomlin and the tune that he is singing to Art Rooney Jr. and the rest of the ESPN, which is also known as the Eastern Socialist Progressive Network of Nutcakes, and what their opinions are of Mike Tomlin. We, the Pittsburgh Steelers fans, know he's done nothing. He has never done anything.
No, that's ridiculous. That's just stupid. He won with Cowher's players. He won the Super Bowl. He won the Super Bowl.
Joe,
did Cowher win with Chuck Noll's players?
I agree with that too, Joe. I agree with that too. But let's look at
If you win, you win. If you win, you win.
Joe, let's look at Mike Tomlin's draft history. That's all you have to look at, Joe. What are you going to do when Cam retires next year? What are you going to do when you're shorthanded on the offensive line?
What's your point
The
overall?
point is, TJ should have never got $41 million a year. I agree with you. They should have traded him. They should have packaged him with Tomlin, traded him to Chicago. End of story. Then we maybe get a winning team again and a winning tradition.
Well, we come to an agreement there in the end. And thank you for the call. Thank you for the call. Not sure where that one was eventually headed, limits.
No, I don't know where our guy Paul was headed with that one. I don't know.
Yes, it should have been a new start.
Yeah.
The rock bottom game, the humiliating game against the Ravens should have really jarred Art to action, but I'm not sure anything would jar Art to action. And it was a golden chance to start anew with a new coach, to absolutely get a first-round pick from the Chicago Bears, no less, in a trade for Tomlin, which I think you could have gotten, and then Watt, and you still have talent on this team, and then have a real restart next season instead of going for this, what I think is pie in the sky, all in with the likes of Darius Slay and people like that, and notably Aaron Rodgers and Jalen Ramsey this season. I just don't think it's going to work. I think they're starting sort of a new next year anyway, a new era. I think there was opportunity here to really, really make it a fresh start. And as I've said many times, a fresh start for Tomlin, too. I think this was a great opportunity for him to go somewhere where the people just would have went crazy for him. He could have named his price there. Of course, he's already one of the 5 highest paid coaches, I think, in all of North American sports. It just felt like a natural break point, and the Steelers, Art didn't seize that opportunity. Maybe he'll be proven right in the end. But I got 8 years of high-end mediocrity to say he won't be proven right. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township, mostly sunny today and a high of Larry Brown, 79. Rain possible at 3. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, Limits, let's go to, speaking of Mike Tomlin, where did he rank in this latest CBS ranking? And nationally, has his stock started to fall a little bit? Was this a legitimate list? And then Aaron Rodgers with a, to my way of thinking, more interesting list, because this was compiled from polling general manager or coaches, I think, executives. Yeah, so general managers and scouts in the NFL. Jeremy Fowler was the prime mover here in this story on ESPN. So it's not what ESPN people think, to that last caller. It's what coaches, executives, and scouts think. They ranked the quarterbacks. Where did Aaron Rodgers rank, and what do we think of this list? Let's talk about it next on Part-Time Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The deal, 3 years, $123 million. The extension for T.J. Watt, $108 million is fully guaranteed. $41 million per year. That's the average. It's the highest annual value for any player. That's a non-quarterback in NFL history, smashing Myles Garrett and Jamar Chase previously. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville as the AFC North continues spending.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Thirsty? Get your favorites delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. Alcohol and non-alcoholic beverages. No limits, no hassle. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorty Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market now. Take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorty Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorty Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shortymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Hey, Pirates fans, Yinzer Palooza Weekend, presented by Mrs. T's, is back. And it's time to bring that 412 energy to PNC Park. Join us July 18th to the 20th as the Buccos take on the White Sox for a weekend full of Pittsburgh pride. The celebration kicks off Friday night with a post-game Zambelli fireworks show. On Saturday, we honor Pittsburgh's own Mac Miller. And Sunday wraps up the weekend with a special giveaway. Every kid in attendance will take home a jalapeno Hannah plush. Grab your tickets now at pirates.com/YinzerPalooza.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates are in action tonight. It's the start of Yinzer Palooza weekend at the ballpark as Bailey Falter starts against the Chicago White Sox. The rain is supposed to hold off, but it's Pittsburgh weather, so yeah, you never really know. 5:45 North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show will start it off tonight. You can listen right here on The Fan with 6:40 being first pitch. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Finally, some new music from Limit.
Happy Friday, Joe!
Where'd you get this?
Well, a couple of songs were sent my way by a man named Michael Stover, who said, here you go, here's some music, let's set it up. And I ran it through Craig like a couple months ago.
Yeah.
As long as we were able to let it roll. And here we go. New music.
I love it, man. Wow. Kudos to you, oh Limitless Wonder, for doing that.
You put a task out there, and I rang the bell.
Yeah,
I answered the bell.
2 months too late, but
Well,
you did do it. Actually, a year too late, but you did do it.
It was the last thing on my priorities list because it was the last thing that we needed to get to, but we made it work.
All right, let's get to something else here. Wait a second. What have I done, Limits? I did everything wrong.
Yeah, you did. What have you done?
Did I do the weather at the end of last hour? Did I do the call now to win 2 tickets to see Paul McCartney?
No.
Why don't we do that?
Please.
Call now to win 2 tickets to see McCartney when he brings his Got Back tour to PPG Paints Arena on November 11th. Caller number 3 at 412-928-9370 wins those tickets. Plus, you get to have a conversation with Limits, which is even better than a McCartney concert, I would argue.
And you know what, Joe? I also have to give a message to the people as well that I did not give.
Please.
Because we have to tell everybody about what's going on at the Open Championship, where Brian Hartman is currently leading. He is 8 under. He shot a 65 today in the second round. And this Open update from Ireland is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. This is a very interesting list Jeremy Fowler put together a couple days ago. Executives, coaches, scouts rank the NFL's top 10 quarterbacks for 2025. Okay? So they put them into different tiers. It's considered by some to be a golden era of quarterbacks. And they've done this with all different positions, by the way, that we can look at others for sure. But this is where you win, right? So I'm trying to find out how many different people he talked to. But they basically 70 voters. So these are more significant to me than a lot of these other lists that one person just puts out, right? I mean, this is what people, the movers and shakers in the NFL, think. And I can't believe some of this. All right, number 1, Patrick Mahomes. That makes sense, of course. Number 2, Josh Allen. That makes sense. I might reverse those two, but you can't argue with Mahomes at 1. I mean, I could, but I won't. Joe Burrow at 3. Nobody argues about that. And Lamar Jackson. I think there's a clear-cut top 4, and those are it in any order you want to put them. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson. Nothing surprises me about that. I think they're on the money there. Now we get to number 5. They have Jaden Daniels, who was spectacular last season. I mean, it was only 1 season. But he took a joke of a franchise and just put them on his back. That's the guy the Steelers need. That kind of guy, just to walk in here and say, everybody follow me. I'm great. I can make you great. Matthew Stafford, I don't really have a problem with that, although there's somebody else I would have put there, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. Matthew Stafford, number 6, a little bit high for me. He's 37 years old. He's still good. He's still really good, as a matter of fact. But as Fowler points out, almost 18% of his throws were, quote, off target, the second worst mark in that category among quarterbacks who received at least 1 vote. Like, he's dangerous. I'd love to have him in a playoff situation. I think he gives me a chance to win. But he's not the 6th best quarterback in the NFL. Limits, have you given away the McCartney tickets? Was the person thrilled?
I did, and the person was very thrilled, yes.
I would be, too. I mean, those are very hard to get right now.
Yeah,
they are being jacked up a little bit by some of the ticket agencies, from what I understand.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some people just go on there and they'll buy a bunch of tickets and then they'll just resell them on the secondary market.
Dynamic
And there's
pricing.
so many fees. Oh, the fees are so bad.
So I'm going over the top 10 here of from executives, coaches, scouts in the NFL from Fowler.
Yes.
You know the top 4. Then Jaden Daniels came in 5th. Stafford I disagree with at 6. I don't think he should be there. 7 is Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Well, come on, people. What? This is insulting. What are we doing
to
here?
Who?
To everybody else in the league. I'll tell you one guy it's insulting to is Jalen Hurts. That's who it's insulting. You think Justin Herbert is a top 7 quarterback in the NFL?
I think he's more so 8 or 9, but he's
well,
in the
if
top
he's
10
8, then
for
you
sure.
think he's top 10 for sure.
Top 10 for sure, yes.
In terms of talent or what he actually does on the field?
A little bit of both. I think that team would have made a run in the playoffs last year if they weren't significantly beat up by injuries.
Oh, everybody was beat up by injuries.
Harbaugh's second year, I think they're going to take a big jump. Look out for the Chargers this year. I think they might win that division. If I had to stamp anything right now, I think I would have the Chargers definitely in the playoffs, and you can convince me that they're going to win the division.
That's fine. They are a dangerous team, and I love Harbaugh. Justin Herbert is not the 7th best quarterback in the NFL. I don't think, anyway. 8 is Jared Goff. You have any problem with that, Limits?
I think Hurts should be higher than him, but Goff is right around 9-10. He's right in that area.
And Jalen Hurts is number 9. The man who has walked onto the biggest stage in all of American sports, all the world perhaps, and gone there and stared down Mahomes, who's won on this list, and I think outplayed him twice. They got ripped off by the officials one year. And he's won tons of big games. He does it by running. He does it by outsmarting people. And he does it with his arm. I mean, when is this guy going to get the respect that he deserves? I think he should be 5th on this list personally. I can make an argument, maybe, for higher than that. You're putting Justin Herbert ahead of Jalen Hurts.
No, I told you that I was putting Jalen Hurts ahead of Justin Herbert. If I had to make a list right now, I would go with Allen 1. I would go with Mahomes 2. My third pick would be
Sounds
Joe
like you
Burrow.
are making a list now. Burrow
I am
3rd.
making a list, yes.
Lamar 4th.
Lamar would be 4th on that list. I would put Hurts 5, Jaden Daniels 6.
I'm okay with that. We're thinking along the same lines, Limits.
And, thinking about it right now, I would put Justin Herbert 7, yes. I would put Herbert 7, and I would have 8th be, honestly, probably Jordan Love.
The other guy who's getting insulted here, they have Baker Mayfield at 10. That's fine. I'm a Baker Mayfield fan. I said that the Steelers should have gotten him 3 years ago when he was up for grabs or whenever that was. Said it multiple times. I like him. He throws a lot of picks. You could argue if he's top 10, I'm fine with that. The other guy who needs to be in the top 10 is C.J. Stroud. These people are out of their minds. And I'd like to go ask the GMs who didn't put him in their top 10, would you like him as your quarterback of the future? And this is something that really bothers me about evaluations of players. Are we just going to willfully ignore the fact that his receiving cast was decimated last year? That just doesn't matter? I'm reading a story from halfway through last season. The Houston Texans have lost their top 2 wide receivers through the first 8 weeks of the season. Nico Collins is on injured reserve with a hamstring injury. Stephon Diggs suffered a season-ending torn ACL. And that was before Tank Dell suffered that gruesome injury. What are we doing? And yet, he still won a division and still won a playoff game in which he played pretty darn well when they buried Harbaugh's Chargers. What are people looking at? Do you not factor that in? That he had no receivers? And that his offensive line stunk? And that he still managed to will his team into a playoff appearance and a playoff win, which we don't even remember what one of those looks like around here. I just think that's crazy and really unfair to C.J. Stroud. I would build my franchise around him in a second, and I would have him up around 7 or 8 on this list, maybe even as high as 6. How do you like that?
No, I think C.J. Stroud is fairly ranked where he is. I mean, 20.
Not even top 10.
No, I think right outside the top 10 is the first honorable mention. I think is a good spot for him.
Really?
20 touchdowns, 12 picks last year. I mean, Nico Collins did play 12 games, and Tank Dell did play 14. And Stephon Diggs, he never really had a chance to be able to play with Diggs at all.
He played half the season. He played 8 games.
He played 8 games.
He was their big signing. Collins, you just told me that Nico Collins missed 5 games. What's that, 40% of the season? And Tank Dell missed the playoffs. You're just reciting stats. You're doing what they did, 20 and 12. Man, did he take a step back last year? You ever seen the Texans' offensive line in those games?
Yeah.
They stink. Did they still win a playoff game?
You made the argument, though, that they got to the playoffs with no wide receiving core and a bad offensive line. Didn't Russell Wilson do the same? And I'm not saying Russell Wilson is C.J. Stroud, but comparing to the argument that you made, Russell Wilson also had a pretty shaky offensive line, no receivers, and got to the playoffs.
Russell Wilson?
And again,
We're
like I
talking
said,
about
I'm
now?
not comparing Russell Wilson to C.J. Stroud.
Then give Justin Fields credit for his wins, too.
Fine. I'm just poking holes in the argument a little bit.
What argument?
That C.J. Stroud should be so high because he overcame his receivers missing a couple of games. Other than Stephon Diggs.
Wait, Russell Wilson missed his top 3 receivers for portions of the season?
Had no receivers.
Oh. Okay. All right. So are you putting Russell Wilson ahead of C.J. Stroud now?
No. Again, I'm just making the argument as to why I don't have him in the top 10 and why I think that the coaches and executives did not vote him into the top 10.
I think they're crazy. I'd take C.J. Stroud in a second. I thought the guy was good last year. He also won a playoff game. Is that not a big separator?
No, that ultimately does separate him from Wilson. And
does
again,
it not separate him from others?
Again,
like
I'm
Herbert?
just pointing out a general example. Yeah, it does. But again, that's also a crappy division, and they had a good matchup. Who did they end up beating in that first-round playoff game?
Chargers, 32-12 or 32-13, something like that.
Yeah, and the Chargers, their defense was all beaten up. Herbert had no offensive
Here we
line.
go. You're a big all right.
I'm a huge Justin Herbert guy.
Justin Herbert guy.
Yeah,
Based on what? He's 0-2 in the playoffs. What's he actually done? Justin Herbert.
Yeah, he had Brandon.
You want to look up?
We're not
using receivers. We're not using receivers as an excuse.
I'm not using
limits.
receivers. I'm using the coach in Brandon Staley.
Oh, we're using the coach.
Don't you think D'Amico Ryans is a really good coach in the NFL that C.J. Stroud has in Houston?
Yeah.
Do you think that Brandon Staley, when he was in
also
two
had
of
a
those
new
playoff
offensive
games with the Chargers, was any good?
What?
Do you think Brandon Staley, when he was the coach of the Chargers, was any good?
He was okay, not great.
He was okay. I mean, they ran him out of town. He should have got fired the year before because he blew that playoff game against Jacksonville.
At least they were competitive in a playoff game. It's more they've been around here in the last 8 years.
And they could have got into the playoffs if they would have just tied the Raiders, but he called a timeout, a meaningless timeout with 35 seconds left.
Why are we talking about Brandon Staley? Because you have Justin Herbert as one of your best quarterbacks in the league, and you don't have C.J. Stroud as a top 10. So right now, if you're running a franchise, you'd take Baker Mayfield over him?
Over C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Yes, I would.
You'd take Jared Goff over him.
Yes, I would.
You don't think Jared Goff is the beneficiary of tons of talent around him?
I also think Jared Goff is very talented and has been able to put up very good numbers. Yes, despite everything around him. But he also...
Despite everything around him?
Or with everything around him. And the fact that what he was with the Rams as well, being able to make it to a Super Bowl, banging on the drum of the Super Bowl again with the Detroit Lions... I think Jared Goff is just a separator compared to C.J. Stroud in bigger moments.
I think he has a hell of a lot better of a team myself. But what about Jordan Love?
Yes, I would put Jordan Love over C.J. Stroud.
Would you have Jordan based on what?
Based on Jordan Love's ability to make every single throw. And again, we have not seen as much of Jordan Love.
C.J. Stroud can't make every single throw?
We haven't seen Jordan Love in every single capacity yet, whether it be because he was hurt at the very beginning of the season.
I like Jordan Love, don't get me wrong. I had Jordan Love pegged as my MVP before last season.
Me too. That's why I'm surprised that you did not, God bless you, take Jordan Love over C.J. Stroud.
They're very comparable, actually, for me, and they'd both be in my top 10, especially if I was starting a team. And then we get to our good friend Aaron Rodgers, our new friend, I should say, Aaron Rodgers, and he is only in the also receiving votes category. Honorable mention went to Stroud and Jordan Love after Baker Mayfield. I think if you asked every general manager in the league would they take, and I'm a Baker fan, and you ask them, for this season and or the future, would you take Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud, or Jordan Love? 30 of the 32 would rank Mayfield third on that list, I think. You?
Can you give me the list one more time?
Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, Baker Mayfield.
I would go Love, Mayfield, Stroud.
What don't you like about C.J. Stroud? I'm very curious now.
Well, I really liked his rookie year. Like, he was lights out on fire that year. And a lot of the reason is a lot of people said Bobby Slowick was a big part of that. And Bobby Slowick was fired this last year, their offensive coordinator. I don't know if that's because, I would imagine that's partly because C.J. Stroud took a dip and somebody has to take the fall. And Bobby Slowick was probably a part of that. Like, everybody in the NFL said, man, that's a really surprising thing right there.
Wait, wasn't Slowick still their coordinator last year?
He was, but they let him go. He's not back this year is what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were trying to explain last year's struggles.
Well, what I'm saying is I think that Bobby Slowick was ultimately the fall guy for C.J. Stroud's struggles.
To me, the fall guys were injured receivers and a horrible offensive line. But let's move on from him.
Please. Can I address one thing?
Yeah.
Again, the text line. The texter is continuing to claim that this is me anti-Ohio State with C.J. Stroud.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is.
That's just so bull you-know-what.
I love our texters. There's no question.
It's bull you-know-what. That's all it is.
When I brought up that their big receiver, Stephon Diggs, tore his ACL 8 games in, that Nico Collins wasn't there for 5 games early in the season, and that Tank Dell wasn't there for the playoffs, you shrugged it off like that was nothing.
Why don't we have a Marvin Harrison discussion, and then we can see how great I think he is also going to Ohio State? Oh, yeah, why don't we have a Cam Hayward discussion? He went there. Why don't we have a Jack Sawyer discussion?
No. I'm getting back to you shrugging off. C.J. Stroud won a division and a playoff game again, right?
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And went into Kansas City with like half of a team on offense and was pretty competitive there as well if they hadn't protected Patrick Mahomes like he was a tiny baby, right?
Yeah, that defense still also played pretty well for Houston to be able to stick in that game.
See, texters, that's him taking another shot at C.J. Stroud. Go get him at 412-928-9370. The text line is open.
I think it's flat out ridiculous that people are trying to claim this is Ohio State bias.
Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So at least Stroud and Love got honorable mention after the top 10. Then we go all the way down to 12 and the rest of them also receiving votes. Kyler Murray in no particular order. Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, and Bo Nix. Who among those has the best argument for the top 10 or at least honorable mention?
Tua. No, I'm just kidding. I would say probably... Oh, man. That's
want me to read them
decision.
again, Limits?
No, I'm looking at them in front of me.
I
would say probably Kyler Murray based on ability, but he hasn't done it. Probably Dak. And I'm not the biggest Dak guy.
Hold on a second here. Limits. Because now I have to ask you about your bias against another guy in the league.
Who's that, Dak?
No, Bo Nix.
I thought about putting Bo Nix up there.
He had 29 touchdowns and 12 interceptions as a rookie. He's also a really good runner. He got the Denver Broncos in a year because of the Russell Wilson, the mangling of that situation and how they sold their soul to Russell Wilson and had no money. He took a franchise to the playoffs. He ran for almost 500 yards. He threw for 37. He had 29 touchdowns against 12 picks, and that's not half the story. I mean, in his first couple games, one of them against the Steelers, he had no touchdowns and 4 picks. Those were the first 2 games of his NFL career, starting right out of the gate. Which means in his last 15 games, this dude had 29 touchdown passes and 8 picks. He had games where he ran for 61 and 75 and 47 yards to go along with that. I see a star on the rise. You don't. Why not?
I do think that Nix with Sean Payton creates a really good duo. And to be honest with you, Joe, like Bo Nix is growing on me as a quarterback and what he can be in the NFL. Now, at the same time, I still want to see more from him, and I want to see a larger sample size before I can put him in the top 10. And you might say, oh, well, what about Jaden Daniels? Well, Jaden Daniels, you could just tell right away, especially going to the NFC Championship game and being oh so close to going to the Super Bowl is, I think, different. And when I look at Bo Nix, there are a lot of things that I do like from him. But I also do think that having Surtain, best defense in the NFL, there's been a lot of good things around Bo Nix that have helped him, especially Sean Payton turning that organization around. I think that if we see him take another step this year, he's definitely in that top 10, yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's a regular season award. I thought his case was just as good as Jaden Daniels' case. Really. Just as good, just as solid. You could even argue that Washington had more talent around Jaden Daniels than the Broncos did around this guy. Now in the playoff, and I love Jaden Daniels, don't get me wrong, but I also love Bo Nix.
Yeah.
The resumes look very, very similar to me from last year's regular season.
Isn't this an odd also receiving votes list, though? It's just a bunch of quarterbacks that you just don't know where to put them. Kyler, Brock Purdy, Dak, Rodgers, Tua, and Bo Nix. Like, Tua, I'm not a Tua guy at all. And I just feel like, one, he's not available. Two, he shrivels up in big moments down the stretch in the season. He can't play in cold weather. When it's 70 degrees and wonderful in whatever city he travels to in September and October, Tua shines. When the season gets late, it really when the daytime and the darkness comes at 4:30, Tua does not shine.
You're avoiding the topic here, Limits.
What's
You abruptly transferred us from Bo Nix, who I think is going to be a problem for teams this year.
I said what I have to say about Bo Nix.
But you did mention the AFC West too, and I think there's teams there that are going to be a big problem for the Steelers in terms of getting to the playoffs. That division's changed, and I think I'm with you. I think somebody else is going to win it.
Yeah,
I do.
They'll have 3 teams in it. 3 teams in the playoffs.
I think the Broncos may win that division. How do you like that?
I can understand the argument. I think the Chargers are probably more talented all around, with our friend Najee being on the team as well. Maybe that'll give them a boost.
Yeah,
Our
okay.
friend Najee. But I saw this number that Harbaugh in year 2, whether it was San Francisco, Michigan, like everywhere Harbaugh has been, the year 1 to year 2 jump is just so significant. And I'm expecting that with the Chargers.
I think you might be right on that one, actually, as far as the Chargers beat. They were really good last year. They were a tough team to play against, and I do wonder if your guy Justin Herbert would have stayed in the game here if they might have beaten the Steelers that day.
The text line has pointed something out, so I do want to answer this.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud or Drew Aller, that would answer the bias question.
Yeah.
Right now, I would take C.J. Stroud.
Right now, you would.
Yeah.
A guy who's gone into the NFL and in each of his first 2 seasons won playoff games.
Yeah.
And was he Rookie of the Year before?
Yeah.
But you had to throw in the right now.
Well, I would pick C.J. Stroud, yeah.
Okay.
Just putting it out there. The texter asked, and I put it out there and gave my answer.
What about Will Howard?
Will Howard or C.J. Stroud?
Will Howard or Drew Aller?
Drew Aller.
Will Howard or C.J. Stroud? Have we gone nuts?
You said Will Howard or Drew Aller.
Yeah, that's what I did say.
And I said Drew Aller, and then you said C.J. Stroud or Will Howard, and I said C.J. Stroud.
Coming up next, Limits has a limitless Oh, no, this is the Bechtold Breakdown.
This is the Bechtold Breakdown.
Two similar segments by different names.
They are different names.
What do you got, big boy?
All right, so we have a couple of things that I want to touch on, including where does Jalen Ramsey rank in the corner rankings list? I think that was kind of fascinating how NFL coaches and executives view him. And we also have a guest from the NWA tournament, my buddy Jake Davey from down at Duquesne. He will join the show for a little bit to explain what's going on in Washington this weekend. That's coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, would you like to finish, Joe?
No, thank you.
3 years, 123. That's the year. And the money for T.J. Watt to become the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Announced by some as a 4-year deal. Part of that is how they fluctuate the signing bonus and the cap hits. But it's $41 million in total average annual value for T.J. Watt. more than Myles Garrett by 1 million per season. More headlines at 937thefan.com, and our headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. DJ Lagway didn't throw this spring, and the whispers of injury got loud, but Florida's QB1 showed up to SEC Media Days looking healthy and ready. Now the Gators are betting big that Lagway's raw talent, toughness, and year 2 leap can do more than just steady the offense. They think he can bring Florida all the way back. It's been a minute since Gainesville mattered on the national stage when it comes to football. With Lagway, this all may change. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans, Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now is the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for a BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Start your engine. The road to luxury begins now at Spitzer Acura McMurray. With hot deals on cool wheels, experience, performance, and prestige with one of the largest selections of luxury compact SUVs in Western PA, starting under $40,000. Save on the all-new MDX and RDX, designed for distinction. Plus, receive a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Join us in the winner's circle at Spitzer Acura McMurray. Online, spitzeracura.com. Select model, see dealer for details.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
It's the Bechtold Breakdown, Joe, for this Friday, July 18th, 2025. And the Bechtold Breakdown is brought to you by our good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. Trust Southside Plumbing and Heating for all your needs. And, you know, on this show, you hear a lot about wiffle ball. You might make fun of me for wiffle ball. You might be somebody in Baldwin that likes wiffle ball.
It's the greatest sport ever invented.
I think it's pretty cool. And one thing that's really cool coming to Washington, Pennsylvania this weekend is the National Wiffle Ball Tournament, Joe. There's a national championship tournament that's played every year. They travel around the country, and every couple of years it comes to the Pittsburgh area. And the tournament director, Jake Davey, is a friend of mine. He joins us now, and I play in a league that Davey and I are both in, the South Hills Wiffle League. I run the Baldwin League. Davey runs the Wiff Is Life League. Everyone comes together for this big tournament in Washington.
All right, Davey, let's start with this. Do you use the classic yellow bat, the thin yellow bat with the old school balls with the slits in the side of them? Is that what we have here? Because that's the only kind of wiffle ball I accept.
Yep, thanks for having me on, Joe and Austin. It is the official wiffle ball and wiffle bat, the yellow stick and the one-sided holes, official wiffle ball equipment.
Limits, did you know I once did a story on the inventor of the wiffle ball bat and ball?
No, I did not.
It was in Connecticut, a man down on his luck, I don't know, the 40s, 50s, somewhere in there,
yeah.
And he mortgaged the house to finance this. He was watching his kids play in the yard, you know, just like, I don't know what they were hitting, a little rock with a stick or something, and said, we need to invent a ball that will curve. What if I put slits in the ball? Does that make it curve more? And he took the top of an old perfume bottle, 2 of them, and taped them together and poked holes in them. And there began the invention. I would put it up there, Davey, with the hula hoop, the frisbee, and I don't know what else, as the quintessential American toys, if you will, but game-related, sports-related, whatever, toys. I mean, those are the greatest toys ever invented. Would you agree with that?
I agree. It's got to be right up there. I mean, you see it in pretty much, every backyard, every kid, everyone I talk to about, you know, how I'm involved with wiffle ball, they say, oh, yeah, played as a kid. So it's part of that American family backyard.
I honestly believe it's the greatest American game in terms of, like, having a toy like that I've ever that's ever been. His name was David Mullaney. It was the summer of 1953. He was a desperate man, and he cashed in his life insurance policy, and he pretended to go to work each day to fool his family. His auto polish business had failed limits, and he filed for bankruptcy. But when he got home every night from his pretend work day, he would see his 12-year-old son in the yard playing a baseball-like game with friends. They used a broomstick and a perforated plastic golf ball, and it took off from there.
Wow.
You need to know your roots. And I talked to David Mullaney's son or grandson, I can't remember which, about the entire design and invention of this thing. This guy was 70 years old back in 2010, so hopefully he's still around at 84, his son, and he told me that's how it all came to be. Do you know how much you could buy a wiffle ball set for when it was invented in 54, Davey? Wrong. 49 cents.
Pretty cheap and affordable, Joe.
I would say so. Go ahead, Limits. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No worries at all. So, Davey, how many teams are in the tournament this year? It's at North Park in Washington and Cannonsburg. And how many people travel from different states to be a part of this?
Yeah, so we have we're the National Wiffle League Association. So we're an association of leagues throughout the country. They can bring an all-star team to this national tournament. We'll have 16 the top leagues from across the country competing this weekend. They're from 7 different states, and they also have players from a couple other states. So we probably have upwards of 10 to 12 states represented.
Here, where are you playing, and can people come watch?
Yeah, it's all free admission. It is this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Games start at 8 a.m. both days. Runs pretty much all day Saturday, and then picks back up 8 a.m. Sunday. It's at North Strabane Park in Canonsburg. It's all free admission up at the top of the hill. We'll have 4 fields going on all at once. We'll have over 50 games, and it'll all finish up with a championship Sunday, 6 o'clock. It'll be live on ESPN, or ESPN Plus. My bad.
Holy ostrich milk.
Yeah.
Limits, do you have a team in here?
So, not this season. I do have one of my guys, Jake Monroe, who plays in ball.
You were scared to play?
He's playing. So, partly because we're going to Vermont for a tournament.
Oh, what does that have to do with anything, Limits? You have an ESPN Plus wiffle ball tournament here. Your team should be in it, right, Davey?
As Davey knows, when we went to the...
I've been trying to get him.
He's been trying to get me to play because we played in it 2 years ago. And we beat a league called Major League Wiffle Ball 17-1. But other than that, we got absolutely shellacked.
Humble brag. Do you have one more question for Davey?
Brag. Yeah. Why do you think that the sport of wiffle ball, Davey, is just as big as it is? Because a lot of people don't realize how many people play it and how many people are so dedicated to this.
Yeah, I think it's just something that everyone can go back to their roots on, and everyone played growing up. And it's a pretty fun sport to play. Like, as you grow up, there's different styles, as you mentioned on different times in your show, that each league has their own style to cater to their players. So you could play a slow pitch league and have fun with it, or you could get up and competitive to what we're doing this weekend, where we have guys throwing upwards of 90 to 100 miles an hour from 45 feet.
Wow, that
insane.
is incredible.
Like, when I said that we got crushed, it's because some guy from Philly came in against us, and he seemed like he was just insane the way that he was throwing the ball with an arm angle. From 45 feet away, that ball is coming at you at like 95 miles an hour.
That is incredible.
We're just not hitting that.
And I'll tell you this, Davey, just so you learn the roots of your own sport if you didn't know them. This guy, Mr. Mullaney, started selling wiffle ball bats and balls for 49 cents a piece out of a local diner in Manhattan. It's called wiffle ball for the way kids would taunt others for, quote, whiffing. And this story I wrote was in 2010, and the Sun said that the product is manufactured the exact same way, using the exact same materials as it was when it was invented 57 years ago. I hope you enjoyed this history lesson. I enjoyed having you on the air. Good luck with the tournament.
Thanks, Davey.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks.
What a man he is, huh, Limits?
Wonderful, man. Yeah, I've known Davey for about 3-4 years, and he also works in the sports information department at Duquesne. A very well-rounded.
Here's the last thing I would say about wiffle ball, and I've spent a tragic portion of my life playing it. It was always about how the ball and bat action felt so much like real baseball. It's amazing to me that this guy invented this. You have line shots, you have pop-ups, foul-backs, dribblers, high choppers, 5-hoppers. It's all there. Yeah. It's all there. You can throw screwballs, curveballs, sinkers, risers. And in my case, Limits, the greatest knuckleball in wiffle ball history. It's one of the most amazing inventions in American history, and I really mean that.
It's a lot of fun. It's a good backyard game. I know a lot of people might say, wiffle ball? Really, Limits? Wiffle ball? Don't knock it until you try it. Our league is different because we use big barrel bats and we use holes on either side.
Everybody's tried it, Limits.
It's like our league is similar to baseball than it is to actual wiffle ball because we don't use the yellow bats, and that's why it's kind of a struggle and an adjustment for us when we go into these national tournaments. But it's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun, and I'm glad that a lot of people can be a part of it. All right.
Next.
Moving along. Seattle and Tampa Bay will both wear throwback uniforms in Week 5 in their matchup. So you might be asking, Limits, why are you bringing this up? The Steelers, in just a matter of days, are anticipated to drop their alternate uniforms. Joe, what would you like to see the Steelers debut? Something new? The Bumblebees return?
The Bumblebees. Absolutely, the Bumblebees. I think Ben had that 6-touchdown game in Bumblebees, didn't he?
He did.
I love the Bumblebees. A lot of people hated them. Give me the Bumblebees.
I like the Bumblebees, too.
I said I loved them.
They were unique. They were a little bit strange, but they were fun, and they were kind of outlandish. And that's something that you like with throwbacks unless you have something like a classic uniform like the Buccaneers going back to their original uniforms with that bright orange that they have in Seattle with the bright blue. The Steelers have mainly kept their uniform the same. The Bumblebees are the only thing. But please bring back block numbers for good. I think we can all agree on that. Next, Quinshon Judkins, the running back for the Browns. He has gotten into some hot water. He has some off-the-field legal issues. He will not report to Browns camp with team rookies this week for the Browns. What do you make of Cleveland's outlook, Joe? Because we brought up the Browns a little bit earlier in Myles Garrett. They seem like a team where if you're talking quarterback, they're in the best position to land one in the draft next year.
Yes, they are in the best position to land one, but, time's a-wasting. Start explaining, as the great Chaz Pala says on his answering machine. Trib photographer,
yes,
I might add.
I've met Chaz.
They stink. So, again, we're coming back to the Browns getting a quarterback. We've been talking about this since the year 2000, for God's sakes. I think they're hoping that one of these guys this year, Shadur Sanders is off to a little bit of a rough start. Maybe it's Dylan Gabriel. It's certainly not going to be Pickett. It's obviously not going to be Deshaun Watson. And Joe Flacco is 96 years old. It's a somewhat talented team that'll probably find a way again to beat the Steelers once. But the Browns are a disaster.
You know how we did our quarter-century teams? Would the Browns be the worst team of this quarter-century in all professional sports?
I'd have to look harder at all the teams' limits, and it might take a while to research that, but I know a baseball team in Pittsburgh who's up there or down there.
I would say that the Browns are worse.
Would you now?
I would.
No, you might be right. What if they won one playoff game?
One playoff game, yes.
I'd have to compare. That's a whole project.
The Pirates have won, and I get it, it's baseball, and there was a series, but they won the wild card game, and they also won one playoff game against the Cardinals.
I would not equate winning one playoff game in a series in baseball to winning an actual playoff game in football.
No, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say. It's not the same thing. It's a little bit apples to oranges. I still think the Pirates have been, and again, we're kind of splitting hairs here between the Browns and the Pirates, unfortunately. But I think the Pirates have been the more successful organization.
Based on what?
Based on that success, based on the 98-win season in 15. Based on the run in 13, 14, 15.
They've each made the playoffs 3 times, right?
Yes.
The Browns did in 2002, 2020, and 23. The Browns won a game, a wild card game. The Steelers won the Penguin.
What are you saying?
The Pirates won a wild. What are you saying? That's the question. You sound like it's an obvious choice here.
How many different quarterbacks have the Browns had since the turn of the century? What is it, like 28?
You don't want to get into comparing that type of thing to the Pirates, do you? How many different first basemen have the Pirates had?
Yeah, we're talking quarterback. That's a significant position.
How many
different managers and coaches? We should go over that. I think what puts the Browns over the top, though, Joe, is the 0-16 season and the run that they had.
You might be right about that.
What was it, 1 in 30, whatever it was?
I'll give you that. Here's the Pirates' opening day first baseman since 2000. Kevin Young. Randall Simon. You remember the trouble there with beating the sausage limits?
No, what was the trouble?
The trouble was there was a sausage mascot in Milwaukee, and Simon beat it with a bat.
Oh.
And did he get put in jail? I don't remember, but that was his claim to fame. Somebody named Ward, Sean Casey, Adam LaRoche for 3 straight years, Clement, what was his first name?
Matt Clement?
Yeah. No, not Matt Clement's the pitcher.
I know.
Lyle Overpaid, Garrett Jones.
Lyle Overpaid.
Somebody, Gabby Sanchez.
Oh, Gabby Sanchez was an all-star in Miami, and then they traded him to the Pirates. Remember that? Gabby Sanchez, the all-star?
Yes. Ishikawa, Pedro Alvarez was their opening day starter. John Jaso. Josh Bell for 4 years. Yep. Colin, don't call me Ian Moran. Tutsugo.
Yoshi Tutsugo, yes.
Santana. Rowdy and Andy Rodriguez. I'll match that 1-for-1 with any Browns quarterbacks you got, my friend.
Who was the best Brown of that era? Remember the run Terrell Pryor had?
Of this era?
Yeah.
Myles
the
Garrett.
Last 25 years. Myles Garrett? Yeah, I guess that's fairly obvious. Joe Thomas?
Maybe Joe Thomas. No, it's not fairly obvious. You're right, Limits. And I give you all the credit in the world for that.
Thank you. What about that one season Terrell Pryor had?
He sucked. No, not Pryor. He was good. I
Terrell
thought you were
Pryor
going to
was
say.
very good. You
I
know where
thought you were
Terrell
going to
Pryor
say
went?
Deshaun Watson.
You know where Terrell Pryor went?
Jeanette.
Ohio State. He was very good.
He was very good, and I wish I'll tell you this: Terrell Pryor put together one of the most amazing NFL seasons ever. We were just talking about this with Donnie Football. Were we with Donnie? Was he the one when he played tight end? He came in, he caught like 70 passes.
Remember when he had that run against the Steelers in Oakland? I don't think anybody will ever forget that.
Yeah, I want to be very clear that when I said that, I didn't say that about Pryor. I thought he was didn't get enough of a chance maybe as a quarterback, but was very impressive. I thought you were going the Deshaun Watson route, and I jumped the gun.
Last one.
And I apologize to you and Terrell Pryor for that.
Last one. Mike Williams has announced his retirement from the NFL with the Chargers. Justin Herbert called it heartbreaking, tough news to hear.
Who?
Mike Williams, wide receiver.
Yeah.
What do you make of Mike Williams' brief career with the Steelers?
I mean, a couple of things stand out. One was the winning touchdown catch against the Commanders. That was a huge play. And the other one was them just keeping him on the sidelines even after he would make a rare good play. There was one game, maybe it was Kansas City, maybe it was Baltimore, where it literally looked like he had a straitjacket on the sidelines. And by that time, he probably needed one after what Aaron Rodgers calling him out and then coming here and playing for this team. And also that it was a terrible acquisition in the end, either because he wasn't good anymore or they didn't use him, by Omar Khan, who has yet to fix that problem, by the way. Thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Joe.
Did you have anything else to say? You were awfully silent by the end.
No, I was just reading a text from a texter.
What does it say?
Well, there's a texter that texts in probably once a week that will text in all caps and say, his name is Austin, Joe. Call him Austin.
All right. So
and I was laughing.
Check this out, Limits. The right fielders every day since 2000. You ready? Every day opening day right fielders for the Pirates. You ready for this list?
Gregory Polanco.
Brian Giles, Derek Bell, Craig Wilson, Reggie Sanders, Craig Wilson, somebody named Lawton, Burnett, Jeremy Burnitz, Xavier Nady 2 years in a row.
He was good.
Brandon Moss, Garrett Jones, Jose Tabata, Jones, Travis Snyder, Polanco for 2 years, McCutcheon, Polanco, Cabrera,
Melky Cabrera,
Heredia.
Dilson Heredia? No.
Guillermo Heredia? I have no memory of this.
What season was that?
2020.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, my God.
That COVID year roster was one of the worst Pirate rosters of all time.
It was him and somebody named Dyson in center field.
Dyson, yes.
Polanco again, Cole Tucker, Smith and Jigba, Connor Joe, and Brian Reynolds. Oh, my God. Wow. Hold on a second here, Limits. What year did you say was horrifying? 2020?
Yeah. How many people from that lineup do you think I could name?
Their opening day lineup in 2020? I'll give you that opportunity right now. Who was the catcher? Wrong.
Jacob Stallings.
Yes. First base.
Yoshi?
Josh Bell.
Oh.
Second base.
Adam Frazier.
Yes, Adam Frazier. Third base.
Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Colin Moran.
Ke'Bryan Hayes wasn't at third?
Not in 2020 on opening day, but thank you for asking.
You're welcome.
Shortstop.
Heredia, the shortstop.
Kevin Newman.
Oh.
Left field.
Brian Reynolds.
Dyson, Heredia. Who was the opening day pitcher?
JT Brubaker.
Joe Musgrove. And who was the opening day DH?
21. Oh, Gregory Polanco.
Somebody named Osuna?
Oh, yeah, Jose Osuna. He played some first base, too.
Who is he, and who was he?
They had him for about 2 years. He had a couple of okay runs, but nothing to write home about.
My God, now that I look at it, he'd bat fourth in this year's lineup. He had 264 one year with 10 home runs and a 766 OPS. Where is he?
He wasn't bad.
He's great. He's only 32. Bring him back.
Update on Luis Ortiz. They're investigating him for gambling. MLB has extended his paid leave through August 31st as they continue to investigate.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And it's mostly sunny today with a high of Larry Brown, 79, rain possible, 3 p.m. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Bob Walk coming up as we get ready for the second half of a Pirates season that has gone completely off the rails. Let's talk about it with Bob next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Pirates, right after the All-Star game, traded Adam Frazier to the Kansas City Royals for infielder Cam Mulvaney, who has yet to make his major league debut. He's in his upper 20s, and he was optioned down to AAA Indianapolis. Potentially somebody who could come up when the Pirates ultimately decide to likely trade IKF at the deadline. More headlines are at 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Shinedown. Dance Kid Dance Tour. Live in Pittsburgh. PPG Paints Arena, July 22nd. With special guests, Bush and Morgan Wade. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Shinedown, live in concert. For more, visit Shinedown.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Open is currently taking place in Ireland, and in the lead from Ireland is Matt Fitzpatrick, currently at 9 under. The leader just a couple of hours ago, Brian Hartman, is 8 under. As Scotty Scheffler is climbing up the leaderboards, Scheffler is currently 7 under as he approaches the back 9. More headlines at 937thefan.com. This Open update from Ireland is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Bob Walk joins us next.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's been a while, Limits, since we have talked to Bob Walk, our friend. He's on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, how are you doing?
Good, Joe. How you been?
We've been very well. We all watched the All-Star game. We all watched the Home Run Derby. And that reminded me, I'm sure you've told me this story before, but now I can't remember it, quite frankly. You made an All-Star Game appearance way back in 1988, Riverfront Stadium. Dwight Gooden started the game for the National League. People like David Cohn, Oral Hershiser pitched in the game. And you came in for a third of an inning, and I believe you did your job very nicely. Who did you face, and what was that whole experience like?
Well, for me, it was kind of like being a first day in the big leagues again. Because I was not one of those guys, as you know, that went to the All-Star game every year. this was a once in a lifetime deal for me. So I was very excited, and to be in the same clubhouse with all the star names, and I did a little bit of nerves, but the only thing I can compare it to was my first day in the big leagues. That same type feeling and the same excitement that I had, and I was nervous as could be when I was down there warming up to go into that ball game. There was 2 outs, and the guy, I can't think of his name right now. He's a third baseman for the Oakland A's, and
Carney Lansford.
Carney Lansford, yes. And it was weird because I had talked to him years later, and I'm pretty sure he told me that was his one and only All-Star appearance also. So kind of neat. We faced each other. He hit a ground ball just a little bit off to the left of the mound, and I tried to catch it myself, but I missed it. And then Sandberg was, standing right there. He's cheating up the middle a little bit. Got the ground ball, and the inning was over, and I ended up getting a pinch hit for it. We were in a National League ballpark, so they were using the DH, and actually, when I got pinch hit for, we had the tying run at third, and I believe the go-ahead run was at second. And whoever hit for me hit a hard ground ball that the first baseman, I think, it was either the second baseman or the third baseman, dove and caught and kept it from going into the outfield, which would have been really cool if it would have made it, because then I would have been the pitcher of record or the winning side.
Wow.
That would have been really exciting for me. But as it was a cool thing. I really enjoyed the heck out of it, and glad that I was able to check that off my bucket list before it was all over.
That's a pretty good thing to check off, man. I'm looking at the rosters from that game. I could go on for an hour. Ricky Henderson, Dave Winfield, Cal Ripken, Mark McGuire on the AL side, George Brett, Don Mattingly, they were on the bench, Alan Trammell, Kirby Puckett, Roger Clemens, Eckersley, and then you guys had, again, I could go on for an hour. People like Palmeiro and Gooden starting the game, Gary Carter, Ozzie Smith, Darryl Strawberry, Vince Coleman led off for you guys that night. That is incredible, Bob. What was it like to be around Whitey Herzog for a couple days?
Whitey was awesome. He really kind of one of those old school guys that I really enjoyed talking to and stuff. And so I had a lot of fun there. That was good. So
when you guys get,
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm going to go ahead. Ask me a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you get together, when guys at that level are all together, whether it's, shooting the bull in the clubhouse or whatever, is a lot of the talk, like, I imagine it would be rare for you to get to share ideas with Oral Hershiser and Greg Maddux and people like that. Is a lot of it just fun talk, or is it tricks of the trade? Do you take that opportunity to learn something and try to get some things you can use?
Well, the one thing that I did learn, and I've told this story I think before, was one of those all-star guys was Andre Dawson, and he was a guy that I was always intimidated by. He always had that very intimidating, mean-looking look on his face.
Yeah.
And so I went back into the laundry room trying to just kind of get away from all the hustle and bustle that was going on. And just, I was just kind of calm my nerves down. I think it was like real early on the day of the game. And when I got back there, Andre Dawson was back there leaning up against one of the washing machines, and just by himself. And so I come back there, and now he starts talking to me, and we had like about a 15-minute conversation about, I don't even remember what the conversation was about, but I find out that this guy that I've always been intimidated by was like a teddy bear. He was the nicest guy I've ever met. I mean, it was incredible. And from that point on, he always lost his edge that he had on me.
Wow.
So I was like, and it was like when he would get up there in the batter's box, then I would I would always look at that look, and I would think to myself, not today. You're not intimidating to me anymore. You're just this nice teddy bear of a guy, and that brought me back to a thought that I had years ago when I was in Atlanta, and Bob Gibson was our pitching coach, and he caught me talking to somebody on the other team one time, and he told me, he says, "Don't you ever talk to anybody on the other team." He said, you do not want those guys to know anything about you. You want them to think you're a little crazy. Like, you accidentally hit somebody, don't ever say, "Oh, that's me, it's on me, I'm sorry." Just stand there, act like you did it on purpose. And you want them guys to be a little intimidated. You start talking to them, if they're a little leery of you, you're going to lose your edge. And that's exactly what happened that day with Dawson.
Wow. Well, let's pick that up right there, because I know a lot of things about your baseball career, but I didn't know that Bob Gibson was once your pitching coach. He's as legendary as it gets and as intimidating as it gets. What was it like working with him on a day-to-day basis?
Well, he was a little demanding, I think. He wasn't so much, really into the nuts and bolts, the wind-ups and things like that. We had two pitching coaches. It was kind of a different thing back then. Nowadays, it's kind of run-of-the-mill. But we had a guy named Rube Walker, who was actually a catcher. He was the pitching coach, and you had Bob as like they were co-pitching coaches. And Bob was more into the mental aspect of, like, kind of along the lines of what I was just talking about, of how you want to be thinking out there and things you want to do about that sort of deal. But as far as, like, where you put your hands during your wind up and how long your stride's going to be and all that was the old Rube Walker's area. So it was they kind of split things off into the mental stuff, and then, of course, the X's and O's.
That is so interesting, because I'm just looking at a story right now. Bob Gibson moved on to the Mets along with Rube Walker, or maybe that was before they got to you. I don't remember, but
yeah, I think that was before.
Well,
they came with Joe Torre like always a package deal.
Yeah, right, because Joe Torre said that year when he hired Bob Gibson as his pitching coach, he said, "He's my attitude coach." That's his job, to teach the Mets pitchers to be intimidating. And then Ed Lynch, who was a starter for the Mets, said that's perfect because he never talked about mechanics or anything like that. It was all about your attitude on the mound. That's exactly what you just said.
Yeah, that's the way he was. And he is also Joe needs somebody to play cribbage every day, so he was Torre's cribbage partner. They played cribbage in the office constantly, all the time.
That brings up another question, Bob. When we have Bob Walk on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, the text line on which you can communicate with Austin Bechtold is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And this is sort of out of the blue, but for some reason I was listening to you and looking at this piece with all these old baseball players I remembered. A lot of these guys, whether it's baseball or any other sport, Bob, have trouble sort of replacing or finding, a competitive venture that's like walking into a stadium and competing against the best people in the world. They have trouble coping, quite frankly, once they get into retirement. Do you miss that part of it? And how did you replace that part of it, that competitive thirst?
Well, yeah, I used to always hear, older guys that are retired saying, it's not much, it's not the game. It's like you miss being around the clubhouse, the guys, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I think that's just something they say, because that's not what I miss. Now, having said that, I went right into the broadcast booth. I mean, I still sat in front of my locker the next season many days. So I still had that kind of camaraderie. All the guys that was playing for us, they were all my teammates the year before. So I kind of was able to ease into that. But what I really missed and I would give anything for, not anymore because I'm old now, but at that point, was just to go out and pitch one more inning, just to see how it feels and to have that feeling again. That's what I really missed. And, well, like in 10 days from now, I'll be leaving for Watkins Glen, New York, to go up and drive my Porsche on that track up there. I've been doing this track stuff for about 25 years now. And, you know, nothing gets your adrenaline running higher than, you know, doing 140 mile an hour on the back straight at some racetrack someplace. So that's kind of how I replaced the adrenaline, and that feeling was I found something else that would do that for me. And, you know, that's now I'm getting a little old too now. You know, I'll be 69 here in a few months. So I'm probably going to only be driving on the track for a couple more years.
Bob, are you still there?
Was spending time out on the racetrack. Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, I lost you for a second.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What are the turns like there? I think I'd be scared of the turns. I was just on a jet ski down in Jersey in the ocean, and it only got up to 60, not 140. And the turns made me nervous. Or do you just do like drag racing where you go straight ahead as fast as you can?
No, this is a 3.5 mile track. So it's very, and there's one right here in Pittsburgh. It's called Pittsburgh International. A lot of guys go up there. I'm trying to get Neil Walker to come up there to get him doing this, because I know a lot of his friends that are track guys too, and I think Neil would really like it if he would start doing that. And so it'd be fun for me just to go up and watch him. It's a way for you to like still do something that's kind of fairly athletic, because it wears you down. You get out of that car, you're shaking. You're so worn out just after about a 30-minute session.
Limits, would you get in a car with Bob Walk to go 140 miles an hour?
I would trust Bob, but I'd be a little scared going 140 miles an hour, to be honest.
Well, there's only certain tracks you can go 140. If you go out, there's some guys that are much, much, much better drivers than me out here locally, that if you ever wanted to go out, and on this track here, you'll hit maybe 125, 130, and you will have a heck of a time. Anytime you want to go for a ride, you know, let me know, and I can see if I can set it up for you.
So, Bob, do you wear a helmet, and then do you have like your own individualized suit, like Evel Knievel, or what do you look like when you get in the thing?
Well, a lot of guys have their own suits, but I just wear long pants or just a regular, depending on what the weather is like either a T-shirt or a long sleeve T-shirt, and then I have a helmet and a Hans device, and I wear racing gloves. But a lot of guys do wear the full fire suit. They want to be super, super safe. And in my mind, I always tell myself, well, I'm not driving that fast. So
I like that. All right, Limits has a question about the second half of the season here.
Well, before I even get to that, I learned some information here, at least was jogged my memory. Guess who Bob is going to call the game with tonight, Joe?
I can't even begin to guess. Who?
I love you.
Oh, wow.
Dan Zangrilli.
Wow. Bob.
Yeah, Joe's taking 3 days off so he can have a week off with the All-Star break, kind of little break in the middle of the year to get himself reset. And Dan's going to come over and I guess do all 3 games of this series. So I'll be sitting next to him.
I love it. I love it. Good relationship with Dr. Zangrilli?
Oh, yeah. I've been talking to him on the post game for years and years and years. So, yeah, we know each other very. In fact, after every game when he's at the ballpark doing the post game, especially in the middle of the summer when it's warm, I always take him a beverage out of our refrigerator.
I love that. Yeah, he's a great guy, great at what he does. Did you watch the All-Star game the other night, and what'd you think of Skeens' performance? Pretty impressive, huh?
Well, you know, I've seen that 1,000 times.
Yeah.
I mean, he pitched the first inning, struck 2 guys out. We'll see that in a couple of days. So, I mean, everybody, like, people are like, oh, wow, did you see Skeens, see what he did? And I'm going, yeah, I see that every 5 days. It's not that big a deal. He's a special person. I'm shocked if he doesn't start a game and strike two guys out. But he is. You were talking about Bob Gibson. Well, if Skeens has a long career, he could be like this era's Bob Gibson.
Yeah, the one thing that stood out to me was, man, he geared it up over 100, which we haven't seen a ton this year. And I love the fact that when he gets in these types of situations, whether it's a real game against Ohtani or Mookie Betts or somebody, or this, I don't know, is it out of respect that or just competitiveness that he just seems to say, you know what, I'm going to give you 100 and we'll see if you can hit it. You know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah, I don't think. You remember when Verlander was in his prime, he would do the same thing. I mean, he would hardly ever touch 100, except if he was trying to put the game away at the end, or if he had a situation in the middle part of the game where, okay, game's on the line this inning, I got to step it up.
Yeah.
And I see Skeens kind of that same type guy. The 100, I think, is always there if he really needs it. But he knows if he's going to throw 100 pitches every 5 days, there's no reason to go out there and try to throw your best velocity for every fastball you throw. He's got to where he's kind of pacing himself now. Now, of course, in that All-Star game in the first inning, he knew he was going to throw, maybe 20 pitches for the whole night. So, yeah, give it everything you got.
Bob, we appreciate the time as always. Definitely should be a fun broadcast tonight. Little something different with Dan Zangrilli. We'll be watching and listening. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it. I want to see how it goes. We'll see you later.
All right.
Thanks,
see
Bob.
you, Bob. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Let's wrap it up next, Limits. I'm out all next week, so we better do some predictions. We better make sure that somebody's doing the show.
Yeah, I will be missing you significantly, Joe, and you just came back for a week, and now you're going again.
Yeah, I'm using my vacation time. Why does everybody blame me? Everybody around here is taking shots at me. I have 4 weeks of vacation.
You have 3 months of vacation.
I have 4 weeks written into my contract because of seniority, and I use 2 of them in July. I use 1 around Christmas, and then I get 1 more.
I thought you used a bunch in, February.
No, I didn't.
You used a couple of days to go golf and see Ron.
Wrong.
You didn't see Ron, but you did go golf.
We'll do predictions next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and White Sox. Bailey Falter will start for the Buccos. White Sox are the worst team in the American League. They will send Jonathan Cannon to the mound as Falter goes for the Buccos at 39 and 58. Jeff Hathorn, he will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and that will begin at 5:45 with 6:40 first pitch. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA, plus Lammo 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, and it's presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or by dropping off at a location near you. It's easy for me to say, huh, Joe? Including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. So you could drop it off at a location like that. And for more details, you can go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. There probably shouldn't have been any doubt that the Steelers were going to re-sign T.J. Watt. They just made their star pass rusher the highest paid non-QB in the league, just in time for camp. Pittsburgh is 1-10 in games where Watt has been injured. There's no way they were going to head into the season with Aaron Rodgers at QB and not have their best defensive player. Now it's time to get to work and hope that Watt helps the Steelers not only get to the playoffs, but make some noise in the postseason for the first time in a while. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers include taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Pop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Oh, yeah, Limits. The new music is great. What a man you've become.
I'm glad you like it, Joe.
Tell us again who this is.
This is Red Barn by Gary Pratt.
I remember Tracy Pratt of the Buffalo Sabres.
You know
don't.
Rob Pratt on KDKA?
Yes.
The Pratt Pack.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, and What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Larry Brown, a high of Larry Brown today, the former Steelers tackle, a converted tight end. And what a player he was. Last I knew, a resident right here in the Green Tree area. Mostly sunny today, high of 79. You sure about that, Limits? Rain possible at 3. Also 79, the year the Pirates and Steelers won championships.
I did put that on the sheet, yes. I put it on there twice. But it wasn't only read once.
Leading to a wonderful Sports Illustrated cover with Willie Stargell and Terry Bradshaw, I believe.
That's correct, yes.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Steelers Depot, I think, phrased this well. We were talking earlier about this extension for T.J. Watt and how the Post-Gazette kind of reported it differently than everybody else. Everybody in the world saying, yeah, 3-year extension, $41 million, puts him ahead of Myles Garrett. Well, technically, it's a 4-year deal where they redo this year at $144 million. But as it says right here on Steelers Depot, Watt's new money average is $41 million, and that now makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Very well phrased there, I thought, Limits. Very well phrased. I'm not going to see you for a week. I'm going to miss you desperately. What are you going to do next week? Who's going to be in here? Bob for one day?
Bob for one day. Other than that, I'm not sure, but I know that Mackey will be in a couple days.
How about Donnie Football?
I don't know. I haven't seen Donnie on the schedule.
Where has Donnie Football been?
Well, Donnie's been here. He will be producing the PM team later today.
Yeah. I know.
Donnie Football Fridays could return at some point soon.
Do the Pirates sweep the Red Sox this weekend? I mean, the White Sox,
They play
big
the White
difference.
Sox.
Big
Huge-
difference
huge
there.
difference.
Lot of difference there.
No, I don't. And part of that is because Mitch Keller and Paul Skeens are both not starting. They're giving them a little bit extra rest.
If the Pirates were in contention, do you not manipulate Skeens' innings so that he could start the All-Star game? And is he definitely the guy coming out of the break for you?
I would have been okay if they manipulated one start, but they manipulated two. If they want to manipulate the start right before the All-Star game, then I get it. And I would have had him pitch on Saturday. I would have had Keller go Monday, Skeens go on Saturday. Or Keller go Friday, Skeens go on Saturday. And then whoever you want to pitch on Sunday, maybe falter. And you start off the break, the second half, hot out of the break. I mean, I think that you would do that probably because you want the most wins possible. And that way you already speed up the next time that Skeens and Keller are going to start.
Who's the biggest surprise in baseball right now? Limits. You have the division leaders are the Blue Jays. To me, they're it. Well, the Tigers, being the best team in baseball, might be it.
That's got to be the Tigers.
The Astros lead their division. I don't know that everybody predicted that either.
Nope.
Phillies, Cubs, Dodgers. That's pretty much par for the course. And then the wild card teams, the Brewers. The Brewers are taking off again. They've won 7 in a row. How do they do it every year?
They're 16 over.
They lose really good players all the time, and they all they do is replenish. And guess who's starting for them tonight? Who's become a good player?
Quinn Priester.
Wrong. Quinn Priester.
7-2 with a 3.55 ERA. I try to tell people don't give up on Priester.
Oh, please, Limits.
Yes,
you didn't tell anybody that.
Damn well I did. Yes, I did. I was actually a backer of Quinn Priester. There weren't many.
I want to go back
Just
when
like
Quinn Priester was getting lit up like a pinball machine here. What were you doing? Were you doing your own shows? Were you with me? Where were we?
I was not doing my own shows yet. No.
So who were you telling, and where's the proof?
I was telling friends of mine. You can ask my friend Nick Pouch, who I will be
Get him
going
on
to
the
the
phone.
Pirate game with tomorrow.
Get him on the phone right now.
All right, I'll call him.
Call him.
All right, we'll do.
So while Quinn Priester was toiling with the Pirates at a 7.74 ERA and then a 5.04 ERA, Limits was telling the world, yeah, you got to keep this guy. Don't give up on him. He looked horrible to me. He looked like he had zero swing and miss, and it's real hard to survive in this world when you have no swing and miss, but he goes to Milwaukee, and now he's good. Why? How has this happened? Why does this always happen? He's sitting here at 7-2 with a 3.55 ERA. Now, he still only has 70 strikeouts in 88 innings, so I wonder if he's having a little... Who was that guy? Trevor Williams run here. But we'll see. I mean, good for him. It's just annoying. In the year in the month of June, this guy had a 1.98 ERA. I mean, it was only Colorado, but he had a one-hitter with 11 strikeouts in 7 innings. My God, how bad they are. How bad they are. What do you make of this, Limits? Is your friend on the line?
No, I called him. He didn't answer.
He should have.
Sometimes when
This
I
was
call,
his one chance to become famous.
Sometimes when I call on the hotline, it's weird. Some people will tell me that the number comes up as Switzerland. I don't know why.
Seems odd.
Yeah, I just texted him, too, to call in.
This is horrifying. The rebound of Quinn Priester at the Pirates' expense right in their own division, is it not?
It's not a surprise at all, considering what's
on.
happened with Tyler Glasnow and Charlie Morton and other pitchers that have left and have been able to flourish.
Guess what? That's the matchup tonight. Priester and Glasnow. Talk about a kick in the Glasnows.
Come on now. They do leave, and a lot of pitchers end up flourishing. Clay Holmes as well.
Except Glasnow never pitches. This is only his 6th game this year.
Yeah, he's always hurt.
But whenever he does pitch, he's really good. He has a 3.8 career ERA. He's only made 116 starts. He's 40-33, but man, is he talented. Right?
All you need is a pitching coach that believes in you and can get the best in you and find a way.
Well, you also need talent.
Well, of course. That's why they're in the major leagues.
If all you needed was a good pitching coach, then you and I would be in the Pirates rotation.
Ray Searage helped a lot of arms that were in the Pirates rotation, though, like Francisco Liriano. Nobody could figure him out. Ray Searage made it work. They're making it work with Quinn Priester.
I don't know about that, Limits. Francisco Liriano was pretty good in Minnesota, too.
Right, but he had a big slump couple of years before he ultimately made it to the Pirates.
Yeah, when I look back, I think Ray Searage was good.
He was.
At the end, I think it was a little bit overdone.
It was.
Thank you for agreeing with everything I say.
Oh, my friend just called in and said, or texted me and said, what would I be doing?
It's too late now. It's 1:48. He missed his chance at fame. All right, when I come back, the Pirates will have played like 10 more games. What will the record be at that point? How many of those 10 games will they win? Let me make sure I have the games right. They face the horrible, frighteningly horrible White Sox.
Yeah.
and then they're still in the American League. They go against the best team in baseball in Detroit, then Arizona, and then I'll be back. So 3, 3, and 3. That's 9 games.
They'll play 9 games.
Yeah.
They will go 4 and 5.
I say 1 and 8.
Well, the last time you made a prediction, you said they'd win 15 in a row.
I know I did.
So
they're pitching. I mean, they have supposedly this great staff. I see Falter, Burrows, Heaney, Falter, Burrows, Heaney. Those are the only guys listed. When are Keller and Skeens pitching?
They're going to pitch in the next series. They're going to have to pitch on
Skeens not till Monday.
What, Monday and Tuesday?
He's pitching both days?
No, Skeens will go on Monday. Keller will go on Tuesday.
Thank you, Limits. It's been a wonderful week.
Thank you as well, Joe. I wish you the best on your next vacation that you take.
Well, there it is. I go out and you take a shot at me on the way out.
Not at all.
Just for taking my well-earned vacation.
I said I hope you
How
have a
many
good
weeks
time.
of vacation do you have?
Not as many as you.
How many do you have?
I have, I think, 2 or 3.
Well, when you get up to 2 or 3.
I think it's 3.
3. So I have 4.
Yeah, you have 4. I have 3.
Yeah, it should be actually 5.
I
2.
actually will be taking a decent amount of days off in the next coming weeks as well. So
good.
I'm a hypocrite in that regard. I'll be out parts of not next week, but the following week, and then going to my wiffle ball tournament. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Dan Zangrilli on the call tonight, so he's not doing the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. It'll be Jeff Hathorn instead at 5:45 with Bailey Falter on the mound for the Pirates against the White Sox at Gingerpalooza weekend. More headlines at 937thefan.com. The PM team is next.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. After a long 5 days, baseball is back, and we're celebrating by hammering the Tigers' first 5 money line against the Rangers. Reese Olson is on the mound for Detroit, 4-3 at 2.95 ERA. Patrick Corbin goes for Texas. He's 6-7 with a 4.15 ERA, and we're fading him. We think the Tigers get after Corbin. Take Detroit on the first 5 money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America is made here.
Always.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500, but you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-297-7049. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-297-7049. 800-297-7049. 800-297-7049.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
153rd Open Championship at Royal Portrush. 2 golfers in the barn right now at 8 under, tied for the lead in the clubhouse. Brian Harmon, he's won one of these before. Hao Tong Lee, the other. Matt Fitzpatrick actually in the lead. He is 9 under through 15 holes. Guy you might be familiar with named Scotty Scheffler, solo 4th right now. Just 2 off the pace at 7 under. He is through 12 in the second round. Scottish Open winner Chris Gotterup leading a big group at 5 under par. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com. Now, it's time for the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
TJ Watt, after our show yesterday, who's a great player. He's an absolutely great player. There's no disputing that. Deserves the money. Happy for him. 3-year deal, $123 million extension. So this goes back to great player deserves the money. I don't question the player. I question the direction of the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's not the talent of J.J. Watt. It's how they prioritize defense. And frankly, their defense isn't that good. 4 straight years it's been out of the top 10 in total defense. If you go to the talk playoffs, because that's all that matters in this sport, January, if you go look at the last 5 playoff games for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've given up 28, 31, 42, 48, and 45. They give up 40 points a game. So, like, they're spending all this money on the wrong side of the ball, and they're not dominant. Well, they've gotten better on defense, and they've gotten worse on offense because the league's changed. They are completely dysfunctional on offense. Last year, this is hard to do. They were 29th in the red zone. How? They could play Najee Harris, Pickens, Russell Wilson, one of the best young centers in the league. They were 29th in the red zone. They were 27th best offensive line. It's almost impossible. So when I look at Pittsburgh, my take is don't hate the player. Hate the direction. Hate what they prioritized. Why can't they watch the Rams and the Niners and the Lions and the Chiefs and the Eagles and the Bills? Keep your defense cheap and young. Pay one great defensive player. I'd be all for paying J.J. Watt this. If the rest of your cap was on offense, and you had an elite quarterback and an elite left tackle and an elite running back. The Steelers need a more balanced football diet. The league went into protein, and they're all carbs.
That last part very resonant with me as I am cutting back the carbs yet again and trying to cut up for the rest of the summer and get lean with the protein. PM team, happy Friday to you. Hope you had a good one. Hope you're, I would say I hope you've got golf plans, but unless you went out like yours truly did very early this morning and played, you're probably not going to make it on today, or you're going to be fighting the raindrops. Don't worry, I played like crap. Coward is very funny, isn't he? Coward spinning forward the story on TJ Watt. If you do want to get involved with today's show and you do want to sound off on whether you like the deal or not for TJ Watt yesterday, feel free to do that, because that's still going to be evergreen. 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line, and of course our phone number here, and it's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. If you haven't had a chance to sound off and you want to, you can do that. You know where I stand on it. My basic take on the contract itself. Don't begrudge the player at all. Good for TJ Watt. Got what he felt like he was worth. Didn't love it as a business move by the Steelers. Think it's bad business. Coward is the golf equivalent, since we've got the Open Championship on, of a guy in the radio business who is very good, very accomplished, does something that I think is very, very difficult to do. Even with a big research team, Don, does a national show every day. How many hours? 2 or 3 it is now at this point? 3. I think he used to do 4 maybe at ESPN. But he does a solo show. And yes, he's got the guest booking and all that stuff, and he's got all the connections. And so to a certain degree, it's a little bit easier. And he has that Jason McIntyre guy on at times as a sounding board. But by and large, Coward can still go as a solo host. Hard to do. He could do it 300 days a year or whatever the heck it would be, 270 days a year. So he's like the golf equivalent of Scotty Scheffler, with one notable exception. It's if Scotty Scheffler struggled badly on 12-inch putts. How many times did he call him J.J. Watt just in that little version of the clip that I chopped up? 2 or 3? It's TJ.
At least 2.
You got it half right. If you say JJ, you still got it 50% right, but that's a pretty easy distinction to remember. Thought that was funny. Always think that's funny. Cowherd has a habit of doing that. Very reasoned, well thought out, well-conceived take with usually a funny tie-in, or I guess it would be an allegory, perhaps, to real life, maybe a metaphor, and then he'll biff the name of the person he's talking about. But I think that's a good spin forward to start today. I think that's a good place to take the show to start here on a Friday in the summer, where we had our week of what we assumed would be minimal headlines interrupted by a major move by the Steelers, getting their best player on the defensive side of the ball, at least by reputation. I thought Cam Hayward was better last year. That's neither here nor there. Locked up to a deal that makes him happy. We'll have him showing up on time, and we'll have him in the right frame of mind. I think it's a good spin forward on this. And I think Colin Cowherd there, I played a minute 45 of that. It was about a 2.5, almost 3-minute clip. I played it for you to start the show because I think he's right. And I think that one of the things that I got lost in the shuffle with yesterday, I mean, it was react to the news in real time. Certainly wanted to just get basic thoughts about player and basic thoughts about the deal and the team's decision to do it out on paper. But it seems now like it was definitely more fait accompli that they were going to do something like this. I think the direction that he has taken it now is 100% true. This is a team that, with this deal, and one of the things that you could argue is, well, where else were they going to spend the money? Of course they were going to give him that money. But it is a continuation of what has been a theme for a while now under Mike Tomlin, a theme that has stretched out over 2 different GM regimes, the old one and the new one, that has been Tomlin and Art Rooney II-centric. Everybody else that's good, that's worth their salt in the NFL, They spend on defense. Or spend on offense, excuse me. Their defenses are young and cheap. And if they do a good job drafting, good. No team is going to be spending more on defense, a higher percentage of their cap per spot rack. I just looked it up before the show. Than the Steelers. They're spending 49% of their dollars this year. Their cap percentage on defense. The Eagles, by contrast, just to point them out, reigning Super Bowl champions, guys who do it the right way, GM and Howie Roseman, who's a big, smart guy. Check out the big brain on Howie. When I looked at their percentage, it was 20. They're an extreme. They do everything right. But most teams in the league that are good seem to be doing it in the 30-ish percentage range. They're certainly not spending basically 50-50 defense to offense, which makes sense, I think, in the NFL. It's an offensive league. The rules, as we have many times lamented in this defense-first city, where guys like James Harrison were the trailblazers at getting fined for illegal hits to the head, defense has been legislated mostly out of the game. You're never going to see a game that is played legally, that is played without flags, that resembles the 2008 AFC title game. Violence like an Extreme Rules John Cena-Brock Lesnar match. Hello, Donnie. Violence, really wanton violence. The league doesn't want that. They want offense. The league wants Patrick Mahomes upright, able-bodied, and playing late into the season. They don't want Josh Allen to get concussed. They don't want Lamar Jackson hurt when it comes to be playoff time. And the Steelers continue to swim against the current with this move. They continue to allocate big dollars to that side of the ball. They continue to do so for the foreseeable future. And while the counter-argument is, well, aren't you supposed to load up? You've got a quarterback on a cheap deal. Next year, you're going to have presumably your quarterback of the future on a cheap rookie deal. Why wouldn't you do this? I'd agree. I'd say, yes, you should spend money elsewhere. You just shouldn't constantly be spending it on defensive players. And that's what they're doing. And that's what they have done. Because and I think it's still a through line. And I think this signing, this extension, is still sort of a sign that they think in a year where they're supposed to be quote unquote all in, they can win it this way. They can do it this way. They're going to keep doing it this way. TJ Watt is the $41 million man. TJ Watt is the highest paid player on the team. We can work with that. We'll find the other stuff in the margins. And think of how silly that sounds, knowing what we know about the Steelers. They're not very ahead of the times offensively. They can't afford to skimp and say, well, we're so far ahead with how we do everything on the offensive side, we can afford to plug and play. No, they need to do the opposite. They need to get guys who are so overwhelmingly talented, that they surmount a bad scheme or a mediocre scheme. I think Arthur Smith is a slightly above average offensive coordinator, maybe. They don't have a visionary back there, and yet they continue to spend on the other side of the ball. And Coward's right. They're not even that good in the games that count, in the games that are supposed to count, the playoff games. 41 points per game on average they've given up. Offense has helped them with some bad stuff in some of those games. Defense has more than done its share or not done its share to put up that big average. So they are doubling down, tripling down, whatever you want to call it, saying, yes, we love TJ Watt. That was yesterday's narrative. They love Watt. They believe in Watt. They think Watt's best days are still to come. And they're also saying to you, hey, you think we shouldn't spend on defense as much as we do. We disagree. We beg to differ. This is the side of the ball that we should be prioritizing. This is the side of the ball that's our bread and butter. Sure, the bread is moldy and the butter seems to have gone rancid by the time the playoffs roll around, but it's bread and butter nonetheless, and we're going to eat it. So I think what Colin Cowherd said there, that resonates with me. I think he's one of the best to do this job. I think he knows how to structure an argument. I think he knows how to do some analytical thought. I think he was right on the money there. Did I outsource it for myself on a Friday? Maybe. But he's making another good point. What do you make of the Steelers' continued focus on spending on the defensive side of the ball? Because $108 million guaranteed just went to a defensive player again. They have the highest cap percentage allocated to their defense this year. Again. The team that just won the Super Bowl has the lowest percentage allocated to their defense heading into this season. Huh. Isn't that funny? Are you okay with this Steelers approach continuing where the defensive side of the ball gets to be is prioritized, and the offense, they continue to just say, we'll try to figure it out. 412-928-9370. You want to sound off on TJ Watt's deal itself, you can still do that. 412-928-9370. And on Twitter at 937thefan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. I do want to start with Dave today in North Huntington to talk about all of this. The Watt deal, what Coward just said about it, the idea of the Steelers still being all about their defense above all else and spending on it like nobody else does in the NFL despite, not getting any results. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how you doing? So here's what I'm hoping. So I like the contract that it's only 3 years. But here's the thing. Who, after Watt now, is left that might be a big contract hit since they did Cam last year, him this year?
On either side of the ball?
On defense. No, just on defense. Is there anyone really left that's going to be coming up?
Now that they traded Minka, yeah. I mean, Ramsey still makes a good chunk of change, obviously. I don't anticipate Jalen Ramsey being a long-time Steeler. I think that will be a couple of years probably, and then they're going to move on mutually. That's a good question. If Joey Porter Jr. had a monster year and looked suddenly like one of the best corners in the AFC or the entire league.
God.
Hold on. I think he's an above-average player. I think he had a bad second year. I was disappointed by him last year. If he made a leap, which can happen, that is the position where you would spend the money because that's a valuable commodity in the NFL. If you have a real number one, if you have a Sauce Gardner, you pay them like you think that they are valuable. So that would be the place. But as it stands right now, Dave, to answer your question, I don't see anybody.
No. Okay, so good. So here's what I'm hoping is maybe, it's a big hope, that maybe they'll freaking wake up, this would be the last big one they do, which I can understand Watt. He's still kind of young. It's going to be 31, 3-year contract. They did Cam last year. Maybe they'll wake up and start spending some money on offense because this doesn't kill them with the cap moving forward. So maybe next year, if they can draft an elite quarterback, if they don't, maybe they'll actually spend money on some additional weapons and things like that and start moving that way. That's
Dave,
what
I got to let you go. I got to let you go. There's one thing, what Dave just said there, he hopes they start spending on offense soon. There's a thought I have on that. And then there's a thought I have on this continued focus on defense. And yes, you might not be shocked to find out it does come back to Mike Tomlin. Colin Cowherd says Steelers are eating carbs while everyone else in the NFL is eating protein. They spend on defense. Everybody else that's worth a damn spends on offense. Do you agree? How do you feel about the Watt deal one day later? 412-928-9370. More of your phone calls. We'll hear a little bit more from Big Don Football as well. It's a Friday PM team. Glad you found us. Here's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates open up the second half of their season tonight. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Bailey Falter gets the ball for Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you very much, Don. I want to tell you right now about Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Do you know why I want to tell you about them? Because they've got the best deals to find the Mitsu that fits you. They got the best inventory, too. Their July 4th deals are putting on a show bigger than any fireworks display. It starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, which is right now available with incredible 0% financing for 60 months. And the Outlander gives you 7-passenger seating, gives you the safety features you want, the all-wheel drive, of course, that you want, all the bells and whistles, the very impressive styling. I always love the way I look at it when I walk out to the Outlander that I drive, and I'm like, man, it's just a good-looking car. They've also got Mirages, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Right now, you can take up to $2,000 even more off MSRP. Every Mitsubishi comes with that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. It comes with 3 years of prepaid maintenance as well at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, and $500 more for your trade, making it even easier to upgrade. So don't wait. Get that upgrade. Get your deal your way. What a great day at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. In an era where NBA stars openly chase rings at the end of their career, some people were surprised that Damian Lillard is choosing to return to the Portland Trailblazers. He's coming off an Achilles injury, so we might not see him for a while. But there's something really cool about Lillard going home. He'll be a mentor to the talented young Blazers guards, and he'll be a huge fan favorite. Will he finally win a ring? Probably not, but that's okay, because he's ending his career in a place he loves, and they love him. I'm Andrew Perloff.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Friday PM team on a rainy Friday. Looks like my weather forecast a little off yesterday. A little scattered stuff coming through the area. Keeping an eye on the Open Championship. Scotty Scheffler lurking, to say the least. Kind of getting, not boring because it's awesome to watch that guy, but kind of getting to be a little bit ridiculous that now he just feels like whenever a tournament really matters, he's going to be very much in it. Getting vibes, getting baby Tiger Woods vibes from Scotty Scheffler now as far as level of dominance and exertion of control over his peers. Colin Cowherd says Steelers are still eating carbs while the NFL has switched to protein, says loves the TJ Watt deal from TJ Watt's standpoint, thinks the player's worth the money. He and I are a little bit differing on that. But he really saved his ire or his criticism for the team and just said, when are they going to start spending on offense? 2 thoughts on that. We had David North Huntington start the show, and he said, hey, listen, maybe they don't have anybody that's logically up for a big contract on that side of the ball. Maybe then they'll start spending more on skill guys and everything else. Maybe. Here's the problem. One of the reasons they haven't spent a ton on their offense, they haven't drafted good players. They haven't gotten productive guys. Najee Harris, they were right to not try to sign him to anything long-term. Quarterback-wise, that's the position you'd actually be spending big money on. They've got guys that haven't been good. They've tried stopgap fixes. Bottom line. And then with the defense, and here's the thing that I've always said about this dynamic. If you have Mike Tomlin, and he is your de facto defensive coordinator, and he is supposed to be a force multiplier in some way like a quarterback should be for an offense if the quarterback's truly elite, and it's not as much of one. It's much harder to be that impactful as a coach. I know Belichick was great for a long time. He also had Brady on the other side of the ball. But if Tomlin is supposed to be one of the best defensive minds going, wouldn't that be even more of an excuse for him, by the way, to go cheap on defense? Hey, I can get the most out of these guys. I'm the real star here, in a sense. I'm the guy they're paying a ton of money to. I'll make it worth their while. Wouldn't that make more sense? And then you go expensive on offense, which is not your forte, and try to buy the guys who are just good enough on their own? That's what I would think you would do. And yet they continue to go and do the opposite. Mike's Beer Bar's Fan Beer of the Month is New France Brewing's Carnegie Lager and supports the Simmons Center for Interstitial Lung Disease. Love Mike. Check out that Fan Beer of the Month at his place. Let's check out what Dave in Greensburg has to say at 412-928-9370. What's up, Dave?
Hey, not too much. Thanks for taking the call. I agree with you guys earlier about they don't have anybody right now that's up for a big contract on the offensive side. The thing will
they don't have it on the defensive side. They don't have anybody now that Watt's locked up again on the defensive side. That's what we were saying earlier.
Okay, correct. But when they have Broderick Jones and Fonatanu and maybe a running back or something come up in another 2-3 years, maybe they have somebody that's...
Here's the problem. Okay, you said maybe. I was going to say, you're talking to the biggest Broderick Jones fan in Pittsburgh, Dave, but, he has to show that he's worth money.
I agree. But you also have to get that quarterback, and Tomlin still has yet. He's 0 for 1 on developing a quarterback. If he goes 0-2, I think he's done. If he doesn't develop the next one, Tomlin's out of here in 2-3 years.
So it's funny you mentioned that part of it on the side. I do think that this would be his last contract if they draft a guy next year and it's very slow to non-existent, and then the year after that it's really not impressive. I do think that would end up being the end of Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, because if for no other reason than I think he wouldn't want to continue to go through the process. I think he would either go into the media at that point after his current contract runs out, or I think he would go and look for a team that had underachieved with a somewhat established big-name quarterback and just hadn't gotten it done and say, well, hey, look, here I am. I can help your team. But, yeah, it would be – it's a major mark against him on his resume that under his watch, and he has a lot of personnel say so, obviously, that they just have struck out repeatedly on quarterback, whether it's been a free agent quick fix like a Mitch Trubisky or a placeholder. Obviously, Pickett was a mess. Not wanting Mason Rudolph back after he had actually put them on a little bit of a heater at the end of the season 2 years ago, all that stuff. It all should come back on him. It all should reflect on his record, just like Pickett should reflect on Kevin Colbert's legacy, just like if Broderick Jones goes belly up at left tackle, that should reflect poorly on Omar Khan and Andy Weidel. The quarterback stuff, head coach has not bathed himself in glory, as I am fond of saying. Richie is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Richie.
Hey, Ballsy. I just wanted to let you know I'm a retired insurance manager and always loved numbers. And one thing nobody's mentioning, Watt was supposed to make $21 million this year under his current contract. Why the hell would they double his salary when he's obviously on a downward slide the second half of his career?
Richie, hold on. That's the point right there, my friend. They don't think that he's on a downward slide. They just don't. I mean, this goes back to what we said yesterday on the show. They clearly, more than anything else, it's a big-time show of faith in the player that last year's pretty bad second half, all things considered, they think was a blip on the radar and more of an anomaly than the start of a trend. That's the bottom line.
But consistently, he takes himself out in the critical and latter parts of games, and he's done that for years. And that's not an isolated situation. I don't ever remember Joe Green or Lambert taking himself out.
The problem with him tapping out of games is the explanation has always been he goes so hard on every play that eventually he just runs out of gas. And my problem is he runs out of gas late in games. Like when you've got sometimes Highsmith and Herbig, or you've got two guys, or you've got one guy who's definitely not TJ Watt as one of your edge rushers with like 6 minutes to go because he's spun the motor out too hard, that's a problem. You're getting paid now best player in the NFL money other than quarterbacks because we think that you are that good. Okay, be on the field at the end of the game trying to close out games or trying to protect leads, whatever it might be. However you look at it, or trying to stop a team from taking a lead in a tie game. You're paying him like you think he can do that. He should at least be on the field. Continue to laugh, though, by the way, at the Steelers' insistence and certain people who cover the team's insistence on saying it's a 4-year, $144 million deal. Ah, yes, that's definitely what everyone else thinks. Let's rip up the contract, and we're going to make sure that everyone thinks we didn't set the market again at edge rusher. That'll fool those agents. Huh, Myles Garrett must love the fact that TJ Watt's new contract paid him less, except it didn't. I will bring that up until my dying day in this business because it's such an absurd wrestling of control, or wrestling for control of the narrative. Apparently everyone named Dave in the listening area is calling today. This one's up in Zelienople, so we've got this place just about surrounded with Daves. Hello, Dave.
Hey, Chris. This is the Dave you and Donnie both know. This is Donnie's landlord, Dave.
Landlord. Oh.
No, it's really my wife that's the landlord. But at any rate.
You're the guy coming over fixing the crapper, though. That's the bottom line, right? Am I telling a lie here?
I haven't had to do that quite yet. So Donnie's taking care of it.
If you were Mark Caballi's landlord, if he was a renter, you'd be over there twice a day. Anyway.
At any rate, yeah, I know we talked about the TJ stuff before, and I've heard this Cowherd line about spending on offense. I mean, surely he's figuring in the Steelers aren't paying a quarterback any money. They're not paying $60 million for Dak Prescott, which is probably what % of that spending on offense stat, or, paying Tua $52 million.
Sure, but like here's one. The Bengals have had more success more recently than the Steelers. They've been in a Super Bowl, and they're paying big money to a quarterback and a pair of wide receivers, especially in Chase's case. I think the guy that still is my pick for best in the game, even over Justin Jefferson. And let me put it this way. In the way, Dave, that the NFL is configured now, I'd certainly rather roll the dice, because all these are rolls of the dice to some degree, on that kind of offensive spend versus a similar kind of defensive spend.
Understood. I guess the Steelers, they look at, what's your two most important types of capital? Your money capital and your draft capital. So in the 2010s, they were paying Ben on offense. They're paying Ben Bell, Brown, Pouncey, DeCastro, Al. They're paying all their money on offense.
They
and then
did
on
try
defense.
this method. Yes, they did attempt this. And their defense, by the way, was a sieve, which does not reflect well on the guy who runs that defense.
Right, but on the other side, then they used their draft capital, or tried to, with Shazier, TJ, Hargrave, those types of guys. That's what they try to do. So now they're just on the flip side of it. And all their draft capital is going towards 2 first-round tackles, which obviously have to work so far.
What you're really describing, what you're laying out here, Dave, is more like they just don't look like a really good football team. The quarterback papers over so much of these ills. But, yeah, they're just, thanks for the call, they're just not a good team when you compare. Like, when he lays it out like that, they used all the picks on defensive players back in the Killer Bees era. They just still had Bupkis to show for it. Now they're doing it the flip side, and some of those offensive picks have been really disappointing early on. Not great. Not great, Bob. Reminder, listen to this very PM team on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, or watch it on YouTube, like many of our YouTube Whack Pack, and I say that with love, choose to do every single day while insulting me, Pony, or both of us, sometimes even Donnie. Coming up in about 25 minutes, we had a Steelers insider say that the Watt extension was the capper on a perfect offseason for the team. Do we agree with that? We'll get into it at about 2:55. Up next, Matt Clement, the pride of Butler, former MLB player, pitcher, big-timer, was in the All-Star game. We'll talk to him about everything that went on at the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby and what he's looking at as the deadline approaches and the second half begins, so to speak, for the Pirates later on tonight. Matt Clement next. Then what one insider locally said about the Steelers' offseason. He called it perfect. Do we agree? That's at 2:55. It is the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The second round of the Open Championship in Northern Ireland is underway, with Matt Fitzpatrick leading the leaderboard with 9 under at first place, with 3 lurking back at 8 under, including world number 1 Scotty Scheffler. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Jack. I want to tell you right now, big Friday when it comes to Bet Parks. Summertime is here, so make your downtime fun time with Bet Parks, with casino action and sports betting wherever you all are all summer. With the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. You can live bet on Bucks baseball. All sports, they're better on the Bet Parks app. You can bet player performances. You can bet game props and more. They've got BetWire now on the Bet Parks app. It's the all-new sports betting live feed with game picks from all across the country. You could scroll a little. You could tail a pick. You can get fired up with BetWire. Plus, new games on the Bet Parks app like the Flintstones and Money Horse. You can also play Blackjack, plus hot online slots like Cash Eruption. Try playing with a live dealer on your phone, your tablet, or your laptop with Bet Parks. New users can get up to $1,000 cash back on Bet Parks. See betparks.com for terms and conditions. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service here on the PM team. It's Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where we find Butler, Pennsylvania, pride of one of the most famous people from Butler. I guess Bret Michaels might take that crown right now, potentially at least. He's also a 2005 MLB All-Star. He is, of course, Matt Clement joining us again. Hey, Matt, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing well here as well. Solo Mulsey today. Pony taking some well-deserved time off for his daughter's second birthday, so he's like across the state just tweeting up a storm because he can't believe he missed the TJ Watt news, which we all had a good laugh about yesterday. But that's neither here nor there. So I know you're still down in Georgia, correct?
Yes, I am.
You were sending us pictures we were very jealous of from the stadium, I think, for the All-Star game, or was it the Derby? I can't remember which. I think it was the game itself.
It was the game, yes.
So I wanted to ask you about the Derby first, just your impressions really fast from what you saw from O'Neal Cruz, because he did hit a 513-foot bomb, people speculating that he was imagining Pony's face when he swung at the ball to hit 513 feet. Just what you thought about his performance, just the fact that he was even included in the Derby, too.
I think MLB got what they wanted with him being in it. Like, they wanted to see the majestic, long home runs, the exit velocities, probably the things that a lot of people get frustrated with when he doesn't do well, that gets made a big deal about. But that event, it's like the guy dunking in the slam dunk contest. Like, you want to see those guys that do that. And I thought he showed up too. Like he gave some of the long home runs. He didn't win it, but gave his purpose for being in it was the oohs and the ahs. What you saw, you can always say, you can see the other players when they watch that stuff, how they react, and they definitely reacted to him. And on a side note, I thought it was really cool, Cal Raleigh with his dad and brother. I mean, does it get any better than that, winning that event?
It's the year of Cal Raleigh, man. It's Cal Raleigh's world, and we're all currently just living in it right now. What did you think of the swing-off to end the game itself? I'm curious about that one because, you know what it felt like to me? Something very cool in the moment where I was like, yeah, that's pretty awesome. And then I had this horrible, dreaded thought, Matt, where I went, oh, wow, this got such a good reaction that baseball is going to try to actually end games after 12 innings if they're still tied by having a swing-off and real ones that count.
The weird part for me was, like, we played the whole game. You have some candidates to win the MVP, and then it gets decided in the swing-off who wins the MVP. That part to me was a little confusing to me. It makes sense because he did basically end it, but it did nothing that was a baseball game action. I would hope the MLB doesn't do that. I actually ironically had a similar feeling about it. Very cool for the All-Star game. I remember the one in Milwaukee that went on.
Ending in a tie. They have that shot of them going over to Bud Selig. He's sitting in the stands. It's horrifying.
Yes, and this was way better. Like, you couldn't burn people's arms. You probably had coaches and GMs saying, don't use my guy, and the players trying, because it still meant home field advantage at the time, so the players trying to, like, figure it out, and that was a nightmare. Again, like, we like to criticize, everybody likes to criticize MLB and NBA and NFL for making dumb decisions. Adding that to the All-Star game, great idea. No chance at burning arms. You can figure out how you want to use your arms as a coach the whole game. And the way it ended, it was pure excitement. And of course, Schwarber, like he usually does in those events, puts on a show. My complaint in both topics would be, and it's the same as I said last week about the slam dunk. Let's get Schwarber and Judge and all these dudes out there.
Let's get the boppers out there. Yeah, I just saw a clip of Frank Thomas winning it. Had to be like 30 years ago maybe. I feel it was in Chicago or something like that. I don't know, in Texas, Frank Thomas winning it, and that was about as big of a name as you could get. We're talking, of course, with the pride of Butler, former MLB All-Star, longtime MLB pitcher Matt Clement here on 93.7 The Fan. I got a bunch of quick hitters for you in a minute, but Pirates are going to start the second half of the season tonight, Matt, such as it is. They've played more than half the games, obviously. What are you going to be looking for and watching with this team as they're way out of the race? So what do you kind of zero in on the rest of the way here that you're going to be kind of paying close attention to or paying more attention to with this team?
Well, in the immediate, obviously, the two things in the immediate. One is, how they respond for how bad it finished. Mm-hmm. Are they going to come out in the same kind of vein where they were struggling so bad? And, they haven't been able to score runs all year, but it was really bad that last road trip. So how are they going to respond? Are you going to get a jolt of energy? Is Don E. Kelly going to be able to kind of revive them again? It seems like every time they start going way downhill, his influence in some way has kind of brought them up. And the dog days are coming. Like, the dog days of August are coming. So that's the first immediate. And then the second immediate thing is, like, what's going to happen at the trade deadline? Like, who are they going to trade? What are the moves going to be made? And, it's going to be interesting, what they decide to do here, because there's a lot of ways to go. But to me, to really improve this offense, you have to, I think the thing that people don't understand or don't realize is you got to give somebody up to get somebody. Mm-hmm. So you just aren't going to magically start getting 2 or 3 guys to plug in this lineup unless you're giving up some of your dudes. And when I say dudes, it's your prospects. It's your guys that are thought of highly. So it's not an easy fix, or it's not an easy situation for Ben Cherington to go into this with.
Matt, we just had a listener text in and say, fast fact, I went to Matt Clement pitching school back in the day. I doubt Matt would remember, but it is 1,000% something that happened. He then added on, I think Neil Walker took me deep twice the following week. So I don't think that's your fault. I think that's more of a Neil Walker being good thing than a Matt Clement pitching school not teaching this particular listener what they needed.
It could be a both thing. Honestly, that's why I'm not giving pitching lessons.
Matt, I wanted to get your take on this other part before we get to kind of would you or would you not trade this guy? What do you think is going to happen? We'll go through a couple rapid fires, but we're now, 13 days from the deadline. We're basically 2 weeks out. I mean, what happens in a clubhouse? What's it like when you know there's going to be guys on expiring deals, like 1-year contract guys? Hey, they're going to get dealt. But what about with guys like Mitch Keller if you're somebody who's come up with him, who's played for a while with him, and you feel like you're in limbo? How is that? How do you navigate that in the clubhouse, trying to focus on baseball while knowing these people that you consider friends, obviously, in many cases, good friends, might be in a different uniform in the not-too-distant future?
I was one of the guys that name came up a lot because I was never, the star of the staff, and I was the guy that had potential that somebody would be interested in kind of, making better. So I felt like every year I was one of those guys, at least, that was on the block potentially, or at least on the side of the block or close to it. And as that person, there's some nerves. There's your family you're worrying about. There's where I could end up being. Is this going to be somewhere I want to be? So but there's a little bit of excitement too. Hey, they might send me to somewhere where I have a chance to win this year and get a ring and be in the race and show what I can do in that situation. And then as far as the friends, it's a great question because that's something that people don't think about. You have relationships, and even if I'd be shocked if Tommy Pham doesn't get traded. Even if he's not somebody you came up with, but he might be a mentor to somebody that we don't know in that clubhouse right now. Somebody might be feeling like he's really helped them. So losing somebody that you start to get close to, or you've been close to, or roomed with in the minor leagues, it can be a little bit emotional. But at the same time, if it's somebody you're close with, you're excited for them. In this situation, you're leaving from being 16.5 games down to maybe getting to go somewhere where you have a chance to win and see them thrive when it really matters.
Rapid fire with Butler's own Matt Clement, former MLB pitcher, of course, here on the PM team. All right, let's go through some of these players. Let's assume we already know Adam Frazier. He's gone. They get a 28-year-old who's never played MLB ball yet in Cam Devaney coming back. Let's assume Andrew Heaney, Tommy Pham, Caleb Ferguson, all guys who are going to be gone. Okay, that would be my assumption. Yep. I think you feel the same way. Let's talk about some of the more weighty ones. What would you do? What do you expect to happen? However you want to go, I'll just throw out a name. You tell me your thoughts on it. David Bednar.
As much as I love David Bednar, I would trade him. And it's not because I don't think he's good enough. He's the heart. He embodies Pittsburgh, everything else, but he's kind of revived himself. I think his value is pretty high right now. I don't know if it will be higher even if he finishes he's pitching right now, if it'll be higher later. And give them the chance to go win too. If Cherington's shown they can do well, it's with these arms and with this bullpen. And so replace with the arms, show that you have this stockpile of arms. That's where you're strong. If it can help get a bat or a minor league bat that's getting close, or whatever the case may be. Love David, don't want him to leave, but I would trade him.
All right, 3 more. Dennis Santana.
I would hold on to him. I think that he's young enough. He's just kind of, I guess, young enough in his success that he's just, kind of getting going. And those are the kind of guys that you can kind of go 2-3 years where you get a lot of use out of them. And Pirates have a history of guys like him that really that really get things going and could kind of fall into that closer role if Bednar would go.
IKF, by the way, another guy who's obviously going to be gone. That probably is going to open up a spot for Cam Devaney to actually play in the major leagues. All right, so Dennis Santana, keep. We got two more. I'll save the big one for last. Keep Ryan Hayes.
I would get rid of him. And again, great defender. Bat unfortunately hasn't come through. But the reason I get rid of him is you shed that contract and give yourself some more flexibility. And I know Pittsburgh doesn't want to hear about shedding contracts or not spending money. But it seems like the Cubs and the Yankees are two of the teams that are interested, so they got the plentiful people to give you. If you can get a good deal out of him and kind of start over and, reorganize that money somewhere else or for next year, that's what I'd do.
Last one, Mitch Keller.
I would also trade him. I think that at this point, he's getting to the big part of the contract, and he is somebody that can get you some major league bats. Like I said when I started this, before we got to this rapid fire, you got to give up to get. And Mitch Keller is somebody that could help somebody win a World Series this year, or get to the playoffs, or achieve their goals. And he's getting the big part of the contract. You have Bubba Chandler waiting to fill his spot. I personally think that I wouldn't be opposed to Bubba Chandler if I could get some big time players. And that's kind of off the board and not what people want to hear. But like I said, you got to give up to get. And Pittsburgh's not going to be. The fans aren't going to be satisfied with just bringing in. Okay, they need us. This lineup needs a splash. And I think Mitch Keller, of the people you've named especially, is the one dude that can fetch you that splash.
Matt Clement, he's a true media guy, giving big takes, even saying it's time to deal David Bednar, even if we don't want to do it. You got to do it. Matt, always a pleasure, man. Thank you. We'll talk again next week.
All right. Thanks, man.
Matt Clement with some good stuff there on the deadline. He played the rapid-fire game pretty well as well. I'm very impressed. If Starkey was listening, he's going to want to have him on to do that. That's Starkey's favorite bit. Coming up, by the way, it is the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And I'll tell you that fan weather right now is brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High of 76, some rain today, low of 68 overnight tonight. Up next, one Steelers insider said you could basically call it a perfect offseason for the Steelers. Do we agree? We'll discuss it next. First, we got a short break, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RACE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RACE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RACE.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mama, there goes that man again. Scotty Scheffler now tied for the lead with Matt Fitzpatrick as we are almost through 2 full rounds of the 153rd Open Championship from Royal Portrush. Fitzpatrick in the barn at 9 under after a 66 today. Scheffler through 16 holes. He's teeing off right now on 17. Scheffler working on a round of 6 under par. You've also got Brian Harmon, who's won one of these before, and Hao Tong Lee chasing, tied at 8 under par. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Fittipaldo and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, happy Friday to you. I mean that. I sounded gruff. Happy Friday to you, brother. Sounded very gruff saying that, but hope you're having a relaxing one. Hope you're, frankly, hope you're blowing off work early and you're driving home right now listening to this show because you're starting the weekend early and you're going to kick it and relax. See, there's my peace offering. Chris, you're so mean. You hate the Steelers. You're a Browns fan. You didn't like the Watt deal. Blah, blah, blah. No. I want the best for you. That means you and all of my listeners. Well, most of them. Anyway, gaze upon the works of Mark Cabali, who will be in this building in like 45 minutes, and despair. The headline on his article, which of course he just publishes on X, the app formerly known as Twitter, the everything app, Cabali. There is no gray area remaining for the Steelers following T.J. Watt's extension. I said, okay, interesting. Cabali, first sentence, lead graph, J-School 101, column writing 101, catch him with a snappy lead. Intern Jack's running the board. I don't know if he or Donnie ever wanted to be a writer, but that's what they tell you. They say catch him with a good lead and then hit him with a good kicker. And they'll remember both of them. Cabali's lead, you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Really, you can. I guess you can. I just don't think that's true. Cabali, it's hard to fathom when General Manager Omar Khan, head coach Mike Tomlin, and Art Rooney II sat down together a few weeks ago after yet another embarrassing playoff performance 7 months ago, and scratched out a plan for the upcoming season that everything they set out to do, they accomplished. That's a run-on sentence, but I'll let it go. What I wouldn't do to see the original plan now after they put a cap on their offseason Thursday by signing T.J. Watt to a record-breaking contract that'll keep him with the team through the 2028 season, if that initial plan wasn't indeed how it turned out to be, everybody needs a raise. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble here. Perfect offseason. That's what we're going with. Not to be, like a perfect offseason would be, what is it? Duke Tobin still running the Bengals. Steelers kidnap Duke Tobin, hold him for ransom, get Bengals to trade Joe Burrow to Steelers for 7th-round conditional pick. Let's recount the offseason, shall we? Let's, make heads or tails of it. Okay, quarterback situation. The owner himself implied that he wanted one of Justin Fields or Russell Wilson back. Russell Wilson, it became obvious they didn't have much interest in. Justin Fields, however it shook out, the Jets offered him enough money that the Steelers didn't want to match that, didn't want to make Justin Fields their quarterback, didn't feel good about that. The owner and the head coach, I suspect, might have had very different opinions on how they wanted the quarterback search to go. Just a thought. Aaron Rodgers is their quarterback after the owner said he wanted one of the two guys who played quarterback last year. That saga dragged out, but ultimately it was more fun for us in the media business than it was humiliating for them. Rodgers signed. Rodgers showed up. Rodgers seems to be a happy camper. Gun to my head, I think Rodgers will be better than either of those other two guys would have been. Fine. Call that a net win. Najee Harris, they didn't make this mistake of keeping him around. Fine. Good. George Pickens, they decided to cut bait with him, traded him, got a decent return for him, then decided to use this year's second-round pick on DK Metcalf and promptly handed him what amounted to 2 years guaranteed at $31 million per. Okay, so Rodgers, goodbye George, hello DK, and now TJ Watt signed to a big boy deal. I don't know. Call me crazy here. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you're happy that the Watt deal got done. You just wanted to see it get done. You think it's going to have some sort of intangible benefit for the team. How is it the perfect offseason for the Steelers? What is their win total this year, Don? Do you remember? Throw it out there for me if you got it. The Steelers, what's their Vegas over-under? Was it 8.5? Was it 9.5? Where were we?
8.5 like it has been for like 5 years
Have
in a row.
you checked it again today? Did you happen to look and see team futures over-unders? I would be willing to bet that after what Mark called a perfect offseason, their team win-loss total is exactly where it was when the offseason started, 8.5. I bet you none of the things they have done have moved that win-loss total number an inch. So I guess I'm scratching my head here at how you would call an offseason where they had to scramble to figure out their quarterback situation, occasionally felt like they were being twisted in the wind by Aaron Rodgers until he finally brought himself in here and signed on the dotted line. Had to trade, like, on what, I don't care, like, what you think of how they decided to backfill the position. Well, technically, obviously, the trade for Metcalf happened first, and then, of course, the George Pickens deal happened later, so I should get my timelines right. They bring in Metcalf. People are wondering if they're going to try to really load up. They trade away Pickens. Okay? That is an admittance of failure on one level or another with Pickens. Metcalf, I think, is a good, sometimes very good receiver. I have misgivings about him as, like, an alpha dog number one. I think he's somewhere around, like, the 18th to 20th best receiver in football. We could play the who's better game and probably have a lot of fun with that. They bring him in. Okay, good. You filled in. You loaded up your room very briefly. Then you subtracted a guy that some people wanted to keep around here, in George Pickens. Where's the perfect offseason? What am I missing here? He also goes on, does Mark, to say, and we'll have it. The best part is we're going to have a chance to have Kabali in here in like 40 minutes, and I'll just say all this stuff right to him. He's almost certainly listening right now, so I'm sure he's sharpening his knives and preparing whatever arguments he can to counter me. He talked about how, as of last week, the two sides weren't close on guaranteed money, length of deal, and total value, that there are all these sticking points. Did we not read yesterday that this deal was in the works for a while, which suggests that the sides were actually pretty close and had been talking actively? When I hear that CAA and the Steelers were working on this deal for a while, that doesn't mean to me that it all came together, slap, bang, boom here at the last second. That makes me think that they were probably doing fine for a while. So he writes, Watkins is security. Steelers get the best edge rusher in the league. I would disagree. He's like second or third, probably second, maybe third, locked up heading into the season. He is giving them high marks for turning a potentially difficult negotiation into something that's a non-issue. And then he eventually gets to the fact that now the difficult part happens and you've got to put up or shut up. He also said, they have a better roster than they did when they got thumped in Baltimore in a playoff game in early January. They are significantly better, and there's no debating that. Don, I need you to get back on the mic. Does this team look significantly better to you? Subtract Minka, add Jalen, add Jonnu. I think that is a net positive. I'm not a complete hater. I think two good players for one guy who should be better than both of them, but probably isn't anymore, at least the way they were using him. Okay. Metcalf is better than Pickens, but you still took Pickens out of that picture. Caleb Johnson, I hope, is better than Najee Harris, but you drafted a guy who in physical build resembles Najee Harris. The guy, I guess I would want to know how people feel about this being a significantly better roster. I don't know that that's necessarily the case.
I think they are better. I wouldn't use significantly.
Significantly better implies you think they're going to win a playoff game or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm also going from how they were 10-7 last year. If I'm saying significantly better, then I would think they're going to go like 14-3 this year. Instead, I'm going to go with 11-6.
Man, he's writing stuff in here that makes it seem like he thinks he buys the all-in stuff. Seriously, there's no gray area left for this organization. They took care of that by the players they added and the pedigree that comes with them. Do I have to tap if Aaron Rodgers was still 2021 MVP Aaron Rodgers, he wouldn't have been available for like $13 million sign again? Do I have to don't make me hit the sign, folks. Listen, I think that they are better than they ended last year. I have to cross my fingers and hope that Broderick Jones is better at the position he was supposed to play. I have to hope that Aaron Rodgers is energized going into a season, and I am hopeful about Rodgers. That because this is his last year and everybody knows it's his last year, there's going to be better vibes than there were with Russell Wilson. Still, though, he was available for a reason. Did they get better in the Minka trade? Yeah. I doubt their win total has moved. My expectations really aren't changed. I guess I feel like because of Rodgers' name recognition that if they get to the playoffs, they have more of a puncher's chance than they have with some of these other guys in the past. But let's be real. One of the big problems with Rodgers, even when he was putting up huge numbers in those late years in Green Bay, was that he folded up in the playoffs and didn't play well. Do you agree with Mark Cabali? The lead sentence here, you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you agree with Kaboom, who says they had a perfect offseason? If you don't, tell me why. How would you characterize it? I'd say they had a tumultuous offseason. It was a lot of activity. I'm not sure they got any better. It was like a boxer just throwing punches everywhere. I'm not sure how many of them landed. A flurry of activity, improvement, that's another story. 412-928-9370. Mark Cabali says you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason for the Steelers. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming right back, your phone calls, a Donnie debrief in about 20 minutes. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Open Championship in Northern Ireland, Scotty Scheffler has just nailed a birdie putt to take solo lead at 10 under. Matt Fitzpatrick in the clubhouse at 9 under. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. Mitsu by the Mall. Tim Farrar is the general manager there at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Corey Davison's the general sales manager there. They're both awesome. They have a great team, and they've got great deals right now, July 4th deals that you could take advantage of. Get into an Outlander, a 7-passenger Outlander right now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months, and you'll get that great deal on an SUV that drives like a car. I still love driving it every single day. It handles great, plenty of acceleration. It has everything I need. It's got room for 7. It's got all the safety features you want. It's all-wheel drive. Plus, it's got all the tech bells and whistles that you could shake a stick at. You can also get into the brand-new Mirage. You want thinking about maybe a starter car? Maybe you just don't need an SUV. Maybe you're just looking for something that's going to just absolutely knock it out of the park when it comes to your budget. It's already the lowest priced new car on the market, and right now you can take up to $2,000 off MSRP. This is the time. Get the deal right now because they got great ones for you at Mitsu by the Mall. Get your deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. The Pittsburgh Steelers have tried to empower themselves to make a deep run this upcoming NFL season. They've given T.J. Watt the money and the contract that he craved. Here's the thing. It's just more desperation. Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, it's not going to add up to the championship that they seek because the AFC is too tough and Rodgers isn't good enough. I'm Bill Ryder.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99, and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Start your engine. The road to luxury begins now at Spitzer Acura McMurray. With hot deals on cool wheels, experience, performance, and prestige with one of the largest selections of luxury compact SUVs in Western PA, starting under $40,000. Save on the all-new MDX and RDX, designed for distinction. Plus, receive a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Join us in the winner's circle at Spitzer Acura McMurray. Online, spitzeracura.com. Select models, see dealer for details.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
28 inbound is seeing some traffic from the 40th Street Bridge heading into the city. The Parkway East inbound is congested from Churchill heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and the Parkway West inbound is slow through Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Chris Muller, PM team solo. Andrew Filipponi. I don't know why he has FOMO, Don. I don't. It's his daughter's second birthday, big weekend. He traveled a little bit for it. I texted Amanda. I said, how is he? I just have to know. And she said, he seems a little bit off, a little on edge. You want to know what apparently one of his big issues was yesterday with the Watt deal? That one of his sources didn't tip him off that it was happening before it happened, that he found out from like his father-in-law. So I guess he was very much down bad that he didn't his usual suspects did not give him a little clue in before it happened.
Well, one of his usual suspects apparently told him that a team from the NFC West, AFC West called and offered, and the Steelers said no.
That part could have been true because it sounds like they really did rebuff anything. But still, man, he's in agony out there. I am the son of an English teacher. Words have meaning. And calling it a perfect offseason for the Steelers, which Mark Caballi did in his big column, would suggest that they literally could not have done anything better than exactly what they did. That these were all 10 out of 10 outcomes. I disagree. I think you can ask a couple of very basic questions. Are the Steelers better now than they were when last year ended? I think the answer to that is yes. I do. I think their quarterback play will be better. I'm going to go cross my fingers. I'm looking up. If you're watching on YouTube, I am looking up to the non-existent heavens in this studio. I'm just looking at very bright studio lights. If I do this long enough, I'm going to sneeze. And I am going to cross my fingers and hope that Broderick Jones is going to go to left tackle where God intended him to play and be really good for 10 years. Okay? I'm going to hope Troy Fautanu is healthy. These are hoping things. You can bleep in one hand, fill it with excrement, and you can wish in the other hand and hope in the other hand and see which one fills up faster. I think they got better. They traded for a more valuable position, safety to corner, and then added a tight end in Jonnu Smith, who's an Arthur Smith favorite. I think that part will work out well. I think Jalen Ramsey could work out well. I think DK Metcalf could work out well. But man, a lot of these things are asking for a lot of pieces to fall into place quickly to say that it's a perfect offseason. I'm not going to be a hypocrite because I've wanted them to try to draft a young quarterback for a while, and I've targeted this coming year's draft as one that's likely to have somebody that everyone really wants. Maybe a Lenore Sellers. Maybe somebody else has a Joe Burrow-like run right to the top that comes out of semi-obscurity and they just look like $1 million or whatever, and they're the obvious pick and the Steelers have access to them and whatever. But, like, I'm not going to be the guy who says they should have pursued and tried to find a way to get Geno Smith, or they should have tried to find a way to get Sam Darnold here, because I had not wanted those stopgap fixes. That said, I think Geno Smith would be better than Aaron Rodgers. I actually think he is better than him at this point in time. But a perfect offseason, I don't know. It feels like, more than anything, I guess the most honest thing I can come up with is it's an acceptable offseason. What happens when you put a car in park and slam the gas pedal down and maybe steer the wheel, right? You don't go anywhere, but it looks like you're doing a lot of stuff. Their offseason's been fine. From my perspective, it's been a lot of fun to watch because there's been something to talk about a lot. It hasn't just been like twiddling your thumbs and waiting for training camp to start. But I don't want to confuse activity for definitive improvement, and I feel like that's to some degree what Mark is doing. 412-928-9370 on Twitter. You can follow us there at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We got Johnny in Farrell to sound off. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, man, were there quotations around perfect in that article?
No.
'Cause that could change the meaning a little bit.
No, there were not. Trust me, buddy, I looked. Johnny, I thought, is he doing scare quotes? Is he being sarcastic? No, he said you could pretty much call it a perfect offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I'll tell you what,
I'm going to have
been
Kabali
pretty damn
go.
good.
Here's what I'm going to have Kabali do. When he comes in here for his hour with me, I'm going to find a clear cup in here. I'm going to call somebody at a testing center. I'm going to make him go to the bathroom and pee in a cup. We got to drug test him for this take. That's what we're going to do.
Well, I'm smoking right now, and I make sense.
I assume when you say I'm smoking right now, you don't mean cigarettes, huh, buddy?
No, well, I'm actually smoking a cigarette, too.
So what, you're doing the equivalent of double fisting here?
Well, no, I took a break right before you called. Good thing I got the coughs out, for real, because then you said Johnny. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Man, your Friday's already started. It might be Saturday where you're
at. Well, just, doing some gardening and chilling in the garage.
I bet you're cultivating plants, my friend. I bet you
No,
are.
for real. Tomatoes and peppers and
what kind of
zucchini
tomatoes?
And basil.
That's a good run.
Roma, the big boys, the beefsteaks. The girlfriend likes those. Those are for show. Give me the Romas. Give me the San Marzanos any day. You know what I mean?
Johnny, I do. I hope you have a great weekend, brother. That is like Johnny the Barber's chill cousin somehow, like brother in arms there.
It might be Jeff Spicoli's cousin.
I love, I got a doobie and I got a cigarette. And I'm just growing tomatoes, bro. Was that a Freudian slip? He called it the wife and then he went, the girlfriend. That's like the old, that's the old Mitch Hedberg joke. I don't have a girlfriend. I just have a girl who would be really mad if she heard me say that, which is one of his all-time best. Martin is in Uniontown, presumably not high yet.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, Martin. How are you?
I'm doing good. Like I said, I just hope the Steelers have a good year this year, and I hope the Steelers can shut Ryan Clark up just a little bit, because I like the way that Omar Khan made those moves. I think they're trying to go for it. They're trying to do something, because they don't want to lose the gate. They don't want to lose all that attendance and all that.
What do you think they're trying to do? Win a playoff game or win the Super Bowl?
I think I'd like to see him make it all the way to the AFC Championship. And if they get to the Super Bowl, I'd like to see them if they can win it. God bless them and try it.
It's Friday, folks. It's Friday. It's 3:22. We're all feeling great. If you want to see the Steelers get to the Super Bowl, what do we need, Donnie? Somebody, a very sociopathic person with a lead pipe to hit the knees of Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, possibly C.J. Stroud, possibly Justin Herbert, possibly, hell, even Bo Nix, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Am I missing any? I think we get
Tanya Harding can call her crew in.
Galooly.
Maybe.
That was the guy's name, Jeff Galooly. I don't know if he's dead or not, though. I didn't want to say Galooly, sully the dead if he is. Am I pulling really quick here? I guess we could do a check. Do you or do you not think I am pulling a Filipponi? Is Jeff Galooly dead?
I don't know. I've never looked into the guy at all.
He doesn't really have much of a Wikipedia page. I'm going to assume, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to assume that Jeff Galooly, alive. Huh. Yeah, he masterminded that attack with Tanya Harding. You ever see I, Tonya? Good movie.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things.
I think Sarah would like that one. I think you would actually, too. Anyway, that was a acid trip of a segment. Coming up next, it's a Donnie football debrief. Since Kaboom is coming in studio to answer for his column and to talk about this Watt trade, Kaboom and I will have fun, but I'm going to put him on the broiler here, or under the broiler. We have the debrief next. Donnie's choice for the biggest story in football that we're otherwise not talking about. That's coming up. First, the fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates kick off their second half of the season against one of the worst teams in the league, the Chicago White Sox. That'll be at PNC Park tonight at 6:40. Bailey Falter will take the bump for the Pittsburgh. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar. Long homestand here for the Buccos. Get over to Mike's and check them out. Mike's Beer Bar. It's right next to PNC Park, and that is the place to go before, after games, in between games, even when they're on the road and out of town. They've not played well on the road, but that's neither here nor there. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. Summer beers are all the buzz. You want to feel refreshed after a hot, humid day? They got those beers at Mike's made right here in Pittsburgh and Western PA. Great food and dining options, too. Steak on a stone, wings, wraps, and they've got 13 large TVs. You don't have to beg someone to put on the game you want to watch. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Can't get enough baseball? Start streaming MLB Network today. Get up to 15 out-of-market games a week live on any device, plus 24/7 access to MLB Network's award-winning shows, including live game look-ins and exclusive player interviews. And hear live radio play-by-play from all 30 clubs with MLB at Bat. Enjoy the home of baseball from virtually anywhere. Plans start as low as $5.99 per month. Sign up now at MLBnetwork.com/stream. Available in the U.S. only. Blackout restriction applies. Visit MLB.com/subscribe for full terms and conditions.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Shinedown. Dance Kid Dance Tour. Live in Pittsburgh. TPG Paints Arena, July 22nd. With special guests, Bush and Morgan Wade. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Shinedown, live in concert. For more, visit Shinedown.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Be at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it is time for the Donnie Debrief. And it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. You know how this drill works. Donnie takes the biggest story in the football world, and he says, hey, Chris, you going to talk about that today? And I say no. And then he goes, okay, that's going to be my debrief topic. Actually, it doesn't work like that. Donnie just kind of springs it on us really in the moment, so that we just react to it organically.
Do you prefer that way, or do you prefer...
I do prefer the organic way. I always give Pony a hard time because he likes to withhold things from both of us, especially me, the co-host.
Yes.
He has little, tricks up his sleeve, and I always give him a hard time for it, but that always elicits a much better reaction. Do you know why I was conditioned, though, to not like it? Starkey hated it when I would surprise him with stuff sometimes. Unless it was, a fun topic. If I would, hold back a little piece of an argument or some little detail, and then he knew it was a game changer for the argument, he'd always feel like that was unfair pool. We should basically have, hold on, here, I'll do it for the YouTube. I would say, just imagine I'm saying something, I would get him and he'd go. He'd knock the headphones right off of his ears. By the way, speaking of our friends at Saloni's, you can check out the latest episode of Breaking Bread. It's also brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread. Donnie sits down with Pat Fryermuth. It was an awesome talk you guys had, available on our 93.7 The Fan YouTube page. All right, Don, hit us with the debrief.
The debrief, July 18, 2025. So this is a funny Friday one, I think, Malsey, but it's not a funny Friday for Lloyd Howell, who is the former NFLPA executive director who resigned last night. Your boy Ari Myroff was all over this. ESPN reported this morning that Howell charged the union for 2 strip club visits, including a $738 car ride from the airport to Tootsie's Cabaret in Florida. And then his quote, when questioned about the strip club visit, quote, player engagement event to support and grow our union. I might keep that quote in the notes for safekeeping.
Player engagement event to support and grow our union at Tootsie's Gentlemen's Club in Florida.
Tootsie's Cabaret.
Tootsie's Cabaret, yes. First thought, you go to the strip club, let's say your wife or girlfriend doesn't have an issue per se with you going to strip clubs, but like you don't tell her and so she thinks that's kind of funny. You say, oh, I forgot, honey, it was what was his explanation again?
It was a player engagement event to support and grow our union.
Honey, it was a player engagement event. That's why we were there, to support and grow our union. Man, that's a tough scene right there. That, like, just that's the best you've got. Just say, yeah, you caught me. I went to the strip club and racked up. Why are you doing that, though? If he's the head of the union, it's on the company card, right? Like, it's charged to the union.
Yep.
Isn't the simplest thing there just don't charge it to, like, who you work for?
Yeah, that would be my
Don't
thinking.
bill, like, just know, you pay for that, buddy. You probably make a lot of money.
Right.
You can afford $700 at the booby bar.
I'd be, yeah, like, use your own personal funds.
Didn't Hugh Freeze get in trouble at Liberty for that? Wasn't he, like, calling up escorts on us on a university phone?
I think it was something like that with him. I can't remember.
I have a buddy who works in some sort of, like, finance field, and we were just laughing because he was saying he's, like, an old school, like, if I could have a flip phone, I would, and then he had to get a smartphone. And I was laughing. I was like, so, first time you got the smartphone, you checked out some of those sites we all have looked at on the smartphones. He goes, I've never looked once. They audit everything I do on that phone. He's like, all he does is, like, check stock prices and stuff like that.
Wow.
The restraint?
Yeah. I mean, because clearly you see
Lloyd.
what Lloyd Howell did
to
get himself in some hot water. I mean, should I take that up in our next fan engagement meeting that we have?
Dude,
Craig, I have a good idea.
Oh, man, if he was like, hey, we just want to know how we can make you guys happier at work, be like, how about we go to the strip club? Where we go, cheerleaders maybe? How about we go there for a fan team engagement meeting to grow and strengthen our team? All the producers have just been begging for it, Craig. Come on, brother.
And let me tell you, we got some thirsty producers out there, Craig.
Oh, my God, they're all parched in the desert. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the thirstiest producer of all? I mean, it's got to be Bechtold, right? I mean, Callis is not single anymore.
Correct, yeah.
Nelly's thirsty for one thing, and that is a 5-team parlay to hit.
Yes.
Nelly has really picked up and run with the degenerate gambler at the station mantle. You are engaged to be married. We've got your save the date right on our fridge in a place of prominence. Who else am I missing out on here? Borges is engaged.
Yeah, I would say it's Austin or it's Dom.
Dom's like thirsty in the way though that he's just like a dog running in circles. You know what I mean? He's barking at everything he sees, to use that phrase. Austin feels more like a guy that is in the desert and he's wandering and he is looking for an oasis.
Well, it sounds like apparently the other day he was telling Joe about all these secret dates he went on, I guess.
Secret dates.
Maybe the girl's in Canada. We've never met her.
She's too cool.
That old line.
She's too cool for you guys. She'll never come down here. She's up in Canada. That was always a good one. Anything else on our friend Lloyd?
No, I did just want to get that one out there because I thought it would be a funny Friday.
Greatest Lloyds in history.
Lloyd Christmas.
Lloyd McClendon. Lloyd Bridges.
What about Greg Lloyd?
Greg Lloyd. Oh, if Greg Lloyd heard us not mention him as a great Lloyd, he would be pissed. What else? Do we have any other Lloyds we're forgetting? Greatest Tootsies in history. Tootsies in Florida, I guess. That's the only one we got.
See, I immediately thought of the one in Nashville.
Hold on, did he go? Yeah, so did I. I thought of that too. Did he go by himself? That's the other thing. Did you rack 700?
So if that's the case,
then that's a complete fabrication.
Yeah,
by
like
him.
how does he make that quote?
I don't know. Like, if you spend $700 in a strip club is not like some inordinate amount of money. It can pile up quick. We've all probably had a friend go a little too hog wild and it piles up quick.
Fortunately, I've never been that friend.
I've never been the main character either. Haven't gone to a ton of them in my life, but I've gone to enough. Haven't been the main character. If it was a team building thing, surely they could pretty quickly disprove that anybody was actually there. If it was like a bunch of people from the union and they only spent $700 and that was really on the up and up, then everyone basically paid their cover fee and left.
Yeah. Then he'd be in the clear, I think.
People now are hypothesizing what certain people on the fan staff would be like in strip clubs. Brent tweets it or messages in on YouTube. The team arrives there and Pomp has been sitting for hours in his pimp hat. He recommends the buffet for the squad. Guys, try it. There's sushi up there. I know it's all you can eat. You wouldn't think it's great. It's terrific. Hush puppies too.
He already has a plate and he's working on it.
Not the only puppies in this place. Starkey asking the strippers about his tick bite.
Oh,
that is
God.
incredibly on brand. Frank Lloyd Wright, another great Lloyd. Pony furiously posting about sports, unable to be bothered by the dancers. All of these are pretty accurate. Ron Cook grumbling about the temperature or the food. Callis would drop his life savings. And then our pal Turd Sandwich, I got my ass kicked at the End Zone Strip Club at Penn State, no lie. I'll tell you what, lists of places where you could get your ass kicked in public, strip club is if we were drafting places where you'd be nervous about getting your ass kicked, how many are higher up than like any, like broadly speaking, a strip club? You get out of line one time, they got people there designed to make sure you don't get out of line twice.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a club setting in general is pretty high up there. Like any sort of nightclub is going to be high up on that
I think
list.
a dive bar, more so than your regular bars. Your dive bars, motorcycle bars got to be way up there on the list. A place where you get your ass kicked just on principle. Motorcycle bar, dive bar, like seedy strip club. Certainly not a joint like Tootsie's.
No. Although I've never been. I've only ever... See, I didn't even know that existed. I know of the Tootsie's bar in Nashville, and then...
So do I.
Wasn't there like a Tootsie's or something in Southside? Or am I just nuts?
A Tootsie's? I kind of feel like there was, but I feel like it might not have been exactly called Tootsie's. But I also... There was a Tom's Diner. You're not thinking of that, were you?
No. I think
there was a Tootsie's down there. I think you're right. A tailgate, says Andrew, a place where you could get your ass kicked on principle. That's a pretty good one,
Yeah,
too.
I would say like a game.
Yeah, frat house, frat party. Ooh, boy. Man, we could have done this for random power rankings. Places you're likely to get your ass kicked for just being there.
We could ask Kaboom if he's ever had that happen. But he has all that karate training from watching Cobra Kai.
The last hypothetical, Doran would be watching a scary movie like Candyman 3 while everybody else is in the club.
Tony Todd, his boy.
He's like, hold on. Yeah, Tony Todd's about to kill
Tony
somebody.
Todd.
There's bees crawling out of her for some reason. All right, Don, thank you for the debrief. Tootsie's Italian Beef, it was just off of Carson. All right, very active on the YouTube stream today for people, which I always appreciate. I'm a backer of that YouTube crowd. Coming up, Kaboom will be here. This is a man who just wrote a column on X, formerly known as Twitter, the Everything app. He said, you could say the Steelers had you could pretty much call it a perfect offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're going to ask him to support his claims. Show your work, Kaboom. That's going to happen next. First, hold on a second here. I want to tell you this much. It is 3:41. Actually 3:42 by the time you hear me say this. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Mark Cabali says the Steelers, you could pretty much call it a perfect offseason. We'll ask him to explain that and talk to him about the Watt deal and a lot of other stuff. And now what happens next for this team, how much pressure they are under after this supposedly perfect offseason, coming up in a couple. Short commercial break, long commercial-free segment on the other side. It's the PM Team.
Temperatures in the mid-80s with scattered showers and thunderstorms into the afternoon and evening, and thunderstorms likely Saturday night with temperatures in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code.
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Baseball's officially back. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Cleveland Guardians are looking to stay hot after racking up a pair of wins over the White Sox ahead of the All-Star break. They can do just that by securing a victory against the Athletics on Friday. Cleveland's minus 130 on the money line and have a good chance to take down an A's team that's already lost 2 games against them in 3 matchups this season. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need 1 truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
This summer, Kennywood is taking entertainment to new heights. Don't miss the dazzling new drone show. Hundreds of drones light up the sky each night, July 11th through the 19th. Then rev up the fun with the Water Jetpack Stunt Show. See Jetpack daredevils perform aerial stunts 50 feet in the air every day through August 17th. It's Kennywood's most entertaining summer yet. Save up to 45% on tickets and passes at Kennywood.com.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payments starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Riverview Chevrolet in North Huntington. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months, or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit RiverviewChevyGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we've got the big guy, Scotty Scheffler, at the Open Championship, 153rd Open Championship, taking the lead into the weekend. Scheffler, after a big boy round today of, 7 under par. I completely lost my place here. Yeah, 7 under par. He's alone at the top, 10 under for the tournament, one clear of 2022 U.S. Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick. Hao Tong Lee and Brian Harman. Harman, who has won the Open Championship in the past, they are tied for third right now at 8 under par. Scottish Open winner Chris Goddard is 5 under and tied for 5th with a large group of players after he went 6 under today. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Friday PM, team. That means we're kicking our feet up. Some of our listeners are apparently taking in the wacky tobacco. One guy said he was alternating that and a cigarette while growing tomatoes. So it's one of those kinds of days. 50-minute mark here on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High of 76 today, low of 68. And obviously there have been some showers. So me telling you that it was not going to rain today makes me a liar. I'm sorry. I'm not a weatherman by trade. I'm just a man who talks sports into the microphone and tells you what the weather says it's going to be. On the hotline, across from me, the fan hotline, of course, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, is a man who really knows how to undersell and overdeliver when he talks about expectations for a team, when he talks about how he feels or how some people should feel about the Steelers offseason. That's Mark Caballi, who did – you do win lead writing 101, though, because I was taught when I did all my news writing stuff at Penn State, hey, if you're writing any sort of newspaper column, any written word, get the people's attention early. Mark, I mean this. I'm not being a smartass. I mean, usually I am, but I'm not. But I'm not being a smartass. I read the sentence, you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers as your opening. That's your lead punch. Mm-hmm. You've got my attention, even if you've got me thinking that we might have to drug test you. So Why do you call it the
First of all, that's a new way of writing sports. If you're doing it nowadays, you're really supposed to be putting dates and SEO-friendly words in the lead. So,
well, hold on, because you write all your things on you write everything on Twitter directly because that's how essentially Elon Musk wants you to do it, and that's how you get the most reach. You wrote, "There is no gray area remaining for the Steelers following T.J. Watt's extension."
Yeah.
So did you have to make sure T.J. Watt was in the headline so that got some SEO play?
Yeah, you try to. I don't really follow that. My rules are way open. But if newspaper-wise, there's a lot of things like you have to say Pittsburgh Steelers, just not Steelers. You have to put the guy's name in the headline within the first 8 to 10 words. There's a lot of stuff. The SEO, I don't know if people know it. That's the way it gets Googled or searched.
Search engine optimization. That's what you're trying to do here. Yes. That's
not the point. But you know what?
Why do you call it perfect? Just we're going to have a conversation. I'm not going to put you on the hot seat, but you said you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason. You took me out of context. No. You said you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason. Why?
Yes, this is not my perfect offseason. I never said mine.
Here we go.
The next paragraph did state what? How the Steelers viewed their offseason going. They sat down. They said, where are we going to improve this team at? X, Y, Z, right?
Yep.
Where they needed to do that. Other than maybe, and I did have the Justin Fields thing in there maybe as the outlier of something that didn't go as planned, but I decided to take that out because who wants to ruin a good story through details, right? So I took that part out. But the point was I think they went into the offseason trying to accomplish something in specific positions, specific needs, a specific plan. And when you put that into context, it's almost a perfect offseason that they have accomplished everything that they wanted to do. It wasn't perfect. I mean, it's impossible to call it perfect right now because they haven't even gone on the field yet. Aaron Rodgers could tear an Achilles week one.
My favorite response when I did put it out there for the clicks and to get people fired up, and it was a topic on the show. So, I mean, mission accomplished by you, of course. And you're talking to Mark Cabali, or you're hearing Mark Cabali right now, of course, of the Pat McAfee show. My apologies. Did not mention where you are repping here, as everyone knows it, but it's still good form to say it. Like, you have to write Pittsburgh Steelers, not Steelers in the headline. My favorite response, though, when I said, do you agree with Mark's take here, his opening line was, somebody goes, well, they've got to win a playoff game, and that'll have been a perfect offseason. No, that ain't the point. You don't get to judge it after the season. That's called a retroactive, a look back, a hindsight 2020. Hey, let me wait until the season ends, and then I'll tell you if they had a perfect offseason.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I think they've upgraded.
How much better are they?
I think they've upgraded it significantly.
Okay, so if
really do.
Let's just use as a baseline here. Let's say because they made the playoffs and got bounced again, if you're rating that team's quality of roster, whatever, on a 1 to 10 scale, you said they ended last year as a 5, just right smack in the middle, basically. What would you rank them at right now on that kind of measure?
Off the top of my head, I'd say 7, but if you can break it down, I mean, Rodgers is better. You would think, once again, we're on paper doing this, is better than Russell Wilson. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Yeah.
No, I've come around. I've said that I think Rodgers, of the 3 guys they seemingly seriously considered, I think is going to play the best this year. Because I think it's him going out on his shield, wanting it to be like a good vibes ending.
He doesn't need to do everything. I mean, I don't think he needs to go out there.
Do you
and
think
win
he's going to be
games
healthier than he was with the Jets as far as like he's going to somehow be more mobile 2 years removed?
Yeah, I think he had – what I was under the belief is he had multiple injuries last year, just not the returning from the Achilles. He was apparently in the trainer's room a lot last year, and he's finally gotten a little healthy, and he does look a lot healthier this year. And I'm sorry, I'm distracted by
You're distracted by Johnson Wagner. He's got quite a duster on him. Do you know what this guy does on their golf coverage for NBC? Do you know what he does?
Oh.
So he used to be an actual PGA Tour player, so he can play, right? He goes out and they tell him, like, what are the big shots that were hit in the round by players today? Like this Shane Lowry one where the ball moved because he took a practice swing and it moved the ball. Johnson Wagner goes out and tries to recreate these situations. Like he tried to recreate a shot before the tournament started and hit a hosel rocket directly into the practice, like the stands while people were sitting there.
That's beside the point.
No, he's got a mustache that would make Tom Selleck blush.
Yeah, that's just out of control. I thought it was fake for a second.
No. Who's the greatest mustache in world history?
Wow. I mean,
mustache power rankings.
That sounds like something you might have to go on to right now.
Wyatt Earp.
Nah.
Pretty good one.
I mean, I like the old the old 80s mustache where it's just the lip. When you have the ones that are more the Fu Man, I don't really count them as mustaches.
The 80s mustache where it's just the lip and it's like that thin, crappy-looking one is one of the dirtiest, sketchy human being looks ever.
I mean, Tom Selleck has
Raleigh Fingers?
Tom Selleck has to be the guy, right?
Raleigh Fingers, the handlebar?
Too much pizzazz.
Turtle wax?
Yeah, too much pizzazz in that mustache there. You know, the Paul Skeens one. Who I saw the other day was the great Phil Maines from the Pat McAfee
He's going
show.
with one?
Oh, my kid looked at him and goes, is that Paul Skeens? I was like, no, but...
He's making more money than Paul Skeens right now. Shout out
Phil.
Phil.
He had a yellow Pirates hat on. He thought it was Paul Skeens.
Okay.
All right, yeah. I'm going to try to keep my eyes away from this guy.
You're a distracted guy, but that's okay. I mean, I have one eye on the TV when there's a major golf tournament going on. Let's go to Watt then, right off the jump here. Let's get into that. You wrote in here, and I'm trying to square this circle, that these sides were pretty far apart on major issues: average value, total guarantee, length.
This is what I was told 1 week ago. Well, maybe 2 hours ago. 2 hours from now, 1 week ago, I talked to a very in-touch person that told me, hey, these just things take time. That we're pretty much not agreeing on anything right now, and there wasn't any.
Okay, the reason
there wasn't anything really solid right there. There might have been an outline of what
they needed to color it in.
Yes, I mean, once again, I think T.J. Watt started high, the Steelers started low, and they pretty much came to the middle. And it's obvious what happened right now. The Steelers did not want 4 to 5 years guaranteed, right? And he wanted guaranteed money. So you bring that down in between, and you get what you probably have. Right? You were always going to get the new money more than Myles Garrett. I mean, I think that was pretty obvious. And that's the.
Is it because they knew? Is it because Watt desperately wanted that, or the Steelers on some level, even though they might have started low with the idea we don't mind giving them this. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but it's just how the NFL works now. Whoever's next is going to get $1 million
then why,
more,
okay,
right?
so here's the question. I know this particular player is a lot younger, so it's going to skew this. Why not? Why wouldn't Parsons they would wait for Parsons to sign his deal, and then Watt says, okay, I want more than him too.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It's probably because of age. It's probably because, what is he, 5-6 years younger than him?
I mean, then it's even more impressive on Watt's end, and I have said he won this deal. Like, if you have a winner and a loser, he's older than Garrett and got more money.
He got what? 80 guaranteed? Is that 80 guaranteed?
Garrett got more guaranteed.
No,
Watt got $108 million.
Yeah, but that last year's money they can get out from under.
I know,
Basically, what it is a 3-year deal, right?
At signing, he gets $108 million.
Actually, it's a 2-year deal because this year was going to be guaranteed regardless.
Well, the Steelers
right?
signed him, in the Steelers' words, to a 4-year, $144 million deal, which is very funny accounting.
Yeah, this year has always been in set in stone. He was going to make the money regardless if he held out or whatever.
So did they just rip up that contract?
Yeah.
When they say they rip up the old one, they say, here's the new one. It just factors that year in, and it's the exact same amount of money if we'd stapled the extension on.
The problem is the $40 million signing bonus. That's all due now, right? So that $40 million.
So he's $108 million fully guaranteed when he signs.
Yeah, but the $40 million signing
is
bonus
the right now.
So that plus, I think his salary this year might be a minimum of maybe $3 or $4 million. So he's still getting a hefty pay raise there.
All right.
So that's why they do that, because if not, then you're adding that $40 million on top of the.
It's better for the cap for them to do it this way.
That's why they do it.
Only thing I'll say about you saying this came together in the last week and really crystallized is the way that it was reported from the national outlets, and I'm not doing the whole national versus local media bit again here, because technically you work for national media. There's no one bigger than Pat right now. You're under that umbrella.
I'm a little bit of.
And, of course, the Mac umbrella.
I don't consider myself.
You and Mac are under the same umbrella. You're doing your podcast work.
Yeah, but anyway. I don't consider myself national media.
Yes, you're a local guy on the biggest national sports show in the country. So we're proud of you. You're like the T.J. McConnell of local sports reporters now. You've truly made it big.
He might work a little harder than me. He might have more talent than me.
Well, you can both dunk. Anyway,
donut.
So the national perspective was like, I think it was Schefter. They get it from the agents. I get how all that works.
Agents want to look good.
No, but I'm not going to talk about the dollar values. I just find that to be a funny difference. How like the team and the agent or the agent's reporter of choice frames it. They seem to say, or they indicated with the reporting, that this had been in the works for a while, which I get it. They've been talking for a while, but the way it got framed was, oh no, the sides had steadily made progress, and this was like a long-term thing, and it was tortoise in the hare, but the tortoise was always moving steadily forward, and that does sound different to me. And I bring this up because we were wondering if he would hold out. Yeah. Your reporting does make it seem like he was a lot unhappier. His side, Watt's side, was much more unhappy than the national reporting suggested he was. Because they made it seem like, hey, these two sides want to kiss and make up here and have a good time and make this deal happen, and they had been working towards that for weeks.
Yeah, things happen in real time. I mean, what's relevant right now might not be relevant in a day from now or 2 days from now. When I got my information, that's what it was. I mean, it was just like they weren't, I wouldn't say they were far off, but they weren't agreeing on a multitude of things. But I want to know how they got to the point right now. Like you said, why don't you wait till Micah signs or anybody else like that? What would it benefit TJ of signing right now other than him wanting to sign right now, right? Yeah. It seems like to me he'd be like, hey, I want this right now. The Steelers, they both gave in.
What's the biggest tangible good that comes from them getting this done earlier than a lot of people seem to feel like it
we
would
don't have
get
to
done?
Talk about it anymore.
Well, we love doing that. For him and for the team, what tangible benefits are conferred by getting it done now as opposed to having to go through part of at least camp?
I don't even think it would be a distraction because they wouldn't allow it to be a distraction because I think that's one thing the Steelers are pretty good at, of holding those type of distractions at bay.
What about
I don't think there is any.
Okay, let me bounce this off you real quick before you take a break. How about they want to move him around more this year? They all talked about it. They need to do a better job putting him in position, to compare him to Garrett and Parsons. Both those guys move around. Garrett will run A-gap blitzes once in a while. They'll stand him up and just let him crash down. Parsons goes all over. Watt pretty much is anchored on one side. Is it a possible benefit, or is there motivation by both sides to get it done because they want to move him around, and so they need him in camp earlier to try to test out all these other spots and looks?
I'm quite sure TJ knows what he can do and how he knows how to do it, and he's a quick learner, so I don't think it would take much time if, say, he's signed August 28th to be caught up in what they want to do. This might just give him a little extra time to be able to put it into motion a little bit during training camp, some of the walkthroughs, but I don't think it would be a bit hindrance one way or the other if he did hold out. But they do need, you're right, they have to move him around, and I think TJ knows the places where he needs to be moved around too. They just have to allow him to do it.
I have more questions on that particular front coming up. Mark Cabali, of course, the man who said at the start of his column, you can pretty much call it the perfect offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're not giving him too hard of a time about that because it's a Friday on this show, and we like to be nice at least some of the time. More from Kaboom on the TJ Watt deal and some expectations for the Steelers now that they have had this potentially perfect offseason heading into the 2025 campaign. First, we got a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Scotty Scheffler has now taken the lead through the first two rounds of the Open Championship. 7 under on the day. He is 10 under, one stroke ahead of Matt Fitzpatrick, who is in sole possession of second place. This Open update from Northern Ireland is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Ho, ho, ho! It's Christmas in July at Choice Cabinet. Right now, you're looking for cabinets, no other place to go. Not just because instead of the industry average wait time of 8 to 12 weeks for new cabinets, Choice can have them delivered to you in as little as 3 days. That's great in and of itself. But right now, great deal at choicecabinet.com. 10% off their already low prices for any sale that's under $12,000. If you go over $12,000, how about 15% off of their already 60 to 70% off retail pricing? Their showroom and design center, they are tripling the size of it, so that means they can show you more, they can handle even more. That'll be reopening in the next few weeks. People in the area, trust me, your neighbors, they've been finding out about Choice. You can be next in line. Their cabinets, over 65,000 right now in stock and counting. They're all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And like I said earlier, delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So Damian Lillard, after forcing his way out of Portland several years ago, is back. He's not the player that he was. He's injured, and the Trailblazers, young, exciting, maybe dangerous, have moved on. It's still a beautiful reunion. A reminder the place that you love is a place you can go back to. A reminder that some athletes put home, eventually, above everything else. Way to go, Dame. I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing some slow-moving traffic on 28 inbound starting at the 40th Street Bridge. Also, the Parkway East outbound is congested from Technology Drive heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And the Parkway West inbound is slow from Carnegie heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fans, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. It is the PM team. We've got an Open Phone Friday looming in 30 minutes or so. We've also got TGIF. We got a hodgepodge. Donnie, one of the hidden developments on yesterday's show, Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show, of course, Steelers beat writer, is in here as well. One of the low-key, crucial moments on yesterday's show, the TJ Watt news broke at roughly an hour or a day ago right now, like 4:15 approximately, as in Schefter bombed the tweet and Pelissero, and then the usual suspects all hit the deck here with the tweets. And we were doing the giveaway for the Pirates tickets, and I was doing Open Championship trivia. Our girl Michelle yesterday nailing the Stewart Sink answer. Just out of nowhere. She had a harder time picking her favorite pirate. There's only a couple I would pick. She had a harder time with that than she did getting the trivia question right. We're going to do another one of those. I might make it part of Open Phone Friday. We're going to do that, though. I got another pretty good Open Championship trivia question for people to try to answer. Mark, do you know who Stewart Sink beat in the 2009 Open Championship? A man who was bidding, if he had made par on the 18th hole in regulation, he would have become by far the oldest major champion in history.
Rocco.
No. Tom Watson was 59 and should have won the damn thing. It's the only time I've ever seen my dad pissed off about the outcome of a sporting event. Literally.
Is Rocco still playing?
Rocco is actually in town right now. He's been at, Laurel Valley, I want to say. He's been at Greensburg Country Club. He does a lot of social media stuff for golf, where he'll just show himself hitting and just takes these, selfie videos, and he's been doing a ton of those. So, yes.
Probably making decent money doing that.
Rocco still can play, man. He just reliably hits the crap out of the ball, hits a draw. I'm actually very jealous of him. Anyway, I have a couple thoughts on the TJ Watt thing. I was Mr. Bad Guy yesterday. Oh, you're dumping cold water on this. You mentioned something about injuries in general with Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Couple misgivings. We'll tick them off here, and you can rebut however you'd like. I have no problem with the player getting the money. Go get every dime you can. I always cite my example where I would even say that about Big Ben, and everybody knew, Mulsey's always the most negative on him. He always deserved every dime they were willing to give him because they were willing to give it to him. Couple misgivings I have about Watt. One is the lack of production last year. 11.5 sacks, worst year since he was a rookie, where he played a full season. And after the Eagles game, where admittedly, I will even, hands up here, he was really good in the first half of that Eagles game, keeping it close or close-ish. He went silent. There was just nothing. And the playoff game was the culmination. It was the worst possible. Some guy named Rosengarten, a rookie, just took him completely out of the game, and he had the Tony Snell 0-0-0-0-0 line, the complete empty line. And so you're always supposed to, in a perfect world, try to pay these guys for what you think they're going to do, not what they have done. Impossible for me to look at him and look at the way last season ended and feel like his best years might still be ahead of him.
I mean, first of all, 11.5 sacks being your worst year is not a bad year.
I understand that, but it's 7.5 down from the year before.
Yeah.
That is a big drop, Mark.
Yeah, and I think, this is where some of the NFL injury rules come into effect, where they don't help the player out, and they don't list a lot of the injuries, and they say that I'm fine. Then we're sitting here in July saying, well, what happened to TJ the last month of the season? He wasn't on the injury report. I think the guy's ankle, or was knee ankle, was pretty messed up to where he wasn't able to push off as well as he could. And you put that together with some of the good teams he played, put that together.
Well, hold on. Okay, I have a bunch of rebuttals. I don't care about him playing good teams. You're TJ Watt.
Yeah.
Go out and be better
But you're
than
not
that.
100% TJ Watt.
Okay, well, then to go back to that.
Plus, you don't put him in position where it's a surprise of where he's
at. Is that on?
You can scheme against him, too.
He is definitely easier to scheme against. I've probably asked you this before, but I honestly forget the answer. Is TJ Watt lining up almost exclusively over right tackle and not being moved around a TJ Watt preference?
I don't think
Or is it a Steelers preference?
I think originally it might have been.
Okay.
But I think he's come to the conclusion that he's getting tired of getting chipped, tired of having the tight end on that side and having to beat 2 or 3 guys on a routinely basis just to get to the quarterback. Okay. So I think he's come to not his senses, but he's come to realize that, hey, I don't care how good I am. We're going to have to do some things here. We're going to have to scheme. I mean, look at Miles. I mean, you said
Miles gets doubled constantly, even though they move him around.
But you don't even know where he is. I mean,
well, they make
say Miles switches from right to left, then they counter that. Then you can flip right back.
Well, you know the whole bit. There was one of the funniest things last year, and it was like here's the alpha dog kind of thing when the Titans just kept shifting their entire they had 2 guys in motion resetting wherever he would line up. Okay, so the other part of this is injuries then. You said his ankle is bothering him. Yeah. I always laugh when people suggest that a player might be injured enough to affect his performance because the NFL would certainly like to know that they're going to be on the injury report. Oh. Here's the thing, though. when have you seen a player suddenly get, I guess Cam is like obviously the example of a D lineman whose 30s have been better than his 20s, and they've been phenomenal. They're probably going to get him to the Hall of Fame if he has another year like he did last year. I think I'd vote him in at that point. Most guys, though, don't age gracefully into their even early 30s if they're starting to have injuries in their late 20s. And you're telling me that a couple years after he missed a huge chunk of a season with a significant pec injury, that he was dinged up and beat up last year. Like that, I know that is getting used as an excuse or as an explanation for his lack of production, relatively speaking. That doesn't make me feel good about him having just inked a big extension because I want the guy healthy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, he changed a lot of his training regimen around for a guy who was approaching 30 years old. At that point, he didn't need to do what he had to do to get ready for this season. So that could help, too, just in a slight alteration of how you prepare for the season, too, to remain a little bit more healthy. But we are talking, what is he, 8 years in now? Is that what we're looking at?
2017 through 2024. I always learned that even though if you subtract those, you get 7 left, right? In years, it's actually 8 seasons. Yeah, it's whatever the gap is, add 1 to it, and it's always 8 seasons.
He's averaging missing, 1 game per?
I'm glad that you asked about that.
And the majority of those came in 1?
Okay. Fair enough,
for pretty much he's been pretty healthy.
Okay, but fair enough. While you can say that, again, you just said you explained the lack of production by saying he was healthy enough to play, not healthy enough to be himself.
Wow, at that point, he was going to be healthy unless his leg was cut off.
My point is, you can say, okay, he's really only missed significant time in 1 year. But it's kind of significant if you're making now $41 million a year if you're out there and you're healthy enough to go, but you are on some level a diminished version of yourself.
Yeah, but you might be giving him whatever the number is, 100-some million, but you're not really taking a huge, huge risk here because it is only 2 more years. It's through his before his 34th birthday. So it's not like you're tied to this guy forever if he does fall off the face of the planet, which even a half-injured TJ Watt, I don't anticipate would fall off.
Well, here's the one thing I'm worried about with him. I'm not going to use his brother started to fade badly and get hurt a lot at the same age. They're different body types. JJ is a bigger dude, different position, different ask. But I was talking to Ray Fittipaldo yesterday, and he said one of the things – the get off the ball drill that they do where they, they'll pull the ball back on the pole or whatever. He said he always won it every time. He won every rep. Very quick first step. He's a speed guy more than he is a power guy. Big, strong dude.
Technique, too. Very good technique.
I think raw power guys, just like in boxing where if you're a speed fighter, you start to lose your foot speed in the ring, you're going to get caught. I think it's George Foreman, the late George Foreman proved this. Poor Michael Moore got on the wrong end of it. Monessen zone, that's right. Him and Coolio Monessen zone. Power's the last thing to go for a boxer. I think for a power rusher in the NFL, that's the last thing to go, right? Like the raw physical strength. I think Garrett, who's more of a raw power guy, or like remember Julius Peppers, who played well into his late 30s?
Late 30s.
Right. Peppers was a power guy, you would agree, right? Yeah. He was fast, but I'm very strong. And so I do wonder about how speed guys age versus power guys at that coming off the edge position. Once that first step is still fast, but not lightning quick.
Yeah,
I have questions.
Especially in nowadays where the ball gets out in two
and also let's be honest here, especially nowadays where it seems right tackles and left tackles are allowed to, Jawan Taylor, I'm looking at you wherever you are allowed to jump a full half second early, it feels like, and get into their stance quicker.
And it's considered legal too. That's not even illegal
and
play.
When Watt and those guys complain about it, I'm with them on that. But these are all just things I'm bringing up, not to be some wet blanket, but to just say, hey, you want to know why I have misgivings? It's about this kind of stuff.
I mean, you're skeptical of giving him a contract like this, right?
Well, yeah, and I would have been. Listen, I'm somebody who would have been like very, this is a cold-hearted business. His brother was not a one-helmet guy. You trade him before last season starts when you've obviously punted on your first quarterback situation. You've got 2 years left to the team that gets him, and you might actually get a big-time return.
Well,
that's what I would have done.
Yeah, if you're going to go that far ahead and try to make that trade. Right now, I don't think there would have been much of a return at all. I mean, you'd have had to give him $41 million a year, then try to get some draft picks capital in return for that. I don't think many teams would be beating down the door to allow that to happen. You can't let him play out the season and think that, okay, we'll trade him in the offseason. I mean, he would just say, I'm not going to sign with this team you're trading with, so why would they trade him? That would bring his value down whatsoever. But I think they're in that position to take a chance. I mean, that's all we talk about. The Steelers, man, you need that young quarterback because you don't have to pay him for 4 years. They don't have to pay a quarterback for at least 4 more years, maybe 5 if they're lucky, right? So why not use it on somebody like T.J. Watt, who is still a high-end edge rusher? So I could see if say your quarterback was set to make Jaden Daniels money next year.
Yeah.
Then you're like, I don't know if we can do this. But there's nobody left, man. What big money contracts are left on this roster that you're going to extend?
Understand that, but that's a fair rebuttal. But I will say that also gets to a side argument of it just shows how bad of a job that they've done trying to find good offensive players that they don't really have anybody that's a logical fit to hand that money to because it just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean,
hold that thought. Hold that thought. Coming up, Mark Cabali has really liked, by and large, the Steelers' offseason. I'm a little more lukewarm. Expectations. What are they now that they've got Watt inked? No drama, no nothing. Pickens out the door. Rodgers in the door. No more Minka. That seemed like it was a little bit of drama starting to build last year. Jalen Ramsey, hello. Jonnu Smith, hello. What does Kaboom actually think the expectations are for this team? We'll get into that coming up next. Text us, Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's 412-928-9370. I also want to remind you, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. It's presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. Details, 937thefan.com. Last Raps with Kaboom. What are his expectations for this Steelers team now that they've had this boffo offseason? And then we get into an open phone Friday, my friends, in just about 20 minutes. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bailey Falter starts for the Pirates as they open up the second half of their season tonight. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Jeff Hathorn has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show starting at 5:45. Dan Zangrilli, the radio play-by-play voice for the weekend. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Chill out with unbeatable value at GetGo. Enjoy cool drinks and cooler prices this summer when you mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just $2 for $5 or $3 for $7. Featuring Gatorade, Celsius, Pure Leaf, and more. Plus, new WhatGo members enjoy a sparkling deal. Buy 1 month of unlimited washes, get one free. GetGo. Before you get going.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honey-do home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net. Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
"20 minutes away from an Open Phone Friday." You know what Open Phone Friday means. You call the topic. You got something on your mind? People being caught on a Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert? Blaming Coldplay for it? Helping me with a refrigerator issue I'm having at the house? Something else? It's all fair game. Why I suck at golf lately, and if anyone can give me a tip on how to stop having the lefts off the tee, the dreaded left miss is very much back and rearing its head with a vengeance. It's all there for you at 412-928-9370, 20 minutes from now on Open Phone Friday. We also are going to kick off Open Phone Friday. You can call in for whatever, but you're going to have a chance to win a pair of Pirates tickets in the process because we're going to do a little Open Championship trivia. Meantime, Mark Cabali is here right now with us. By the way, it's 4:35. Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. Kaboom. You're bullish. I'm not going to hold you to the perfect thing, even though it was just a funny line to start your column. But you are, it seems like, bullish on what the Steelers have done, that they've positioned themselves well. Better team than they were at the end of last year. And on that last point, I do agree with you. So what are the expectations now? Because if I did the usual pony bid, if he were here, he'd go, you know what, Malzy? I looked at their win total, and it hasn't moved, or something like that.
And these guys do it for a living.
Right. Well, that would be what Joe would say. They don't build Vegas on losers, Malzy. They build it on winners for the house. What would you say is your kind of new expectation? They got the Watt deal. Check that box. They, I think, got a more talented overall in terms of his production and probably physically his ability, receiver, and a little bit less mercurial one, swapping Metcalf for Pickens ultimately. Minka wasn't happy here. Now he's back to where he started. Jalen Ramsey's here. That's a more valuable position than
Mr.
safety.
Personality Najee.
What's that?
Mr. Personality
He's
Najee Harris is gone.
And Jonnu Smith, one of Arthur Smith's favorite human beings, apparently if Josh Yohe was here, he'd say he's one of the greatest human beings in this organization. All here.
And then he'd say A.
Correct. So where's the expectation level for you then?
See, if you're going wins or losses, I'm not going to probably.
I'm not going to do that.
I will tell you, I'm not going to go much more over what they did last year of 10 wins. However, I think they have a better opportunity this year to exceed that number rather than last year. I think they pretty much hit their ceiling last year, right? I don't think they could have did any more better than what they've done, even if they did lose. What was it? 4 of their last 6 games, whatever they lost in a row to end the season. It was just a flawed team from, many different angles. I think this team puts them in a better position to potentially have a better playoff result and into, maybe the second round of the playoffs. But,
how much better do you
AFC's
expect their
tough.
defense to be than it was last year? Because if I'm highlighting a major disappointment from last year and how they were built and how it ended up going, you can't spend that much money and have that many resources on a defense and be getting run over for 300 yards by a team you've seen. Like, that was the other part about the Baltimore playoff game. Dude, we've given Tomlin tons of, even his staunchest detractors have given him credit for being like the Lamar Jackson code breaker, and then they get him in the playoffs and they rolled over and played dead.
Yeah, you see, I'm still a little skeptical on that of the run defense because we don't seem to be talking about the defensive line as much as we probably should be because they drafted Derek Harmon in the first round, but you're expecting a lot out of a rookie to come in here and, be a legitimate player straight out of college. Benton just pretty much flatlined last year. You're going to need him to jump it up, and you're hoping that Cam Hayward can equal what he does last year, not to mention...
Why did Benton flatline, by the way, in your opinion, last year?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure. He's still going to play that nose position, and Wyatt Black is going to be there too.
Did they not know how to use him? Did they put him in spots where he wasn't able to be a disruptive player? I mean, I thought he was very disruptive as a rookie, and so it was weird. Yeah, he and Porter Jr. both, I thought, were better as rookies than they were in the second year.
One of those guys that probably got more opportunities. I'd have to look at the numbers. More opportunity the second year than the first year, and that might have caught up with him a little bit. So he needs to. What I'm saying is if you're looking at the middle of the defense, you're expecting a lot from that defensive line, which is still, I think, a little bit suspect. Then you're hoping Patrick Queen has a better season, at least tackling-wise. You hope Peyton Wilson turns into what everybody think he might be able to do. Then you arguably got rid of your best tackling safety. If not, I mean, you darn close. Minkah Fitzpatrick was a pretty good tackler, especially in the open field. So I'm still a little bit concerned. They pretty much got the outside covered. I mean, with the Slay, Ramsey, Porter, Trice, Watt, Highsmith, all that stuff. I like that.
They still love Trice, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, he's huge. That's
why. Well, hold on, though. Like, the reason I say that is usually when guys that they might like get hurt as early as he did in his career and hurt badly, they force that guy to show, like, you're worth your weight here. Man, every time you hear, like, anybody report on anything about how they feel about Corey Trice, it is this love affair. And usually I just think Tomlin wouldn't, because I always assume that's coming from Mike to some degree, and he usually doesn't have that kind of grace for players that are getting injured. Like, not that he holds it against them, but he just doesn't have time for it.
I just think the talent is too.
See a higher ceiling than Porter if they were to both hit their ceilings at corner?
I would say probably not.
No?
I still think Joey Porter's very good. I just think he just got caught up with his 17 penalties last year.
Is that going to improve?
It better. I think that's one of the reasons why they changed cornerback coaches as well. You have to prevent, but 5 of those that come against the Bengals, I believe. Mm-hmm. Still, I mean, he was one amongst the league leaders along with tackles.
Well, his head coach gave him a break on that, by the way, because he said, "Oh, he's going up against a big goon over there," and T Higgins.
That's just trying to play mental games with him there, keep playing like he has. But I mean, with Ramsey and.
This is a problem for me, though. You're like, I'm asking you to break down the defense, and I appreciate your honesty saying that the run defense is questionable. Yeah. They have spent so much money on this side of the ball. They've brought in so many big-name players.
There's a reason,
But hold on. I know, because they're not spending money on a quarterback and whatever.
Well, the whole offense, except for Freiermuth, is
DK's making a lot of money.
I'm just talking about their own rookies, first-year contracts.
Fine. It's all a bunch of first-year contracts, and then DK Metcalf's got a big deal. But you are painting the picture of a defense, and I don't disagree with you, that has a lot more question marks than it should.
There are some question marks.
It's like you shouldn't be like making all these purchases and not knowing if you've got the right stuff. I was lukewarm at best. I was down on the Queen signing when it happened. I've read all these articles about how badly he wants to atone for a year that his pride was wounded by and everything else. But, like, man, you just might be what you are if you're Patrick Queen, like a solid player, but by no means a $13 million man at that position.
13 is probably not that much. But you look at a guy like Peyton Wilson, too, and I don't know, Donnie might want to close his ears. He's definitely an upgrade over Landon Roberts, right?
Well, to me, they're different players, though.
Yeah.
To me, Roberts is in there if you're playing a team that you know is going to run the ball at you.
Harrison comes
he's running downhill at them, and he's thumping people.
And Cole Holcomb, too. Cole Holcomb looks...
I refuse to put any kind of stock in anything
But he looks better than I was anticipating him to look.
I've seen guys who played on the inside for them at linebacker off the ball have big knee injuries, and everyone be fingers crossed optimistic that they'll come back well, and it hasn't worked out.
I don't think Omar's done yet with safety. I mean, you talk about not doing your due diligence of trying to improve a defense and create competition by just handing the starting job to one Thornhill who had a below average season last year, and nobody
I don't have
wanted
to go
him.
in there and talk to these guys. He stunk last year. That's a fact.
I mean, something has to be on their mind. Maybe it's not now. Maybe it's in the August when they cut some people or they can move some people around, but you would have to believe that that's something that they're really looking at right now.
Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, thank you.
All right, fellas.
All right, coming up, Don. It's time. I think we've got people. We got a lot of energy. We got people in the YouTube comments saying they've been trying to call. Well, now's your chance. Open Phone Friday. You call the topic. Whatever's on your brain, whatever's on the old cranium, it's open for business. 412-928-9370. TJ Watt. Hell, you want to talk Pirates second half, home run derbies. You want to talk Coldplay. You want to talk, I don't know. Again, I might have questions about my refrigerator that I'll be bringing up. It's all on the table. And whoever we go to first on Open Phone Friday is going to have a chance to win 2 tickets to the Pirates game next Friday, which is the day where the first 20,000 fans are going to take home a 2000s-themed Pirates T-shirt, because we have a giveaway for you. You just got to know a little bit about the Open Championship and its history throughout the years. Open Phone Friday next. Short commercial break, long commercial-free segment on the other side. It's the PM team.
Mostly cloudy and humid tonight, the low 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fan.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RACE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RACE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RACE.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Nor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Ram of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are reporting an accident on the Parkway West inbound right before exit 67, so it is backing up the route all the way to the 79 interchange going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway East inbound is also congested from Churchill heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Scotty Scheffler leads the Open Championship at 10 under par. Ahead of Matt Fitzpatrick by 1 after Scheffler fired a 7 under 64 today to take control of that tournament. I'm not saying turn out the lights, the party's over. He's only up by 1. He's number 1 in strokes gained on approach and number 1 strokes gained putting. That's usually a bad combination for everybody else. Also, Bailey Falter on the bump tonight for the Pirates. They get started post-All-Star break against the lowly Chicago White Sox. That's not the news story here on The Fan. Radio call? None other than Dan Zangrilli this weekend. Oh, are we going to get a soliloquy, my friends? Hell yeah. More fan headlines powered by Bowser, Genesis Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah.
We're cruising into a weekend. It is a Friday PM team. It's the middle of summer. It's crappy looking out, but who cares? It's Friday. 15-minute mark in the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. And fan weather, I just kind of told it to you. It's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Cloudy the rest of the day, a high of 76, so at least it's been a little cooler, low of 68. It should be a little bit cooler and less humid over the next couple of days, and then it comes back with a vengeance next week. Hot temps, thunderstorms, things of that nature. Mark Cabali was in with us, and he appeared on the Fan hotline, so to speak, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's Open Phone Friday, folks. Anything you want on the brain is fair game at 412-928-9370. Again, 412-928-9370. Whatever you got cooking in that brain of yours, whatever has been on your old cranium, you can let it out. We trust you. We like you. We want to hear what you're thinking about. You're only about an hour and 45 minutes away from hearing the dulcet tones of Dan Zangrilli calling the action. You think we get some Calliope's from him, Don? I'd be nervous as hell, by the way, all kidding aside, in his position. I don't think he is because he's done this a lot, but I'd be nervous.
Right, but I'm not sure if – I don't know for a fact if he's ever called a major league game. So, I mean, even all of the college games he's done, all of the high school games he's done, I bet there's still a lot of butterflies going.
Do you think at any level, Dan, chairman circle salesperson in our company, which means he's one of the best salespeople in the company, not just in Pittsburgh. He's been very successful. He's got a family here. Is there any part of Dan doing these games thinking maybe somebody's going to hear me and want me to do this full time?
I mean, I don't
Would it be going through your head?
It would. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who knows? It really just takes one person, one very important person to be listening. And if we want to guess about Dan, I think he is so passionate about the play-by-play side of things. You know, I'm sure he loves, doing what he does here on a day-to-day basis, but there is something different. There's like a different adrenaline rush about play-by-play every single game. And I would say that he's somebody that falls very deeply in that category. So, hey, I'd be taking phone calls if somebody hit me up.
Well, we know you would be. I won't play the pony game. Donnie, would you take this job for $250,000? Gee, let me think about it. When you said there's an adrenaline rush, all I could think of was, ooh, what a rush.
There's a rush to it. You get a little high of it.
I've only done it in college, so I have no frame of reference for that. But it makes sense that there would be. All right, let's go. Let's dive into this here. 412-928-9370. Just something interesting that I'm noticing. Second-round picks everywhere in the NFL getting fully guaranteed deals. This is kind of the new little trend that you're going to be finding out about. Steelers didn't have a pick. They traded it for DK Metcalf. 39th pick, Luther Burden, got a fully guaranteed $10+ million deal for his 4 years. You watch. It's not just going to be first-rounders. It's going to be second-rounders wanting to get the cheddar here fully locked in, and it seems like it's working so far this year. One of many things you could talk about in Open Phone Friday. Here we go. Peter Venkman on the YouTube comment saying, crap, here's this trash again. If he means Rebecca Black, we're going to have a fight. It's going to be a brawl. It's going to be very frustrating if he's besmirching Rebecca. Let's start with our buddy Vincent in Columbus. Haven't heard from him in a while. Good to hear him checking in. What's up, Vincent?
Hey, man.
First off, hold on. I have to ask you something. Do you want to try to win Pirates tickets? I guess if you're in Columbus, that might preclude you from